Chapter 61 Black Market Ordinary Alliance. I'm here to buy someone, Dai Yuang said concisely, his voice flat and without inflection. Oh, we have many slaves here. Does the customer have any specific requirements? The merchant's eyes flashed with understanding as he asked skillfully. Age, between 20 and 40 years old. Must be a spirit master, the higher the level, the better. Most importantly, sufficient combat experience is required, Dai Yuang stated his demands. He didn't need a mere display with high levels but a true warrior who could fight and had seen blood. The merchant, hearing this, twirled his small mustache and gave an, "I understand," smile, but then rubbed his hands. Customer, your requirements are quite high. A spirit master with extensive combat experience. The price, well, it won't be cheap. Money is not an issue, Dai Yuang's tone remained flat. As long as the goods meet my requirements. With that, he took out a gold soul coin card, one that required at least 1 million gold coins to obtain. Although he had bought nearly 9 million worth of items at Treasure Gathering Pavilion, he still had over 3 million gold coins on him. When the merchant saw the gold soul coin card, his eyes instantly widened, and his smile immediately became incredibly enthusiastic and fawning, his waist bending slightly. No problem, absolutely no problem. Honored guest, you are truly a straightforward person. We, the Mediocrity Alliance, can't boast about much else, but our high-quality goods are definitely abundant. Please follow me to the inner hall to sit for a moment. I will immediately bring you the list and video data of items that meet your requirements, guaranteed to satisfy you. Dai Yuang nodded and followed the merchant to the inner hall. He sneered inwardly, the power of money was indeed the most direct and effective in such a place. The 9 million gold coins from looting were already used up, but the vast sums he had won from Dai Waban and obtained through robbing the rich to help the poor, now came in handy. Soon, the shrewd Mediocrity Alliance merchant returned, followed by 2 assistants carrying a thick wooden box. The box was filled with thick dossiers and recording crystals. Honored guest, all the information you requested is here. The merchant, a smile plastered on his face, gestured for the assistants to place the box on the table in front of Dai Yuang. These are all the goods that currently meet your requirements. Ages 20 to 40, spirit master cultivation, and noted as having practical combat experience. Please take your time to review them, and if you find anything you like, just call me. Dai Yuang nodded slightly and casually picked up the top dossier to open it. The Mediocrity Alliance was indeed meticulous. Each file included a clear photo or an image stored in a recording crystal, detailing the slave's name, age, gender, spirit power level, spirit ring configuration, and a simple explanation of their background and an assessment of their characteristics. He flipped through quickly, his sharp gaze sweeping over each piece of information. The origins of most slaves were vaguely handled, simply stating, war capture, debt collateral, or reliable source. He wasn't interested in these, only in their practical combat ability and current state. He filtered through several consecutively, some had low levels, others had ordinary spirit potential, or the assessment noted a timid personality or chronic illness. It wasn't until he turned to dossier number 37 that his finger paused slightly. The man in the photo appeared to be around 30 years old, with sharp features, and even in the static image, his eyes conveyed an untamed arrogance and a deep-seated gloom. The file read, Open black lens bracket Lingya close black lens bracket. Gender, male. Age, 30 years old. Spirit, ice feathered eagle. Spirit power level, level 42 attack system battle spirit ancestor. Spirit ring configuration, yellow, yellow. Purple, purple. Remarks, 4th grade soul engineer. Assessment, fierce combat style, rich practical combat experience, good integration of spirit master and soul engineer abilities. Warning, extremely strong hatred, especially towards the aristocratic class, requires strict control. Spirit ancestor cultivation, 4th grade soul engineer, ice attribute spirit master. A flicker of interest appeared in Dai Yuang's eyes. A spirit master who also cultivated spirit tools and could reach a 4th grade level at this age was a decent talent. Although his level 42 spirit power indicated that his cultivation talent wasn't top tier, This precisely met Dai Yuang's needs. He didn't require talent, only a vessel capable of bearing power and possessing sufficient combat experience. The assessment of extremely strong hatred became a potential advantage in his eyes. And that ice-feathered eagle spirit, its ice attribute, was very compatible with Dai Yuang's first spirit ability. Although he could now elevate someone directly to titled Douluo, it would only be a beginner-level titled Douluo at level 90, with limited combat power. But what about a level 90 titled Douluo with an ultimate attribute? An ice-feathered eagle spirit, already ice-attributed, if it consumed his first spirit ability, the Snow Soul Condensing Ice Pill, could control ultimate ice better than other attributes. A level 90 ice attribute titled Douluo with ultimate ice could instantly unleash combat power that might approach the super Douluo level. Ordinary titled Douluo were not particularly impressive, but super Douluo were considered high-end combat power anywhere. Yan Shaoj, the dean of Shrek Academy, was only level 95, just reaching the threshold of a super Douluo. He tapped the dossier with his finger and looked at the merchant beside him, a spirit master plus a 4th-grade soul engineer. Such a composite talent isn't common here, is it? How did he end up in your hands? Dai Yuang asked seemingly casually. The merchant's habitual smile stiffened for a moment, then he chuckled. Honored guest, you jest. Our Mediocrity Alliance values its reputation above all else. The specific origins of our goods are strictly confidential, which is also to protect the seller's rights. You only need to know that the source is absolutely clean, the procedures are complete, and it will not bring you any subsequent trouble. Dai Yuang nodded knowingly, no longer pressing the issue. He understood the rules of the black market, further questions were useless. Take me to see this Lingya, he said, putting down the dossier. All right, this way, please. The merchant immediately bowed and led the way. Passing through several heavily guarded, oppressive corridors, they arrived at the slave detention area. The air was filled with a faint smell of mildew mixed with disinfectant. Rows of specialized metal cages held people of all kinds, most with vacant eyes or filled with fear. In front of a cage in a corner, the merchant stopped. Honored guest, this is Lingya. Dai Yuang looked over. He saw a man dressed in tattered gray sackcloth, curled up in the corner of the cage, his hands and feet bound by heavy shackles, on which faint runes flickered, clearly meant to seal spirit power. Even in such a deplorable state, his back remained ramrod straight. Hearing the movement, he suddenly lifted his head, and his eagle-like eyes instantly erupted with undisguised hatred and ferocity, almost solidified, fixed on Dai Yuang, or rather, fixed on the aristocratic status represented by Dai Yuang's obviously expensive clothing. Interesting, Dai Yuang mused inwardly. This hatred doesn't seem to be faked. Boss, Dai Yuang turned to the merchant, please prepare a quiet room. I'd like to talk to him alone. Of course, it's the customer's right to understand the goods. The merchant nodded repeatedly and immediately ordered his subordinates, quick. Bring the merchandise to talk room number 3. Soon, Lingya, cage and all, was moved into a small but relatively clean room. The merchant and others withdrew, leaving only Dai Yuang and Lingya, who was like a trapped beast in his cage, in the room. Dai Yuang calmly sat down in the room's only chair, meeting the bloodshot, hate-filled eyes with a tranquil gaze. Chapter 62 Slave Lingya's Persecution by the Xuanming Sect. Why are you looking at me like that? Dai Yuang broke the silence first, his tone flat. Did we know each other before? Heh. Lingya let out a hoarse, cold laugh from his throat, his hands suddenly gripping the iron bars of the cage, his knuckles turning white from the force. What if we didn't? All you nobles, every single one of you, deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. He suddenly became agitated, frantically shaking the iron cage, producing a loud clanging sound, his shackles rattling. Dai Yuang seemed to turn a deaf ear to his roar, not even frowning. Compared to the roars of Xiaobai and the abyssal ice prison tiger in the extreme northland, this small commotion was like a mosquito. After Lingya's outburst had subsided slightly and he was panting, glaring at him, Dai Yuang slowly spoke, calm down. Although I don't know why you hate nobles so much, at least, the person who made you fall to this state wasn't me. Are you interested in telling your story? Perhaps I can help you. Help me. Lingya looked as if he had heard the biggest joke, his face full of sarcasm. You nobles only protect each other, a nest of vipers. How could you help a commoner like me? I am a rather special noble, Dai Yuang said, his voice not loud but carrying a strange persuasiveness. At home, I am a concubine's son, with a title but no real power. To some extent, like you, I am not favored by true nobles. How about it, shall we talk? If your story satisfies me, I will buy you out. Leaving this hellhole with me is better than rotting here, isn't it? You carry a deep-seated vendetta, don't you want revenge? Would you rather wear shackles and wait for death here? Lingya's breathing suddenly hitched, the madness and hatred in his eyes fading slightly, replaced by a trace of struggle and deliberation. Dai Yuang's words struck the deepest chord of his unwillingness. Yes, there was only a dead end. Here, going out with this person, even if the future was uncertain, at least there was a glimmer of hope for revenge. Even if that hope was slim, even if the other party might have ulterior motives, it was worth a gamble. The worst outcome was merely death. He was silent for a long time, finally appearing to be drained of all his strength. He slowly released his grip on the bars, slid down against the cage wall, and began to recount his story in a hoarse voice. He was originally a citizen of the Heaven Soul Empire. Both his parents were spirit masters, and their family's inherited spirit was the Ice Feather Eagle. Although they did not receive a noble title because they did not join a national force, their life was quite good. Later, he and his sister both awakened the Ice Feather Eagle spirit. He possessed innate spirit power of level 4, and his sister was even higher at level 6, which was considered quite excellent. Their parents pulled strings to send them to an academy to study. His sister's talent was outstanding, and she gradually gained some fame, while he was not as good as his sister. Although he did not feel jealous, he was somewhat unwilling. Later, he and his parents went to watch a Grand Continental Spirit Master Elite tournament. He was captivated by the spirit tool technology displayed by the Sun Moon Empire. After returning, he thought that since he couldn't compare to his sister in terms of spirit master abilities, he might as well try to become a soul engineer. Unfortunately, he was a person from the Heaven Soul Empire. Among the 4 great empires on the continent today, the Heaven Soul Empire had the weakest spirit tool technology. The people of this country had somewhat old-fashioned ideas, believing that a spirit master should rely on their own strength, and spirit tools were merely external objects. In this country, it was impossible to learn advanced spirit tool technology. In the current era, the country with the most powerful spirit tools was, of course, the Sun Moon Empire. However, for the citizens of the Douluo continent, the Sun Moon Empire was always considered an enemy. His parents had old-fashioned ideas and wouldn't let him go there, but he was obsessed with spirit tools and insisted on learning. Under duress, his parents could only send him to a Soul Engineer Academy in the Star Luo Empire. In recent years, the Star Luo Empire's spirit tool development had also been quite good. Unexpectedly, after going to Star Luo, Lingya displayed considerable talent in spirit tools. From the age of 20 to 30, after graduation, he chose to remain at the academy as an assistant to his soul engineer teacher. Aside from returning home once a year for the new year, he primarily studied at the academy. After breaking through to Spirit Ancestor, his soul engineer rank also reached level 4. When sparring with his sister, who had already reached the Spirit King level, he could even fight to a draw. With both children so outstanding, this was the happiest and most prosperous time for their family. It was just a pity that a sudden change came and destroyed the entire family. His sister, with her outstanding talent and special physique, was noticed by a large family in the Heaven Soul Empire, specifically the Shu family of the Black Underworld sect. The Shu family did not only have Shu Sanchi as an heir, they had many descendants, many of whom needed a secondary awakening. That required finding talented young women to help. A sect with many disciples is a mixed bag, with both good and bad. Shu Sanchi was considered one of the better ones among the less impressive, actually. At least his relationship with Zhang Nanan was not forced. Zhang Nanan agreed to it herself in order to obtain the Black Underworld sect's elixirs. Theirs was a transaction of money for goods. However, there were many cases where girls were forced to help awaken spirits. Ling Ya's sister was targeted by one of Xu Sanxi's cousins. When enticement with benefits failed, he directly resorted to force, sending sect experts to forcibly abduct her. A young girl who was originally quite talented was thus defiled. Afterwards, she sought revenge, but was casually beaten to death by the protector of Xu Sanxi's cousin. Subsequently, to eliminate future trouble, he sent people to kill Ling Ya's parents. When Ling Ya returned home from the academy for a visit, he learned that his family had been destroyed. Filled with grief and indignation, he did not directly seek revenge on the Black Underworld sect, as a titled Douluo resided there, and he was no match. However, he had always been studying and had less practical experience. Although he wouldn't seek revenge himself, he went to the local city lord's mansion to request assistance, hoping the state would help him achieve justice. The result was predictable. How could a city lord dare to offend a behemoth like the Black Underworld sect? Not only did he not help him, but he also detained him and then sent someone to the Black Underworld sect to report the matter. Xu Sanxi's cousin didn't care about this small fry at all. He ordered the city lord to dispose of him and then didn't bother with it anymore. The city lord originally intended to simply get rid of Ling Ya, but then he thought that since Ling Ya was both a spirit master and a soul engineer, such slaves were very expensive on the black market. So, he sold him to the Mediocrity Alliance in the black market, making a profit. Dai Yuang listened quietly, his face devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as he was merely listening to a story unrelated to himself. After listening, Dai Yuang lightly clapped his hands. No wonder you hate every noble with such equality. Your family destroyed, then betrayed by the city lord you trusted, falling to this state, you certainly have reason to hate. He stood up, walked to the cage, and looked down at Ling Ya, whose eyes were complex, a mixture of hatred, sorrow, and a glimmer of faint hope. Quite interesting. I'll buy you. Chapter 63 Buying Slaves to Show Off. Dai Yuang made his decision. Follow me later. I will give you a hope for revenge. If you still refuse after hearing my conditions, then I will give you a quick end. Anyway, living like this now is no different from being dead, right? It was impossible for Dai Yuang to let Ling Ya go. Even if Ling Ya didn't agree to follow him, his money couldn't be spent in vain. But the secret of the yin-yang fate reversal lotus seed pill couldn't be revealed here, so he could only buy him first. After speaking, he didn't wait for Ling Ya's response, turned and walked out of the room, and called the merchant waiting outside. Just this, Ling Ya. Name your price. Dai Yuang was straightforward. The merchant's eyes lit up, and he quickly calculated, esteemed guest has good taste. A level 4 soul engineer and spirit ancestor, this is a rare talent. Although he's a bit fiery, he's definitely worth this much. He extended a finger, then opened his palm, 600,000 gold coins. This is already a discounted price, considering it's your first visit. Dai Yuang had no intention of bargaining, directly taking out his gold soul coin card to complete the transaction. His straightforward attitude made the merchant smile even brighter. With the transaction complete, the merchant obsequiously handed a small black remote control to Dai Yuang, explaining in a low voice, esteemed guest, this is the controller for the collar around his neck. Press the red button once to make him suffer and obey. Press and hold for 3 seconds, and it will explode, splattering his brains. Heh, you understand, just in case. Dai Yuang took the cold remote control, tucked it into his pocket without even looking at it. Then, under the merchant's respectful send-off, he took Ling Ya, who had just been released from his cage but was still in shackles and wearing the black collar around his neck, and left the underground black market, returning to his hotel in Ice Sea City. Entering the luxurious hotel room, Dai Yuang closed the door. Ling Ya stood silently in the center of the room, his shackles making a slight sound. He watched Dai Yuang warily, unsure of what awaited him. Dai Yuang took the remote control from his pocket and, to Ling Ya's astonishment, casually threw it on the ground. Then, he raised his foot and mercilessly stomped down hard. Crack, pop. The exquisite spirit tool was instantly crushed, its parts scattering. Almost simultaneously, the black collar around Ling Ya's neck emitted a faint, beep, sound, its indicator light completely extinguished, and the tightly fastened clasp loosened, clattering onto the soft carpet. With the restraints removed, the spirit power that had been suppressed by drugs for a long time began to gradually recover, like melting spring snow, flowing through his limbs and bones. Lingya was completely stunned. He instinctively touched his now free neck, feeling the long-lost sense of power within him. Then, he looked incredulously at the fragments of the remote control on the ground, finally raising his head sharply to look at the calm-faced Dai Yuang, his voice trembling from extreme shock and confusion. Why? Nothing, I just find this method of control, relying on electric currents and explosions, too low-end and boring. Dai Yuang looked at the fragments of the remote control on the ground, his tone flat, as if he had just discarded a piece of trash. He looked up at the shocked Lingya, a playful curve on his lips. Besides, with your current level, even if I let you go, do you think you can escape from me? He paused, chuckling, if you don't believe me, you can try. Lingya, who had regained his freedom and whose spirit power was beginning to recover, hardened his expression upon hearing this. He didn't believe a single word from nobles. That previous city lord was also two-faced, and even if this person in front of him claimed to be a bastard, he would never trust any noble again. The opportunity was right in front of him, he had to seize it. I'll try if you say so. Lingya roared, without the slightest hesitation. A clear eagle cry seemed to echo within him, and ice-blue light instantly covered his entire body. His arms transformed into eagle wings covered with cold feathers, his fingers became sharp as hooks, and a chilling aura permeated his surroundings. 4 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, suddenly rose from beneath his feet, radiating the energy fluctuations of a spirit ancestor. He knew that he only had a fleeting chance and had to go all out, subdue or even kill this young noble in front of him, to truly escape. His first spirit ring lit up, and his speed surged. Like an arrow loosed from a bow, he lunged at Dai Yuang, his icy eagle claws aimed directly at Dai Yuang's throat. The sharp gust of wind, carrying the unique chill of the ice feather eagle spirit, instantly dropped the room's temperature by several degrees. However, facing this sudden attack, powerful enough to tear through metal and stone, Dai Yuang remained standing in place, showing no intention of even releasing his spirit. His eyes were calm and unruffled. It was only at the moment the eagle claws were about to touch his skin that he casually raised his right hand. There was no glow of spirit rings, no earth-shattering burst of spirit power. Just a simple raise of his hand, fingers splayed. The fierce, icy claw strike, upon contact with his palm, instantly disintegrated as if it had hit an invisible, insurmountable barrier. Dai Yuang's palm pierced through the dissipating chill and spirit power with precise accuracy, and the next moment, it had clamped firmly around Lingya's neck like an iron vice. The speed was beyond Lingya's reaction limit. All of Lingya's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. He was lifted off the ground by Dai Yuang's single hand, his icy eagle wings fluttering weakly a few times. His spirit power was instantly suppressed, and an intense sensation of suffocation overwhelmed him, filling his face with incredulous horror. How could this be? They were both spirit ancestors, how could the gap be so enormous? The other party hadn't even used his spirit, yet with just a casual grab, he had completely neutralized his attack and controlled his life and death. Dai Yuang looked at Lingya struggling in his hand, like a fledgling bird caught in his grasp, his tone still carrying that chilling calmness. How is it? I just need to exert a little pressure with my hand, and I can crush your throat. Do you still need to try? No. Impossible. Lingya squeezed out fragmented sounds from his throat, his eyes filled with shock, fear, and immense frustration. He completely failed to comprehend what was happening before him. Of course, he couldn't understand. Dai Yuang, as a spirit ancestor, had long surpassed the realm of common sense. Not to mention the 2 red spirit rings hidden beneath the fate reversal heavenly demon pill, just the subtle physical enhancement from the ice fire lotus wing's external spirit bone and the foundation provided by the golden adamant evil warding body cultivation method made his physical quality far superior to others at the same rank. Even spirit kings, spirit emperors, and even spirit saints who didn't activate their spirit avatar couldn't compare to him physically. Dealing with Lingya, who had just had his seal removed and whose spirit power hadn't fully recovered, naturally gave him an overwhelming advantage. Chapter 64 Threats and Inducements. Dai Yuang casually flicked his arm, tossing Lingya back onto the carpet in the center of the room. Now, you should understand the gap between us, shouldn't you? Dai Yuang clapped his hands, as if dusting off non-existent dust. It would take no effort for me to kill you. So, put away your pointless schemes and probes. He walked to the sofa and sat down, his gaze calmly fixed on Lingya, who was violently coughing and gasping on the floor, looking at him with a complex expression. What I'm about to say concerns your future, so listen carefully. Lingya clutched his throat, struggling to sit up. Looking at the unfathomable young man before him, he finally completely abandoned all thoughts of luck. With such a vast difference in strength, any resistance was futile. He said hoarsely, "Speak." "I bought you because you meet my requirements," Dai Yuang said directly. "A spirit ancestor cultivation, a 4th-rank soul engineer, and most importantly, you carry a deep-seated hatred and have sufficient reason to despise the current order and certain so-called nobles. Hatred is the best flame for forging a sharp blade, and that is precisely what I value." Dai Yuang's gaze sharpened. "I can give you hope for revenge, a power far beyond your imagination. Enough for you to personally seek justice from that scum of the Xuanming sect, and even the entire Shu family." Revenge. These two words, like the strongest stimulus, instantly reignited the almost extinguished flame in Lingya's eyes. But he forcibly suppressed his excitement, maintaining his last bit of composure. "What's the price? There's no free lunch in this world, especially from someone like you." He no longer used the word noble, but his wariness remained. "Price." Dai Yuang smiled, a smile that carried a cold and absolute sense of control. "The price is your absolute loyalty, and your future path." He leaned forward slightly, his voice lowered, yet it struck Ling Ya's heart like a heavy hammer. "I will use a special method to forcibly raise your spirit power to the realm of a 90-rank titled Douluo." "What?" Lingya shot up from the floor, his expression no longer just shock, but utter horror and absurdity. 90 rank. Titled Douluo. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. This completely overturned his decades of understanding. He was merely a spirit ancestor. How could his spirit power suddenly be forcibly raised to the legendary titled Douluo level? "Within the scope of my abilities, nothing is impossible." Dai Yuang's tone was calm but carried a convincing and powerful confidence. "However, this method has its flaws. Firstly, your potential will be exhausted, and your spirit power will stagnate at 90 rank, making further progress in your lifetime very difficult." Upon hearing this, Lingya's excited mood cooled slightly, but was immediately replaced by an even greater fanaticism. 90 rank for life. What kind of flaw was that? For someone like him, who would originally max out at Spirit Emperor or Spirit Saint, and who dreamed of revenge, this was an unimaginable gift. Secondly, Dai Yuang continued, a profound light flickering in his eyes, like a bottomless cold pool, "This power originates from me, and naturally, it is also controlled by me. I will plant restraints within your body. From now on, your life and the continuation of your power will be at my whim. Choose to accept, and you will become my sharp blade. I will give you the power and opportunity for revenge." His tone suddenly turned cold. "But if you choose to refuse, then I will send you on your way now. After all, there's no kindness or obligation between us. I can't let you gain freedom for free using my money, taking advantage of me, let alone knowing my secret. I'm not so kind as to let you leave alive if you refuse." The room fell into a deathly silence, with only Lingya's heavy breathing remaining. He stood rooted to the spot, his chest heaving violently, his heart engaged in an unprecedented fierce battle. On one side was the ultimate temptation of reaching the heavens in one step and personally seeking revenge, on the other was surrendering his freedom and having his life and death controlled by another, absolute enslavement. The tragic scene of his parents' death, his sister's helpless eyes, his enemies' arrogant faces, the city lord's cold betrayal. Scene after scene, like the fiercest poisonous fire, instantly burned away all his hesitation and fear. What was the difference between him being alive and dead now? Barely surviving, forever seeing no hope of revenge. Or grasping this sole opportunity, even if it meant selling his soul to the devil? The answer was obvious. Thump. Lingya suddenly dropped to his knees, no longer the forced single knee from before, but a posture of complete surrender. He heavily knocked his forehead on the carpet, his voice trembling violently from extreme excitement, resolve, and a hint of relief. I, Lingya, am willing to accept all your conditions. If Master can truly bestow upon me the power of revenge, I, Lingya, in this life and this world, vow to serve you as my master. From now on, my life, my soul, my everything belongs to you. Your will shall be the direction of my blade, with no second thoughts. I only ask, Master, bestow upon me power. He chose to believe in this incredible miracle, betting his everything on a future of blood for blood. Dai Yuang looked at the completely submissive Lingya, a satisfied expression appearing on his face. A soul driven by hatred was indeed the easiest to control. Very good, he slowly stood up. Remember your choice and oath today. I grant you power, and you dedicate your everything. It's fair. Now, relax your mind and accept this gift. Dai Yuang extended his finger and pointed it at Lingya's glabella. The fate reversal heavenly demon pill spirit quietly operated, and the phantom of the yin-yang fate. Reversal lotus seed pill, half red and half blue, with what seemed like ice and fire lotus flowers floating and rotating within, condensed on his fingertip, emanating an incomparably vast and contradictory primal aura. The phantom of the pill transformed into a red and blue interwoven stream of light, instantly disappearing into Lingya's wide-open mouth. Boom! Lingya's body suddenly trembled violently. His eyes were instantly completely filled with two kinds of light, scorching red and icy blue. An unimaginably vast energy, like a volcano erupting within him, frantically scoured, expanded, tore apart, and then reshaped every one of his meridians, every single cell. His spirit power surged wildly at an unprecedented and terrifying speed, launching the most violent assault on that distant 90-rank bottleneck. Extreme pain instantly engulfed him, his meridians felt as if they were being torn apart and then reshaped. But in this destructive agony, he clearly felt his spirit power wildly surging at an unprecedented speed, breaking through one after another of the previously unreachable bottlenecks. The pain was real, and the soaring, immense power was even more real. Pain and power intertwined, destruction and rebirth coexisted. The first titled Douluo personally created by Dai Yuang was, in the extreme torment of pain and ecstasy, taking step by step towards birth. Chapter 65 Artificial titled Douluo. The long, agonizing day and night finally passed. Inside the secret chamber, the heart-pounding red and blue energy light gradually converged, receding into Lingya's body like a tide. The space around him no longer vibrated, and the violent energy fluctuations also stabilized, eventually completely subsiding. Lingya suddenly opened his eyes. A powerful spirit power aura uncontrollably spread from his body, causing the furniture in the room to tremble slightly. He instinctively clenched his fists, feeling the new power within him, surging like a mighty river, vast and boundless. This sense of power was something he had never imagined in his 30 years of life. However, a peculiar sense of stagnation also followed. His spirit power level should have skyrocketed to an incredible degree, yet at this moment, it seemed to be restricted by an invisible shackle, with the outward fluctuations merely lingering at the threshold of level 50. Lingya was slightly startled, then understood. The breakthrough in a spirit master's cultivation not only requires the accumulation of spirit power but also needs a spirit ring as a guide and key to unlock the next level of realm. He now possessed the total spirit power of a level 90 titled Douluo, but because he lacked the subsequent 5 spirit rings, the immense power was forcibly blocked after the level 50 mark, unable to be fully released and manifested. But he could clearly feel the terrifying ocean of energy dormant behind that invisible barrier. It was a realm of legendary powerhouses that he could only look up to in the past. As long as he obtained the spirit rings, this ocean would completely burst forth, transforming into his true power. Amidst his excitement, Lingya's gaze involuntarily turned to Dai Yuang, who was sitting quietly on a nearby sofa. The moment he saw Dai Yuang, a shiver and sense of awe, originating from the deepest part of his soul, surged. Uncontrollably, it was as if an invisible pair of hands had completely gripped his heart, his thoughts, and everything about him. He could even vaguely feel that his life and death truly depended on the other party's single thought. An urge to prostrate himself in worship and completely surrender was simply irresistible. The binding of the pill was real and undeniable. Just as Dai Yuang had said, from the moment he swallowed the yin-yang reversal fate lotus seed pill, his freedom, his future, and even his soul no longer belonged to him. However, what flashed in Ling Ya's eyes was not fear or regret, but a sense of resolve. Compared to gaining this power for revenge, what was freedom worth? Compared to the opportunity to drag those enemies into hell, what did it matter to become someone else's servant? He made this trade willingly. It seems the absorption went well. Dai Yuang's calm voice sounded. He had opened his eyes at some point and was observing Ling Ya, a satisfied curve on his lips. Compared to your listless, hate-filled appearance in the black market cage before, your spirit and vitality have truly reached their peak now. Very good, this is more like a usable blade. Upon hearing this, Ling Ya did not hesitate. He immediately stepped forward, knelt on both knees, bowed his head deeply, his voice unusually resonant due to excitement and the newly acquired power. Ling Ya thanks Master for his grace. This body and this life are all bestowed by Master. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for Master, even if it means 10,000 deaths. Dai Yuang waved his hand slightly. The title, Master, is too ostentatious. From now on, outside, you can call me Young Master. Yes, Young Master. Ling Ya immediately changed his address without the slightest hesitation. Dai Yuang stood up. Let's go. It's time to hunt for your remaining spirit rings. The feeling of having a treasure mountain but no way to enter it isn't pleasant, is it? Without spirit rings, no matter how vast the power accumulated within you, it's like a sharp sword locked in a box, unable to be drawn to harm the enemy. Ling Ya also stood up, a hint of worry on his face. Young Master, this subordinate understands. It's just that this subordinate needs to acquire 5 spirit rings consecutively, from the 5th to the 9th, and each one requires a higher cultivation year than the last. 10,000-year spirit beasts are extraordinary, and even the 9th ring requires a top-tier spirit beast of over 50,000 years. With just the two of us, I'm afraid. He wasn't doubting Young Master's strength, but Dai Yuang was, after all, only a spirit ancestor. Hunting high-level 10,000-year spirit beasts, especially the process of finding suitable targets, was inherently full of danger and uncertainty. Dai Yuang chuckled, interrupting his worries. You don't need to worry about this. Just follow me. The two left the hotel, and Dai Yuang led Ling Ya directly out of the city to a desolate area outside. After stopping, under Ling Ya's puzzled gaze, Dai Yuang's thoughts stirred slightly. Swish! A pair of massive wings suddenly unfolded from behind Dai Yuang. The left was a lotus ice wing, meticulously carved from 10,000 years of cold ice, while the right was a blazing red lotus wing, eternally burning, with liquid flames and lava dancing. The powerful external spirit bone aura emanated without reservation. This is an external spirit bone. Ling Ya gasped, his eyes wide. Although he wasn't unfamiliar with spirit bones, they had appeared in the Spirit Master competition he had watched. But external spirit bones were the rarest and most growth-oriented treasures among spirit bones. It was no wonder Young Master possessed such a divine object, making his strength far surpass others of the same rank. Keep up. Dai Yuang didn't explain further. With a flap of his wings, his figure instantly transformed into a red and blue streaking light, soaring into the sky with extreme speed. Ling Ya dared not be negligent. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he immediately released his ice feather eagle spirit. 4 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, appeared, and ice blue eagle wings spread from his back. He fully activated his spirit power, flying closely in Dai Yuang's direction. His spirit was a beast spirit skilled in flight. Although he took the strong attack route, he could barely keep up with Dai Yuang as he deliberately slowed down. The two flew north at high speed, the scenery below rapidly blurring. After several hours, a vast, endless forest covered in snow appeared on the horizon, and the temperature in the air noticeably plummeted. Frost forest. Dai Yuang halted his flight here, landing in a snowy clearing. Ling Ya followed closely, curiously observing this famous spirit beast forest, wondering what deep meaning Young Master had in bringing him here. Dai Yuang walked to the center of the clearing, slowly raised his right hand, and an extreme chill condensed in his palm. A pure and incomparable ice attribute energy aura, as if capable of freezing the soul, emanated. This was the Snow Empress's ultimate ice aura. He released this aura like a signal, then stood with his hands behind his back, waiting quietly. Although Lingya was puzzled, he also stood silently by his side. After about a quarter of an hour, Lingya suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet begin to tremble slightly, and the tremors grew stronger and stronger, as if some colossal creature was rapidly approaching. Chapter 66 9 Soul Rings. Thump, thump, thump. The dull thud of footsteps was like a drumbeat, pounding in their hearts. In the distance, trees fell in swaths. A colossal white figure, like a moving hill, crashed through all obstacles and burst into their view with a roar. It was an enormous ice bear. Its entire body was covered in thick, ice crystal-like white fur. Each time its giant paw landed, the ground trembled. A pair of ice-blue eyes scanned them like searchlights, exuding a suffocating ferocity. Roar. The deafening bear roar stirred up a gale, almost making Lingya lose his footing. His face instantly turned ashen, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Could this be a 100,000-year spirit beast? Lingya's voice changed pitch, his mind a blank, filled only with boundless fear. How could such a being appear on the outskirts of the frost forest? However, what happened next almost scared him out of his wits. Dai Yuang, facing the terrifying giant beast, not only showed no fear but even stepped forward, casually waving his hand as if greeting it. "Xiao Bai, come over here." The giant ice bear, called Xiao Bai, actually stopped roaring obediently, lowered its head, and brought its huge head close to Dai Yuang, even gently nudging him with its nose. Lingya's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Dai Yuang turned around and introduced to the dumbfounded, almost petrified Lingya, "Lingya, this is my friend, Xiao Bai, a 200,000-year cultivation ice bear king. Xiao Bai, this is Lingya, my newly recruited subordinate. He now needs 5 suitable spirit rings, preferably ice-attributed ones. I'll trouble you to help." Roar. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai raised its massive paw and vigorously pounded its thick chest, emitting loud thumps as its ice crystal-like fur flew. On its huge bare face, a friendly expression actually appeared, and it nodded, indicating that it was no problem and they could leave it to him. Lingya was utterly bewildered, his mind completely unable to process the information he was receiving. A 200,000-year ferocious beast from the extreme north was the young master's friend. And willing to help hunt for spirit rings. What kind of unfathomably profound master had he followed? After the extreme shock came an uncontrollable ecstasy and excitement. The more powerful, mysterious, and heaven-defying the young master was, the greater his hope for revenge. Being able to command a 200,000-year ferocious beast, he might not be without a fighting chance against a behemoth like the Xuanming sect in the future. "Let's go, don't just stand there." Dai Yuang's voice roused Lingya from his shock. Xiao Bai had already turned around, signaling them to follow. Its massive body cleared a path through the frost forest like a bulldozer. Dai Yuang leapt onto Xiao Bai's shoulder and sat down. Lingya also quickly suppressed his excitement and used his movement technique to follow behind. With Xiao Bai's terrifying aura leading the way, the spirit beasts in the frost forest had long since fled at the mere sight of him. They proceeded unimpeded deeper into the forest. Dai Yuang's goal was clear. Although the frost forest was not comparable to the core regions of the extreme north, the variety and quantity of ice-attributed 10,000-year spirit beasts it contained were quite considerable, enough to satisfy Lingya's needs. He remembered that in the original work, the food god Oscar's 6th spirit ring was obtained here. With the help of Xiao Bai's powerful perception and absolute strength, finding and subduing suitable spirit beasts became exceptionally simple. The 5th spirit ring, a phantom snow weasel with a cultivation of about 10,000 years. This spirit beast was small in size and extremely fast, capable of creating numerous lifelike doppelgangers by refracting light in icy and snowy environments, making it extremely difficult to capture. But under Xiao Bai's terrifying pressure, all its illusions became useless, and it was knocked unconscious by a single slap from Xiao Bai. Lingya stepped forward and delivered the fatal blow. A dense black spirit ring floated up. The absorption process was very smooth. A massive surge of energy poured in, easily breaking through the bottleneck of level 50. After that, the sixth spirit ring, a 16,000-year Everfrost ice spider. It lurked in an ice cave, spitting out webs that contained extremely potent freezing venom, capable of instantly solidifying a prey's blood. Xiaobai directly violently dismantled its ice cave, forcing it out, and a single roar stunned it, making its movements sluggish. The seventh spirit ring, a 30,000-year ice-winged dragon. It possessed a faint dragon bloodline, was massive in size, majestic and fierce, and was an aerial overlord of the frost forest. But in front of Xiaobai, the true overlord of the extreme north, it had no room to struggle, being swatted down from the air by Xiaobai, landing in a daze. The eighth spirit ring, an ice giant with a cultivation of about 45,000 years. This creature possessed immense strength and could control a wide range of ice and snow, forming a domain-like control field. It was considered the most troublesome opponent Xiaobai found this time, with thick skin and flesh, roaring as it hurled a huge ice hammer. Then, Xiaobai impatiently slapped it, ice hammer and all, into a mountain wall. Lingya almost respectfully stepped forward to finish it off. The process of absorbing this spirit ring was significantly more difficult, with incredibly violent energy, but on the solid foundation laid by the yin-yang reversal fate lotus seed pill, he succeeded with no major mishaps. The ninth spirit ring, this was the final one. Xiaobai found them an ice rock beast with a cultivation of up to 63,000 years. This was one of the top predators in the frost forest, appearing as a giant beast composed of ice crystals and rocks, with terrifying defense and attack power. It even dared to let out threatening roars at Xiaobai. And then there was no then. Xiaobai seemed to find this guy a bit noisy, directly pouncing and performing a true, bear-style, crush. When Lingya had completely absorbed this 60,000-year spirit ring, the aura around him had already reached a brand new peak. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. A full 9 spirit rings rhythmically pulsed around him, symbolizing the birth of a newly advanced titled Douluo. Lingya also used his 9-ring cultivation to successfully condense a frigid spirit core for himself. The spirit core, in this era, was almost standard for every titled Douluo. A titled Douluo with a spirit core would greatly improve both their future cultivation and their spirit power recovery during combat. Although the cultivation years of these spirit beasts were not considered very high among titled Douluo, this was unavoidable. Lingya was a titled Douluo who broke through by unconventional means, and his physique still had some gap compared to those who truly cultivated their way up. However, while hunting for the 8th ring, Lingya also obtained a spirit bone, and it was the most precious torso bone. But he did not absorb it directly, instead, he respectfully handed it over to Dai Yuang. At the same time, all information about Lingya, including his physical state and subtle thought fluctuations, was clearly reflected in Dai Yuang's perception. For example, his spirit abilities and their effects. First spirit ability, Ice Wing Slash. Wings transform into ice blades, rapidly striking and cutting the target. Second spirit ability, Frost Hawk's Eye, enhances dynamic vision, piercing through enemy movements for weaknesses. Third spirit ability, Winter Barrier, ice feathers condense into a shield, resisting physical and energy attacks. Eighth spirit ability, Thousand Feather Ice Prison, releases countless ice feathers, forming a domain-level control barrier. Ninth spirit ability, Sky Ice. Meteor, summons extraterrestrial ice meteors to strike, causing widespread destructive impact. This was the ability of the yin-yang reversal fate lotus seed pill. Yuang could instantly perceive the state and even thoughts of the user, understanding him better than he understood himself. If any disloyalty arose, the moment it began, with a thought from Yuang, he could make him decapitated. Chapter 67 The future 9th level soul mentor rushes to Xingluo. Ling Ya's experiment was very successful. With this proven template, once the second pill is out, he can confidently recreate subordinates at the titled Douluo level. Yuang had a feeling about his spirit. As long as he obtained a strong enough spirit avatar, the 5-year limit for each pill could even be shortened. It was a pity, however, that due to the side effects of the yin-yang reversal fate lotus seed pill, even after continuously absorbing 5-10,000-year spirit rings, Lingya's rank remained at level 90, not even reaching level 91. In fact, generally speaking, a level 90 titled Douluo shouldn't exist, because as long as the 9th spirit ring absorbed is decent, it can usually raise one's rank by at least one level, but when Lingya absorbed most of his spirit power was lost. However, it wasn't that there was no improvement at all. Lingya's current body simply found it difficult to gather spirit power, not impossible to gather it at all. Of these 5 spirit rings, over 90% of the spirit power was lost, with about 10% remaining in his body, raising him from newly entering level 90 to the peak of level 90. If he had another high-grade spirit ring, he might be able to break through to level 91. Dai Yuang looked at Lingya, who was respectfully standing before him, and then at the frost giant torso bone in his hand, which was radiating cold energy. This spirit bone was of good quality, but it wasn't very useful to him. His goal was at least 100,000-year spirit bone. After a slight ponder, Dai Yuang tossed the torso bone back to Lingya. You absorb this spirit bone yourself. A torso bone provides the greatest boost to physical prowess, and it might help you break through this final bottleneck and reach level 91. More importantly, it can make up for the gap in physical quality between you and a normal titled Douluo. What he needed was a sharp blade that could truly fight, not a paper tiger with an empty realm. At least, after absorbing this 40,000-year torso bone, Lingya's strength should be able to steadily reach the level of an ordinary titled Douluo, preventing him from being unable to contend even with the likes of giant strength Douluo Chenggang. Lingya took the spirit bone, feeling the immense energy it contained, and an incomparable excitement and gratitude flashed in his eyes. He knelt on one knee again, his voice choked with emotion. Young master's profound kindness. Lingya can never repay it, even with 1,000 deaths. I will not fail the young master's expectations. He knew this was not just a gift, but also the young master's further tempering and sharpening of him, his blade. He didn't hesitate and immediately began to absorb this torso bone, which was highly compatible with his attributes. For a titled Douluo to absorb a 40,000-year spirit bone was extremely easy. In less than half an hour, Lingya had already completed the absorption. With the power from 5-10,000-year spirit rings plus a 10,000-year spirit bone, his spirit power finally barely reached level 91 from level 90. He also gained a very good spirit bone skill. Named Frost Divine Force, this spirit bone did not provide flashy attack effects, but instead directly and purely endowed the user with the core strength originating from the frost giant race. It allowed the user to possess terrifying physical strength capable of tearing the earth and shattering icebergs with every move, and to contend directly with the spirit avatar of a same-level attack system beast spirit master with bare hands. Lingya looked at his hands in disbelief. It was too strong. This was the true titled Douluo realm, a power so strong he couldn't even imagine it before. At this moment, he truly saw the hope of completing his revenge. Lingya immediately knelt before Dai Yuang and kowtowed 3 times, thanking the young master for his great kindness. The force was so great that even the ice surface developed tiny cracks. Lingya thanks the young master for the grace of rebirth. This kindness and virtue will never be forgotten. In this life, Lingya will surely be the sharpest blade in the young master's hand, cutting down all obstacles. His voice trembled with extreme excitement, yet it was full of determination. Dai Yuang calmly accepted his 3 bows, then said indifferently, "Get up. This is what you earned with your loyalty and future, it is what you deserve." Lingya stood up, his face still flushed with excitement. He hesitated for a moment, then respectfully asked, "Young master, since your subordinate has already advanced to titled Douluo, according to custom, there should be a title. Your subordinate wishes to use Ice Sky as my title. What do you think, young master?" Ice represented his spirit attribute, Sky referred to his ability to soar through the heavens. Dai Yuang waved his hand indifferently. "Your title is your own business, you can decide it yourself." "Thank you, young master." Lingya's heart settled. However, Dai Yuang's next words were like a basin of cold water, instantly dousing some of his overly fervent mood. However, Lingya, you need to be more clear-headed. Dai Yuang's tone became serious. Although you are now a level 91 titled Douluo and possess the Frost Divine Force Spirit Bone skill, going alone to seek revenge on the Xuanming sect is still an act of suicide. Lingya's expression sharpened, and he listened attentively. The Xuanming sect has a 1,000-year heritage and profound foundations. There are definitely more than one or two titled Douluo within the sect, and their spirit, the Black Tortoise Shield, is a top-tier defense system spirit. Its spirit power quality and defense are far superior to your Ice Feather Hawk. It's also unknown if there are super Douluo with cultivation above level 95 among them. For you to go now is akin to striking a stone with an egg. Upon hearing this, Lingya's fervent desire for revenge, which had just surged, immediately cooled considerably, replaced by a hint of anxiety and confusion. Yes, what a behemoth the Xuanming sect was. But, his cultivation was limited by the pill. Having almost reached its end, he would probably find it difficult to break through to level 92 in this lifetime. Seeing the disappointment flash in Lingya's eyes, Dai Yuang changed the subject and advised, difficulty in raising your rank doesn't mean your strength can't grow. Don't forget, besides being a spirit master, what other identity do you have? Lingya was suddenly stunned, then a brilliant light burst forth from his eyes, as if enlightened. Soul engineer. That's right, I'm also a soul engineer. He almost cried out. The immense increase in strength had momentarily muddled his head, making him forget his most skilled profession. Dai Yuang nodded, continuing to analyze for him. That's right. As far as I know, in the Sun Moon Empire, many titled Douluo also forcibly raised their ranks through medicine and various means. Their ranks mostly remain between level 91 and 94 for life. But many of them, with the enhancement of high-level spirit tools, their true combat power can even suppress those super Douluo who cultivated through hard work. You are now a titled Douluo, possessing vast spirit power and stronger mental force to control and engrave core arrays. With your talent, if you focus on studying the path of spirit tools, you may not be unable to reach level 8, or even touch the threshold of level 9, in the future. Once you become an 8th-rank soul engineer, combined with your titled Douluo cultivation and this torso bone, then you will truly have the capital to contend with the Xuanming sect and even seek revenge. These words completely pointed Lingya, who was lost, in the right direction. The fire of hope burned brightly again, and it was clearer and more realistic than before. Dai Yuang took out several slightly old but densely covered manuscripts with complex formulas and structural diagrams from his storage spirit tool and handed them to Lingya. These are something I acquired by chance, research manuscripts from a 9th-rank soul engineer. The knowledge involved is very profound, and it might be of reference value to you. He had obtained these when he first arrived in this world by looting. Since they were useless to him, he gave them to Lingya. Lingya respectfully took them, and just a cursory glance left him shocked by the exquisite yet abstruse design concepts within, while also realizing he still had many deficiencies in his foundation. Dai Yuang looked at his expression and admonished, although the knowledge within is good, remember not to be overly ambitious. In the path of spirit tools, the foundation is crucial. For you now, the most important quality is to be willing to learn from anyone. Don't become complacent and rigid just because you've become a titled Douluo. Even if you encounter a spirit king or spirit emperor level soul engineer, as long as he is more proficient than you in the spirit tool domain, you must humble yourself and sincerely seek guidance. Accumulate knowledge bit by bit, solidify your foundation, and only then can you go further in the future. Lingya carefully put away the manuscripts, took a deep breath, and bowed with utmost solemnity. Yes, Lingya will respectfully follow the young master's teachings and never dare to forget. At this moment, his admiration for Dai Yuang had reached its peak. The young master not only bestowed him with power but also pointed him to the correct path to strength. Dai Yuang nodded contentedly, looked up at the sky, and said to Xiao Bai, "All right, matters here are concluded. It's time for us to depart. Xiao Bai, thank you so much this time. You should return to the extreme Northland first. Next, I need to rush to Star Luo City immediately. I'll come to see you later." If he didn't go to Star Luo City soon, he wouldn't be able to get that soul-devouring carving knife. He looked at Lingya, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Oh, since you have achieved the title, the task of traveling is yours. Activate your spirit avatar. Let me also experience the feeling of soaring on the back of a titled Douluo's mount." "As you command, young master." Lingya felt a surge of heroic spirit and did not hesitate at all. The next moment, accompanied by a clear eagle cry, his seventh spirit ring suddenly lit up. Amidst the flashing light, Lingya's body rapidly expanded and transformed. A giant ice feather hawk with a wingspan of over 15 meters, its entire body appearing to be carved from profound ice, appeared on the ice plain. Its feathers were crystal clear, sharp as blades at the edges, exuding powerful pressure and extreme coldness. It was his spirit avatar. Dai Yuang leapt lightly and landed steadily on the broad, cold back of the ice feather hawk. Ka, the giant eagle, into which ice sky Douluo Lingya had transformed, let out a piercing cry that could shatter metal and crack stone. Its massive wings beat fiercely, stirring up a sky full of wind and snow, and its enormous body shot into the sky like an arrow from a bowstring, transforming into an ice-blue stream of light. At a speed far exceeding Dai Yuang's own flight, it sped towards Star Luo City. The speed of a titled Douluo was indeed extraordinary. Dai Yuang stood with his hands behind his back on the eagle's back, the strong wind making his robes flap loudly, but his gaze was already fixed on the distant imperial capital, which was about to be engulfed in turmoil. Chapter 68. Arriving at the Xingluo City Auction House. The full-speed flight of a titled Douluo was indeed far beyond what ordinary transportation or a spirit ancestor's own flight could achieve. Lingya, in his ice feather eagle true form, carried Dai Yuang, like an ice-blue meteor streaking across the sky. In just one day, they arrived from the remote outskirts of the extreme north land to the capital of the Star Luo Empire, the grand and prosperous Star Luo City. Recalling when Dai Yuang first came to this world, it took him over a month of arduous travel on foot from the extreme north land to Star Luo City. Compared to that, the convenience brought by strength was a world apart. In a secluded mountain forest about 10 li from Star Luo City, the giant eagle slowly descended. Dai Yuang lightly leapt off the eagle's back, and Lingya also dispelled his spirit true form, returning to human shape, standing respectfully to the side. "Lingya," Dai Yuang instructed, "after entering the city, we will act separately. Unless necessary, in front of others, pretend we don't know each other. There's no need to greet me. Your task is to protect me in secret. Unless I encounter danger I cannot handle, you don't need to speak to me." He paused slightly, then added, "If there is indeed urgent information to communicate, in public, you can use theosound transmission into secrecy method." This was not some peerless secret technique. Many major sects had similar spirit power application skills, and the cultivation method Dai Yuang possessed naturally included it. With Lingya's current cultivation as a titled Douluo and his precise control over spirit power, achieving this was effortless. Dai Yuang needed Lingya to remain hidden for now, becoming a sharp blade concealed in the shadows, rather than an overt guard. At least during this period in Star Luo City, it was relatively safe. After all, he held the dual identities of White Tiger Duke's illegitimate son and a Shrek Academy student. Both the Duke's mansion's power and Shrek's teachers and fellow students were mostly gathered here. Who would dare to act rashly against him? Your subordinate understands, and will not fail young master's trust. Lingya responded in a deep voice, then his figure flickered, and he merged into the shadows of the mountain forest like a Gui Mei, his aura completely concealed. A titled Douluo who intentionally hid would be extremely difficult to discover, unless a powerful individual of the same level deliberately sought him out. Dai Yuang adjusted his robes, then unhurriedly walked towards Star Luo City. After entering the city, he did not return to the Duke's mansion or seek out the Shrek everyone. Instead, he headed directly towards the main venue of the competition. His timing was just right. When he arrived at the magnificent competition stadium, he happened to catch a Shrek Academy match. Their opponent was a Soul Engineer Academy named Yunluo Academy, whose strength was quite ordinary. Because Shrek's main team suffered far more casualties than in the original story, Shrek fought more difficultly. Fortunately, Bei Bei and the others were not weak, so they would not lose to an academy like Yunluo. Dai Yuang glanced from the edge of the venue and then paid no further attention. He knew his luck was good, and he had arrived at just the right time. According to his memories of the original story, it was after easily defeating Yunluo Academy that Shrek participated in their first auction in Star Luo City, and that auction would feature his primary goal for this trip, the spirit devouring dagger. After Shrek Academy won and exited without suspense, Dai Yuang did not linger. He turned and walked towards another direction in the city, the treasure-gathering pavilion auction house. Meanwhile, after finishing their match, the Shrek everyone, led by Zhou Yi, walked through several bustling streets and stopped in front of an ancient-style building with a spire-shaped roof. This building did not appear particularly ostentatious. Compared to some of the tall shops and restaurants around it, it was even somewhat low-key. But above its main entrance hung a striking emblem, a golden hammer beneath an auction platform. "Here we are, this is the auction house," Bei Bei said within the group, looking experienced. "Truly good items, rare treasures seldom seen on the market, often only appear in places like this. Shu Sanshi has brought me to such places several times." From his demeanor, he was clearly a regular at such high-end venues. This was not surprising. The Xuanming sect, from which Shu Sanshi hailed, was one of the wealthiest sects on the continent. Its accumulated wealth was even comparable to the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile sect, famous for its treasure appraisal. If the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile sect's way of generating wealth was treasure appraisal, then the Xuanming sect's pillar was elixirs. The continent-renowned mysterious water pills, and the even more precious mysterious tortoise golden pills, were all top-tier cultivation resources that major powers and countless spirit masters eagerly sought after. The Xuanming sect used this to accumulate vast wealth and a large network of connections. No wonder he used to bring Bei Bei here to spend. The team leader, Teacher Zhou Yi, brought everyone here not only to broaden the students' horizons, but also for another important purpose, to purchase and equip spirit tools for the team. The structure of this all-continent Advanced Spirit Master Academy soul fighting competition was already vastly different from previous editions. The most significant change was that purely Spirit Master academies were becoming fewer and fewer. Most academies were exploring the integration of Spirit Master and Soul Engineer systems. For many ordinary academies, the most practical approach was to diligently cultivate their own Spirit Masters, then directly purchase finished Spirit tools to equip them. There was no need for Spirit Masters to learn the complex process of Spirit tool crafting. Simply knowing how to operate and use them could greatly enhance combat power. Pure Spirit Masters were gradually being phased out by the times. Just like their opponent today, Yunluo Academy, if it weren't for the low Spirit Master ranks of its students, the Spirit tool equipment alone would have been enough to cause Shrek no small amount of trouble. In contrast, on Shrek Academy's side, apart from Huo Yuhao and Hiketu from the Soul Tool Department, almost no one else had any decent combat spirit tool equipped. This kind of conservatism, clinging to past glories, was very dangerous. Zhou Yi hoped to use this opportunity to make these proud children realize the value of spirit tools and to supplement the team with some necessary equipment. Everyone passed through an underground passage, descending about 20 meters, before arriving at the identity registration counter. Zhou Yi had already completed the relevant procedures. She distributed a numbered token to each student, which would serve as their identity for participating in the auction bidding later. After receiving their tokens, the Shrek everyone were led into a relatively private VIP room. Shortly after they entered the VIP room, Dai Yuang also stepped into the auction hall. He also received a numbered token, then calmly found an inconspicuous seat in the back row of the hall and sat down. Almost at the same moment he settled, Ling Ya, having changed into different robes and deliberately concealed his aura, also entered the hall through another entrance like an ordinary bidder, sitting 2 or 3 seats away from Dai Yuang. Their eyes did not meet, they were like strangers who had never met, perfectly blending into the crowd of the auction hall. A struggle concerning the spirit-devouring dagger and other treasures was about to quietly unfold in this seemingly calm auction hall. Chapter 69 Soul Guidance Auction Soul-Devouring Carving Knife. On the auction stage, the beautiful auctioneer named Qingya smiled sweetly, her voice, amplified by a special spirit tool, clearly reverberating throughout the entire auction hall. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Starlight Auction House. I am today's auctioneer, Qingya. Our auction will begin shortly, please take your seats. Her melodious voice seemed to carry a magical quality. The previously somewhat noisy auction hall quickly quieted down, and everyone's gaze focused on the brightly lit display stand. The auction officially began. Auctioneer Qingya smiled and said, "Please look, everyone. Our first item today is a rank 3 offensive spirit tool. Although it's just a relatively common spirit tool ray, I'm sure you can guess that if it were just an ordinary spirit tool, it wouldn't appear at our auction. This is actually a special work from a rank 6 soul engineer. The Grandmaster who made it used an extremely unique method, simplifying the complex, and added a special effect to the internal core formation, making this spirit tool ray capable of paralysis. Therefore, its true name should be the Spirit Tool Paralysis Ray. Anyone hit by it will be paralyzed if their spirit power is below that of a Spirit King. The degree of effect and duration of paralysis are both related to the Spirit Master's own cultivation. Listening to this introduction, it was indeed a good spirit tool, but Dai Yuang didn't need it. His current attack power far surpassed this Spirit Tool Paralysis Ray. Lingya, however, bid for and acquired this item. Before coming, Dai Yuang had given Lingya a large sum of money because there were some things Dai Yuang didn't intend to buy himself, but rather wanted to acquire through Lingya's bid and then have him transfer them. Besides that, if there were any less expensive items Lingya needed, he could buy them himself. This rank 3 spirit tool was clearly one such item, costing only a few thousand gold coins. Yuang still had 3 million, so it was negligible. Yuang also knew Lingya's intention in buying this item. A rank 3 spirit tool itself wasn't much to him, but the core formation within it had been re-engraved by a rank 6 soul engineer, giving it some reference value. The second auction item was a charging spirit tool, called a milk bottle, which could quickly replenish a spirit master's spirit power. A rank 1 milk bottle could replenish a spirit master's spirit power. By analogy, a rank 2 corresponded to a spirit grandmaster, and a rank 3 corresponded to a spirit elder. Currently, the highest grade milk bottle that had appeared in Douluo was a rank 7 spirit tool, which had sold for a high price of 7 million at the Starlight Auction House. This time, it was a rank 4, purchased by Zhou Yi for 25,000 gold coins. Soon, the third round of auction items was carefully presented by the etiquette lady. When the red cloth covering it was lifted, Dai Yuang's gaze instantly fixated. That was his target. It was an ancient-looking engraving knife, about half a foot long, entirely a dull cyan color, with subtle patterns faintly spread across it. The blade didn't appear particularly sharp, instead, it had a deep, restrained feel. It was not a spirit tool, but since it appeared in this spirit tool-specific auction, its purpose was self-evident. This was the most important tool for a soul engineer when making spirit tools, an engraving knife. Auctioneer Qingya smiled and introduced, "Esteemed guests, this engraving knife before you is no ordinary item. On the Soul Engineer World's recognized, ranked engraving knife list, it ranks 99th. A slight commotion immediately rippled through the audience. A ranked engraving knife, that was a treasure all soul engineers dreamed of. Only the top 100 engraving knives on the entire continent could make the list, and over 2/3 of them were in the Sun Moon Empire. Qing Ya's tone shifted, taking on a hint of mystery and caution. But please don't get excited yet. The inherent quality of this knife would actually be enough to place it among the top 30. The reason it ranks 99th is primarily because this is a cursed engraving knife, known as the ominous blade, and its name is Spirit Devourer. The Spirit Devourer engraving knife first appeared 3,000 years ago. Its creator was an astonishingly talented 9th-rank soul engineer from the Sun Moon Empire, and also an extremely terrifying evil soul master who had caused countless bloody storms 3,000 years ago. Upon hearing the words, "Evil Soul Master," many people in the audience grew solemn, the fervor in their eyes quickly fading. Qingya continued, her voice heavy with a hint of gravity. According to historical records found by our Starlight Auction House, 37 spirit masters have owned this ominous blade. And these 37 people, without exception, all met tragic deaths. 9 of them, influenced by it, eventually fell and became evil soul masters. Legend has it that this engraving knife contains a trace of the evil creator's undying resentment and will, which subtly influences the holder's mind, leading them to evil. Therefore, the only thing we can guarantee is that as long as spirit power is not injected into it, it will not actively backlash. We suggest that if there are collectors who enjoy collecting engraving knives, using it as a historical and legendary collectible is an excellent choice. The Spirit Devourer engraving knife, starting bid, 100,000 gold coins. After this introduction, almost everyone in the audience who had harbored some thoughts gave up. A ranked engraving knife was good, but one needed to be alive to use it. Spend a fortune to buy a collectible that couldn't be used and might bring disaster. Unless one had too much money to spend or was a truly insane collector, who would be such a fool? Seeing the cold atmosphere, and with the item seemingly about to go unsold, a low, calm voice suddenly echoed from the back of the hall. 100,000 gold coins. The bidder was Lingjia. Dai Yuang had already instructed him that other items could be decided based on circumstances, but this Spirit Devourer engraving knife had to be acquired at all costs. At the same time, in the Shrek Academy's private box, within Huo Yuhao's body, the remnant soul of the mysterious gray light orb, Electrolux, urged excitedly, "Yuhao, you must acquire that engraving knife. It will be of immense benefit to this old man's recovery of soul power and to your opening of a second spiritual sea. You must get it, no matter what." Huo Yuhao was startled. Something that could make Elder Yi so agitated was certainly no ordinary item. He immediately looked at his companions, quickly borrowed some money in a low voice, just enough to make a bid, and hastily raised his paddle, shouting, 111,000 gold coins. No sooner had he spoken than the same low voice from before, with almost no pause, rang out again, its tone completely unruffled. 200,000 gold coins. An immediate increase of 90,000. Huo Yuhao's face instantly turned somewhat grim. What was wrong with this person? Was an ominous, cursed blade really so crucial to him? Could it be that besides Elder Yi, someone else knew the true hidden value of this engraving knife? Yuhao, forget it, Zhou Yi whispered beside him, trying to dissuade him. A ranked engraving knife that can't be used, this price already far exceeds its value. Our funds are limited, it would be better to save them for more practical spirit tools. Chapter 70 Swallowing the Evil Spirit. Huo Yuhao opened his mouth, and finally sighed helplessly. He did want to compete, but his pockets were empty, and the other party's bids were so fierce that he simply couldn't keep up. He could only watch helplessly. 200,000 gold coins, once. 200,000 gold coins, twice. 200,000 gold coins, thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this gentleman, who has successfully won the listed engraving knife, the Spirit Devourer. The auction hammer fell, and the Spirit Devourer engraving knife belonged to Lingjia. Dai Yuang sat not far away, a subtle curve playing on the corner of his mouth. Everything went smoothly. Fortunately, Wang Dong, that little rich girl, didn't attend this auction because she disliked spirit tools. Otherwise, with her personality and her protectiveness of Huo Yuhao, if she had helped Huo Yuhao bid, it might have caused unexpected complications and cost a lot more money. The gold of living beings was finally in hand. After the auction, Dai Yuang did not return to the White Tiger Duke's mansion, which symbolized restraint and indifference. Instead, he casually found a quiet and clean small hotel in the city to stay. For him, the vast world outside was far more comfortable than that unfamiliar mansion. The door closed, cutting off the outside noise. Dai Yuang sat on the sofa, tapped his fingertips lightly on the armrest, and called out softly, "Lingjia." Before he finished speaking, the shadows in the room seemed to ripple slightly, and Lingya's figure appeared silently like Gui Mei, kneeling on one knee and respectfully presenting the ancient engraving knife with both hands. "Greetings, young master. Young master, the Spirit Devourer engraving knife is here, please accept it." Dai Yuang took the engraving knife, his fingertips touching the cold blade. He could vaguely feel the obscure energy contained within it and a subtle, imperceptible resistance. He placed the engraving knife aside, looked at Lingjia, and asked, "You also watched the Shrek and Yunluo Academy match today. What are your thoughts?" The captain of Yunluo Academy, although his cultivation is not top-notch, his spirit tool cannon platform combat style is quite impressive. Lingya pondered for a moment and replied, "Young master is wise." The spirit tool cannon platform combat style is indeed representative of our Soul Engineer system's pursuit of extreme firepower, with astonishing instantaneous burst power. However, its drawbacks are also extremely obvious. It severely lacks mobility, and once it is engaged in close combat or trapped in complex terrain, it becomes extremely passive. This is not the fighting style this subordinate pursues. Oh, Dai Yuang raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of interest. Then what path have you planned for yourself? Lingya raised his head, his eyes shining with clear and firm light. High-altitude strikes, supplemented by ice seals. This is the path this subordinate has long determined, combining the flying advantage of my ice feather eagle spirit and its ice attribute. Controlling the battle from high altitude and sealing powerful enemies with ice is the proper stance for a soul engineer in this subordinate's heart. What he desired was control and suppression, and he needed mobility, not a cumbersome fortress. High-altitude strikes, ice seals, a good direction. Dai Yuang nodded in approval. There are many sealing-type spirit tools recorded in the 9th rank Soul Engineer manuscript I gave you. If I'm not mistaken, the Soul Engineer who created that manuscript likely specialized in this field. His voice paused, and with a flip of his palm, a strangely shaped metal platform radiating faint spatial fluctuations and a powerful sealing aura appeared in his hand. It was the deification platform he had obtained from the unlucky 9th rank Soul Engineer. This 9th rank spirit tool, the deification platform, is likely one of his representative works. Take it and carefully study its core formations and sealing principles, it should be of great benefit to you. 9th rank spirit tool, the deification platform. Lingya's pupils contracted sharply, his breathing quickened slightly, and his hands trembled slightly as he took the metal platform containing endless mysteries. If he could comprehend even a fraction of it, it would be an unimaginably huge boost to his path as a soul engineer. Thank you for your generous gift, young master. This subordinate will do his utmost and not fail your expectations. Dai Yuang nodded slightly and continued, as for high-altitude spirit tools, as far as I know, the deepest researcher in this field today is none other than the star sky Douluo Yulin of the Sun Moon Empire. His Sun Moon Divine Needle is the ultimate manifestation of high-altitude spirit tools. Unfortunately, I don't know if he has any published works or insights circulating in the world. If there's an opportunity in the future, I will definitely find them for you to study. Upon hearing this, Lingya was about to express his gratitude. He waved his hand, signaling Lingya not to be overly polite, and then instructed him on another matter. All right, we'll talk about these things later. There's one more thing. In a few days, the Starlight Auction House will hold a larger-scale top-tier auction. At that time, an 8th rank melee spirit tool, the Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Blade, will be auctioned. Although this item is an 8th rank spirit tool, its design is ingenious. It's not only soul engineers who can wield it. Any spirit master can exert its power, making it a top-grade item with no rank restrictions. A sharp glint flashed in Dai Yuang's eyes. My spirit is also tiger type, so this blade is quite compatible with me. The estimated price is between 1 and 2 million gold coins, and our current funds are sufficient to acquire it. This matter, I'll leave it to you. Yes, this subordinate will definitely win this blade for young master. Lingya accepted the order without hesitation. After all instructions were given, Lingya once again faded into the shadows, leaving quietly to carry out his orders and also to protect Dai Yuang. Silence returned to the room. Dai Yuang simply washed up and then came to the bed to sit cross-legged. He didn't immediately begin cultivating, but instead picked up the Spirit Devourer engraving knife again. The engraving knife now lay quietly in his palm, appearing ancient and unadorned, even somewhat inconspicuous. However, when he tentatively injected a wisp of spirit power into it, a cold, violent aura, filled with endless resentment and malevolence, like an ancient fierce beast suddenly awakening from slumber, surged back along that wisp of spirit power, directly rushing towards Dai Yuang's sea of consciousness. Within that aura, it seemed to contain the wails and curses of countless tragically dead individuals, enough to instantly cause those with unstable minds to lose control, or even be corroded and assimilated by it. However, a faint, even slightly mocking smile played on Dai Yuang's lips. Not only did he not resist, but he actively lowered his defenses, allowing the malevolent aura to invade his body. The golden adamant evil warding body he cultivated, its root, the two characters, evil repelling, in ancient legends referred to a peerless great demon, an existence of ultimate ferocity and malevolence. Ordinary demonic evil energy, in front of the evil repelling bloodline, was like a subject meeting a monarch. Not only could it not cause harm, but it had to bow down and submit, or become the most nourishing sustenance. When this cultivation technique reached a high level, it inherently required absorbing and refining various malevolent energies from heaven and earth to temper oneself and forge an unrivaled golden adamant battle body. The malevolent energy accumulated in this spirit devourer engraving knife over thousands of years, which was a deadly poison to others, was a potent tonic for him. Chapter 71 Shu Juju's Invitation. Facing the overwhelming malevolent aura, Dai Yuang inwardly roared, perfect timing. The golden adamant evil warding body operated at full power. In an instant, an invisible vortex seemed to appear within him, emanating an even more ancient, noble, and domineering malevolent intent. The spirit devourer malevolence that surged into his body, in the face of this true, king of malevolence, aura, immediately seemed to meet its nemesis, becoming timid and trembling, even emitting invisible wails, before being mercilessly devoured and refined by the golden vortex. A faint golden glow subtly emanated from beneath Dai Yuang's skin. His muscles, bones, meridians, and even blood, all vibrated with a faint hum. With the pure energy brought by refining the malevolent aura, they became even tougher and more resilient. It wasn't just Electrolux who could purify the spirit devourer engraving knife, Dai Yuang's evil repelling technique could also do so. However, this process was far more brutal and direct, and much more painful than Electrolux's gentle purification. It was like countless steel needles piercing and stirring within his body, but the physical enhancement it brought was also more rapid and significant. Once he had completely devoured the malevolent aura within this engraving knife, he would be able to absorb the vast life energy and mental essence contained within the gold of living beings without any further obstruction. At that time, his physical strength and mental force would both experience a massive leap. As night deepened, inside the hotel room, golden light and dark green malevolent aura intertwined and flickered. Dai Yuang sat like an old monk in meditation, enduring the pain and enjoying the pleasure of his strength growing bit by bit. His path as a powerhouse never ceased. Just as Dai Yuang was in a quiet hotel, fully operating the golden adamant evil warding body to devour and refine the millennium-old malevolent aura within the spirit devourer engraving knife, deep within the Star Luo Empire's imperial palace, in a brightly lit and magnificent hall, Princess Shu Juju was listening to her subordinate's report. Reporting to Your Royal Highness, our people have confirmed that Dai Yuang has arrived in Star Luo City. A man dressed in court guard attire with a capable aura knelt on one knee and respectfully said. Shu Juju, who was elegantly sipping a cup of fragrant tea, paused her slender jade fingers slightly upon hearing this. A hint of perfectly feigned surprise appeared on her beautiful face, which then transformed into a knowing, slightly playful smile. Oh, so fast. She gently put down her teacup, her voice melodious. I thought it would take him at least 2 more days to receive my letter and travel back from Shrek Academy. I didn't expect such impatience. She didn't know that Dai Yuang had already taken leave from Shrek, nor did she know that his primary purpose for this trip was to seize the spirit devourer engraving knife. In her opinion, Dai Yuang's swift appearance in Star Luo City had only one explanation. He had reacted with extraordinary enthusiasm and eagerness to her kind summons. He had rushed here immediately, perfectly fitting the image of the lovesick simp she had in mind. It was another comical misunderstanding, a series of unfortunate coincidences. She had no idea that Dai Yuang had never seen that letter. In fact, that letter was still with the Lan sisters, who had received it on his behalf because Dai Yuang wasn't at the academy, and they planned to give it to him when he returned. Where is he staying now? Has he returned to the White Tiger Duke's mansion, or is he with his teachers and classmates from Shrek? Shu Juju asked with interest. Neither, Your Highness, the guard replied. He is alone, staying at an ordinary hotel called Qingfengyuan in the south of the city. Alone, staying in a small hotel. Shu Juju raised her delicate brows slightly, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, which then turned to approval. It seems he's a bit smarter than I imagined. After a brief thought, she believed she understood Dai Yuang's intention. Now that Dai Yuang and Dai Waban had both suffered severe injuries, one with a crippled hand, the other with damaged origins and a ruined future. The most furious and unaccepting of this outcome, besides White Tiger Duke Dai Hao, was probably the Duke's wife, who came from the Zhu family and was already in poor health. That madam had a stubborn and strong personality. How could she tolerate her two legitimate sons becoming half-crippled, allowing her despised illegitimate son Dai Yuang to have a chance at inheriting the ducal title? Her health was already poor, and she would undoubtedly use every means at her disposal in her limited remaining life to suppress, or even eliminate, Dai Yuang, clearing obstacles for her biological sons. Dai Yuang's choice not to return to the Duke's mansion at this moment was precisely to avoid directly confronting the Duke's wife's sharp edge and to escape unnecessary targeting and schemes. Knowing to temporarily avoid the limelight and bide his time, he has indeed made significant progress, Shu Juju murmured softly, the smile at the corner of her lips deepening. Such a chess piece, with a bit of intelligence, deep affection for her, and the potential to inherit the ducal title in the future, seemed even more valuable than expected. She pondered for a moment, her decision already made, and instructed, "Go and deliver a summons to Dai Yuang, in my name, inviting him to my princess's mansion for a meeting. You can be a little more cordial in your tone." Yes. The guard accepted the order, immediately bowed and retreated, going to execute the princess's command. Silence returned to the hall. Shu Juju slowly rose, paced to the carved window lattice, and gazed at the bright moonlight spilling outside. Softly murmuring as if to herself, "Dai Yuang, this time, I'm giving you an opportunity to ascend to the heavens in one step. You must not disappoint me." Her eyes shimmered with the light of calculation and anticipation, as if she had already seen the beautiful future where Dai Yuang, obedient to her every word, sat on the White Tiger Duke's throne, and she, by controlling him, indirectly held the military power of the Star Luo Empire's strongest Western group army firmly in her hands. Meanwhile, in the room at Qingfengyuan Hotel, the golden and black light around Dai Yuang gradually receded. The dullness on the spirit devourer engraving knife seemed to have faded a little, and his physique, tempered by the malevolent aura, had subtly strengthened even further. He let out a long breath, just about to strike while the iron was hot and begin to guide the gold of living beings' energy contained within the engraving knife, when a faint knock sounded at the door. A quick sweep of his mental force detected a stranger dressed as a court attendant outside the door. Dai Yuang frowned slightly, put away the engraving knife, and rose to open the door. "Excuse me, are you young Master Dai Yuang?" The attendant outside the door respectfully bowed and presented a gilded, exquisitely scented invitation card with both hands. "This is an invitation from Her Royal Highness Princess Juju. She invites you to her princess's mansion for a discussion." Dai Yuang took the invitation, opened it, and glanced at it. The content was nothing more than polite words of invitation, but the three characters, Shu Juju, at the bottom were exceptionally clear. A trace of undetectable playfulness flashed in his eyes. Shu Juju. Her intelligence was quite good, she knew he had just entered the city. And she even actively invited him to the palace. What was this woman plotting now? Understood. Dai Yuang replied expressionlessly, casually placing the invitation on a nearby table. "Please inform Her Royal Highness that when I, Dai, am free, I will certainly attend." He wanted to see what this princess of the Star Luo Empire specifically wanted from him, this simp illegitimate son. Perhaps he could seize some unexpected benefits from it. Chapter 72, The Elixir Refreshed by the Gold of Life and the Signs of Second Awakening. After the guard left, Dai Yuang casually tossed the exquisitely crafted invitation, imbued with royal elegance, to a corner of his bed, as if it were nothing more than an unimportant scrap of paper. Perhaps he would find time to see what that princess was up to, but when would that time be? That depended on his mood and schedule. Currently, nothing was more important than completely refining the spirit devourer engraving knife and absorbing the gold of living beings' energy it contained. He sat back down on the bed in a cross-legged position, his mind calm, and once again fully circulated the golden adamant evil warding body. Under the activation of the cultivation technique, his body seemed to transform into a scorching furnace, continuously refining and devouring the stubborn and malevolent residual baleful qi within the spirit devourer engraving knife. This process was slow and arduous, like meticulous carving, allowing no room for impatience. Once he entered this meditative state, an entire day and night passed. It wasn't until the morning of the third day that the ancient, azure engraving knife finally emitted an extremely subtle hum, like a sigh of relief. The last trace of obscure malevolence on its blade completely dissipated, replaced by a restrained and warm azure green luster, as if a jade that had slept for 10,000 years had finally shed its impurities. The spirit devourer engraving knife had been completely refined. Its essence as a ferocious knife had been domineeringly devoured by the golden adamant evil warding body. What remained now was the purest and most boundless gold of living beings' energy. Dai Yuang didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately guiding the vast, ocean-like energy, filled with infinite vitality, into his mental force sea. He didn't choose to open a second sea of consciousness, like Electrolux. He wanted to concentrate all resources to intensely strengthen his soul origin. He desired absolute intensity, not quantity. The moment the incomparably pure life and mental energy of the gold of living beings surged in, Dai Yuang felt as if his entire consciousness exploded instantly, then was reshaped by an incredibly gentle yet powerful force. His mental force sea expanded wildly at an unprecedented speed, its barriers continuously reinforced and broadened. His mental force seemed to undergo a fundamental transformation, becoming more condensed, more resilient, and even more vast. In terms of mental force intensity alone, he was now no less inferior to a spirit saint-level powerhouse. This was far from over. The immense life energy was not entirely absorbed by the mental force sea, a considerable portion of it, as if possessing sentience, spontaneously integrated into his two spirits. The fate reversal heavenly demon pill became even more profound and restrained. The patterns on the surface of the pill seemed to come alive, slowly circulating, emitting an even more mysterious aura. And the evil shadow demonic tiger martial soul, nourished by the life energy, let out a comfortable low roar. Its illusory form seemed to solidify by a fraction, and the king character pattern on its forehead became even clearer and more majestic. What boundless vitality, what miraculous gold of living beings! Sister Snow Empress's remnant soul exclaimed from within Dai Yuang's mental force sea, no wonder you went to such lengths to obtain it first. This harvest far exceeds expectations. Dai Yuang carefully sensed the changes within himself, and an even more pleasant surprise emerged in his mind. The progress of the yin-yang reversal fate lotus seed pill, one of the fate reversal heavenly demon pill's second spirit abilities, had significantly refreshed. Logically, he had just condensed one and bestowed it upon Lingya, and the next one would require at least 5 years of accumulation. But under the nourishment of the boundless vitality of the gold of living beings, this process was greatly shortened. He estimated that in at most 2 years, or even less, the next heaven-defying pill could be condensed again. Most importantly, the energy of the gold of living beings was not a one-time consumable. It was like an inexhaustible spring of life, eternally existing deep within his mental force sea. As long as his mental force sea was not instantly and completely destroyed, no matter how severe the mental trauma he suffered, he could gradually recover with the help of this life force. This continuously existing nourishing power would also permanently shorten the condensation cycle of the yin-yang reversal fate lotus seed pill, from about 5 years to 4 years. Upon hearing this, Sister Snow Empress's surprise in her thoughts deepened, shortened to 4 years. It seems that life force treasures can indeed greatly shorten the cooldown time. If we just find a few more, Yuang, if this is true, you might really be able to form a titled Douluo army that is completely loyal to you in the future. This era was different from 10,000 years ago. Titled Douluo were not as valuable as they once were. 1 or 2 low-level titled Douluo might not be able to determine the continent's pattern, but what if it was an entire army? That would be a power capable of overturning the continent. Although Dai Yuang was also excited, his inherent calmness quickly suppressed the ripples in his heart. He continued to sense carefully and suddenly noticed that his evil shadow demonic tiger martial soul seemed to have undergone an extremely subtle change when it absorbed the gold of living beings just now. It was a primal, eager tremor, as if some shackles were about to be broken, but the feeling flashed and quickly subsided, returning to its original state. Sister Snow Empress, my evil shadow demonic tiger martial soul just now seemed to, Dai Yuang articulated his perception. Sister Snow Empress pondered for a moment, then analyzed, this should be the reappearance of the signs of a secondary awakening. You had a similar sensation when you absorbed the abyssal ice prison tiger spirit ring before, but the bloodline power intensity and purity of that 20,000-year spirit beast were still far from enough, only able to stir a ripple, unable to truly break through the barrier. Her thought became firm. Now, with the vast life essence power of the gold of living beings as support, plus your miraculous cultivation technique, which is suspected to be related to top-tier beast kings, continuously tempering the martial soul's origin, what is lacking is a powerful enough and pure enough high-level tiger bloodline power as the final catalyst and fuel. If you can successfully hunt that 100,000-year ice prison tiger and absorb its spirit ring and spirit bone, using its 100,000-year cultivation's pure tiger king bloodline as fire, the life force of the gold of living beings as the furnace, and your cultivation technique as the hammer, the three combined will surely help your evil shadow demonic tiger martial soul complete a thorough, transformative secondary awakening. Dai Yuang's eyes gleamed brightly, Sister Snow Empress's analysis perfectly aligned with his premonition. It seems I'll have to find time to return to the extreme north ice cap later, he muttered to himself, having already put hunting the 100,000-year ice prison tiger king on his agenda. Once the evil shadow demonic tiger completed its secondary awakening, his strength would undoubtedly undergo another qualitative leap. After absorbing the immense energy of the gold of living beings, Dai Yuang felt refreshed and invigorated. His mental force was unprecedentedly full and sharp, and his perception range had expanded several times over. I wonder how far Shrek has progressed in their battles, Dai Yuang mused. Although he didn't care about winning or losing, the competition gathered elites from various forces of the younger generation. Observing their fighting styles, spirit characteristics, and even the application of spirit tool, he could always gain some useful information. Chapter 73 Shrek's Game Encounters Hongqian Brothers and Sisters. Dai Yuang tidied his robes and stepped into the bustling streets of Star Luo City. The sun was just right, and the streets were packed with people. Discussions about the All-Continent Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament could be heard everywhere. People excitedly talked about the thrilling matches, powerful spirit abilities, and the rising young geniuses. Dai Yuang, like any ordinary spectator, followed the crowd towards the main venue in the city center. The closer he got to the main venue, the more enthusiastic the atmosphere became, with various stalls selling snacks and drinks lining both sides of the road. After paying the entrance fee, Dai Yuang entered the magnificent competition arena. The huge circular venue was packed, and the deafening cheers almost blew the roof off. Inside the Soul Engineer protective barrier in the center of the arena, an intense battle was underway. It was Shrek Academy versus Qinling Academy. Shrek's main team members were still recovering from serious injuries, and they were relying entirely on their reserve team, seemingly struggling quite a bit. Their opponents, Qinling Academy, were full of momentum. Their captain, Shen Ce, exuded Spirit King-level spirit power fluctuations. The two girls beside him, and Lengi and Fei Yuyan, were also peak spirit ancestor experts, one ice and one fire, known as the Ice-Fire Dual Controllers. Such a trio undoubtedly placed immense pressure on Shrek's reserve team, whose average level was only that of a spirit elder or spirit ancestor. Fortunately, Shen Ce's spirit rings were not optimally configured, consisting of 2 yellow and 3 purple. Although his spirit was the powerful 1000-strike spear, his overall strength was limited. Dai Yuang did not leave but quietly sat and watched the match. The course of the match was almost identical to the original story in his memory, Shu Sanqi and Xiao Xiao, relying on the Xuanming shield and the soul-suppressing cauldron, took the full force of the 1000-strike spear's strongest attack and were injured. Then, Huo Yuhao stepped forward and, with the declaration, "Ice, I am the master," used the ultimate ice attribute granted by the Snow Empress to forcibly suppress and counter-control the opponent's ice-controlling spirit master and Lingyi's frost bear spirit, instantly turning the tide of the battle and securing victory. "Ice, I am the master. HMPH, what big words." In his spiritual sea, the Snow Empress's clear voice carried a hint of faint displeasure. He merely borrowed some of Binger's power and dares to claim to be the master of ice. Yuang, if there's an opportunity next time, let him witness what true extreme cold is, that which originates from the core of the far north and commands all ice. As a 700,000-year-old far north heavenly king, the Snow Empress had her pride. Even though she and the Ice Empress were like sisters, when it came to the authority of ice, a hint of competitive spirit was unavoidable. Dai Yuang smiled slightly at her words, but calmly analyzed in his mind, "Sister Snow Empress, there's no need to get angry. Although Huo Yuhao's actions seem arrogant, they are for the sake of victory. However, he won this match by luck and completely exposed his true strength. In his previous matches, this guy probably bluffed many people with the 600,000-year spirit rings he faked using his imitation spirit ability. But just now, to block the 1,000-strike spear, Xiao Xiao instinctively protected him. If he truly were a powerhouse with 600,000-year spirit rings, why would he need a girl like Xiao Xiao to protect him? His teammates' subconscious reactions are the best proof of his true strength. After this battle, any opponent with a discerning eye will see through his outward strength and inner weakness." Indeed, as the referee announced Shrek's victory, the arena erupted in thunderous cheers, but many spectators from other academy teams cast more scrutinizing and knowing glances. The match ended, and Dai Yuang stood up, following the crowd out of the arena. Just as he reached the vicinity of the contestant aisle, he happened to see a team emerge from within. The clothing style of this group was distinctly different from the three empires of the Douluo continent, full of simple lines and metallic textures, with a strong technological feel. It was the team from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Among them, a handsome young man with a hint of arrogance in his eyes was particularly striking. He looked no older than 14 or 15, similar to Dai Yuang, but Dai Yuang could sense that his spirit power was above his own, likely having reached Spirit King. Coupled with his Marco Polo-like attire, he was likely the ace of the Sun Moon team in this generation, Xiao Hongqian. Walking beside him was a pretty young girl with long burgundy hair, his sister, Meng Hongqian. Xiao Hongqian was speaking to his sister with a hint of disdain. "Heh, just as I thought. Huo Yuhao's 600,000-year spirit rings are indeed fake. I knew it. How could anyone in this tournament be more outstanding than this genius?" Meng Hongqian covered her mouth and chuckled. "Brother, you already guessed it before, this just confirmed it. But speaking of which, that Wang Dong from Shrek is getting handsomer the more I look at him." Dai Yuang passed by the conversing siblings with a calm expression. The moment he brushed past them, Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian both stiffened almost simultaneously. A sudden chill ran up their spines, causing them to instinctively turn their heads sharply, their eyes filled with surprise as they looked at the tall, black-haired young man who had just walked past. "Brother, did you feel that just now?" "That person?" Meng Hongqian's smile vanished, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Xiao Hongqian's arrogant expression also faded considerably. His brows furrowed, and a hint of trepidation flashed in his eyes. "My three-legged golden toad spirit actually conveyed a hint of fear just now." "Who is that person?" His spirit possessed top-tier divine beast bloodline, making his spiritual perception far superior to ordinary people, and his sensitivity to certain beast auras was even keener. "I don't know who he is." Meng Hongqian blinked her large eyes, following Dai Yuang's retreating figure, then suddenly smiled again. "But he's so handsome too. His looks might be a tiny bit less than Wang Dong's, but his aura seems deeper and more attractive. Brother, can I go say hello and get to know him?" "Nonsense." Xiao Hongqian's face hardened. He immediately grabbed his sister's wrist, his tone serious. "This is the Star Luo Empire, a strange place. We don't know his background, don't go looking for trouble. Let's go." With that, he pulled the unwilling Meng Hongqian, who kept looking back, and quickly departed without further explanation. Yuang, that pair of siblings seems to have noticed you, the Snow Empress's voice echoed in Dai Yuang's mind. It's fine. Dai Yuang's steps did not falter, and he responded in his mind, Xiao Hongqian's three-legged golden toad spirit contains a trace of divine beast bloodline, making its spiritual perception acute. My trip to the far north, where my golden adamant evil warding body greatly advanced with the help of the spirit devouring malevolence and gold of living beings, the inherent evil repelling might of the technique combined with the regal aura of the evil shadow demonic tiger, creates an innate, subtle suppression against beast spirits, especially those with high-level bloodlines. It's not strange that they sensed something. He frowned slightly, reflecting silently, this pair of siblings actually gave me a reminder. My strength has increased too quickly recently, and my power growth is somewhat beyond my control. This inadvertently emitted aura of suppression is not yet perfectly refined and restrained. I still need to spend some time to settle and polish it, to reach a state where I can truly control it at will, returning to simplicity. Otherwise, being like this all the time, attracting too much attention, is not a good thing. The match was over, and the unexpected interlude also served as a warning. Dai Yuang no longer lingered and walked straight out of the arena. The competition was over. Next, he had to deal with his own matters, for example, to see what the princess of the Star Luo Empire wanted to invite him for. Chapter 74, Imperial Princess, First Meeting with Shu Juju. Dai Yuang proceeded unimpeded deep into the Star Luo Imperial Palace. The guards and maids in the palace were extremely familiar with his face, that infatuated illegitimate son of the Dai family, to win a smile from Princess Juju, almost reported here daily, practically an unofficial member of the Imperial Palace. Holding the princess's personal invitation, he was led without hindrance to Shu Juju's palace. Stepping into the elegant and luxurious hall, he saw Shu Juju already waiting in formal attire. Seeing him approach, her lips curved slightly, her fingertips gracefully brushing a golden strand of hair near her temple, and her voice was gentle, Yuang, it's been a long time. She had clearly dressed elaborately today, a pale golden palace gown accentuated her graceful figure, and her flowing golden hair seemed to be stirred by a gentle breeze, adding to her noble and ethereal aura. Her entire being exuded a temperament that blended imperial grace with youthful radiance. In terms of beauty and charm, she was indeed on par with Shrek Academy's outer court campus belle, Zhang Nanan, each having her own unique allure. It was no wonder his predecessor had fallen so deeply. Beautiful looks combined with noble status were fatally attractive to an ordinary young man. It was a pity that the former Dai Yuang, despite possessing a top-tier spirit, had slow cultivation progress and, as an illegitimate son, had no hope of inheritance. Such a person, who lacked both strength and power, and was of no benefit to the imperial family, naturally did not catch Shu Juju's eye. In the past, she had always been cold and distant towards him, rejecting him decisively and never giving him any ambiguous hope. To be fair, the current Dai Yuang did not find anything wrong with Shu Juju's previous actions. As a royal daughter, her rational consideration and clear refusal, without stringing him along or giving false hope, was rather straightforward compared to many who toyed with emotions. It was just that her eyes only saw strength and power, devoid of any warmth, which was somewhat similar to the current Dai Yuang. But now, the situation had suddenly changed. The two legitimate sons of the Dai family, one physically disabled and the other with damaged spirit origin, meant the scales of inheritance had already tipped. A healthy illegitimate son with a top-tier spirit and significant potential was worth far more than two disabled legitimate sons. Shu Juju had naturally sent people to thoroughly investigate his performance at the academy, learning that he had actually defeated Shu Sanshi, a direct disciple of the Xuanming sect with 4 rings, head-on with only 3 rings of cultivation. It seemed his strength had also improved recently, and the possibility of his status rising was imminent, so Shu Juju's attitude naturally changed accordingly. It has been a long time, Your Highness Princess. Dai Yuang's expression was calm, he nodded slightly, his etiquette impeccable but without any of his former eagerness or humility. You specially summoned me, may I ask what is the matter? Shu Juju smiled sweetly, not surprised by Dai Yuang's feigned ignorance. Her letter had only contained some innocuous greetings and nostalgic words. Her true intentions, of course, had to be presented in person to control the pace. A hint of certainty even crossed her mind. After all, hadn't Dai Yuang rushed back immediately after receiving her letter? He still couldn't let her go. Little did she know, Dai Yuang's swift return was entirely for the spirit devourer engraving knife, and had nothing to do with her. The two sat down by the tea table, savoring the special imperial tea. Shu Juju, with her delicate hands, poured the tea. The pale golden tea liquid traced a graceful arc, precisely filling the cup in front of Dai Yuang. The tea aroma instantly wafted, a unique richness of imperial specialty amidst its freshness. This is the new tribute of golden down dew from Cloud Mist City in the south this year, she said. Only 10 catties are produced annually. My imperial brother dotes on me, so he shared a bit. Taste it and see if it suits your palate. Shu Juju's voice was gentle, as if she were truly inviting an old friend for tea and casual conversation. Dai Yuang picked up the teacup, his fingertips feeling the slight warmth from the white jade porcelain. He took a shallow sip as instructed. The tea was mellow upon entry, with a long aftertaste, indeed a top-grade tea. Your Highness is too kind, the tea is naturally excellent. His tone was bland, without much emotion, neither overly warm nor impolite. Shu Juju smiled slightly, also picked up her own cup, and took a delicate sip with exquisite grace, her gaze subtly falling on Dai Yuang, observing his reaction. Seeing him so composed, beyond her certainty that he was still, in her grasp, a hint of vigilance arose. The Dai Yuang before her seemed truly different from the easily predictable young man he once was. She put down her teacup, her fingertips gently caressing the rim, as if deliberating her words. The hall once again fell into a brief silence, with only the faint aroma of tea lingering. Alas, Shu Juju suddenly sighed softly, a perfectly placed shade of worry coloring her brows. Recently, things have been quite unsettling both inside and outside the palace. Especially hearing about the White Tiger Duke's 2 young masters in the Western Legion, it's truly regrettable. Brother Yuang is valiant, and Waban is also a young talent. Their recent misfortunes are truly a great loss to our Star Luo Empire. Her words were filled with regret, as if she genuinely worried for the Dai family. After hearing about this, the Duchess became even more worried, and her illness worsened. The vast Duke's mansion, the position of commander of the Western Legion's 500,000 soldiers, to whom will it be entrusted in the future? It has now become a dilemma, and even his imperial brother has been frequently troubled by this matter recently. Dai Yuang listened quietly, his finger unconsciously tracing circles on the rim of his cup, showing no reaction. He knew the show was about to begin. Sure enough, Shu Juju changed the subject, her gaze shining as she looked at him, her tone becoming more earnest, carrying a subtle hint of temptation. Yuang, I know you might have suffered some grievances in the Duke's mansion in the past. But times have changed, the Dai family is in need of talent, and both state and family affairs require heroes to step forward. You possess a top-tier mutated spirit, exceptional talent, and your strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, even defeating Shrek Academy elites. You are no longer who you once were, no worse than those 2 legitimate sons of the Dai family. She leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice to give her words more weight. The imperial family, or rather, I, have always thought highly of you. Past events might have been a matter of timing. But now, opportunity is at hand. Whether it's the stability within the Duke's mansion or the future allegiance of the Western Legion, a strong and trustworthy person is needed to take control. She paused deliberately, observing Dai Yuang's expression. Seeing that he remained unperturbed, she continued to raise the stakes, her veiled hints almost becoming explicit. As long as you are willing, the imperial family will be your staunchest backing. Whatever stands in your way, be it deeply ingrained prejudices within the mansion or external doubts about your status as an illegitimate son, I can help you clear them. Resources, prestige, legal recognition, nothing will be an issue. We will spare no effort to help you claim the position that rightfully belongs to you, not just the title of White Tiger Duke, but also the supreme authority to command the Western Group Army. Her voice carried a mesmerizing power, painting an incredibly tempting picture. In her view, for an illegitimate son who had been cold-shouldered since childhood and yearned for power and recognition, these were almost irresistible terms. She believed that this olive branch she extended would be enough to make Dai Yuang grateful and firmly bind him to the imperial family's chariot. Chapter 75, Shu Juju's Temptation, Dai Yuang's Counter Scheme. Having finished, she said no more, only watching Dai Yuang with her beautiful and shrewd eyes, awaiting his response, awaiting the glint of desire and excitement in his eyes, awaiting his eager pledge of loyalty. However, Dai Yuang's reaction once again exceeded her expectations. He did not immediately express his excitement, instead, he slowly set down the teacup in his hand, producing a faint clinking sound. He raised his eyes, calmly meeting Shu Juju's calculating gaze, and in a steady tone, asked a question that precisely hit the core. "Your Highness, such profound affection and generous assistance are truly moving. However, Yuang is dull-witted and still has one matter unclear. If the imperial family so wholeheartedly supports me, helping me secure the position of duke and control the Western Legion, then, for me, what exactly are the concrete benefits?" He tilted his head slightly, as if genuinely puzzled. "After all, even if I assume that position, the Western Legion will still be Star Luo's legion, subject to the Empire's command. And I, it seems, would merely be moving to a different place to continue serving the Empire. Besides a seemingly honorable, yet in reality responsibility-laden and constrained, title and military power, what else can I truly gain from what your Highness calls mine?" These words, calm to the point of coldness, instantly tore away the veil of warmth and national righteousness wrapped around Shu Juju's speech, directly addressing the most fundamental exchange of interests. "You want me to be your puppet, what tangible benefits can I receive?" A faint stiffness appeared on Shu Juju's face. She hadn't expected Dai Yuang to be so direct, even greedy, in demanding specific benefits. This completely deviated from her imagined scenario where he should have been overwhelmed with gratitude. But soon, she recomposed her expression, a cold sneer forming in her heart. As expected, he is still that illegitimate son who only yearns for her, just better at hiding and bargaining now. Very well, since he desired a more concrete promise, she would give him one he couldn't refuse. She leaned forward again, this time closer to Dai Yuang, the faint scent of royal incense wafting over him. She gazed into Dai Yuang's eyes, her red lips parting slightly, her voice dropping even lower, carrying a hint of ambiguity, as she meticulously articulated her perceived ultimate and most lethal bargaining chip. "Yuang, why do you feign ignorance?" Her eyes sparkled with charm, her tone becoming utterly seductive. "Those past years, running to the imperial palace daily, what was it for? Have you forgotten the affections you repeatedly declared to me?" She paused, seeing a subtle shift in Dai Yuang's gaze, and a sense of triumph rose in her heart. Finally, the dagger was revealed. "Actually, after all this time, how could I not be moved by your sincerity? It's just that imperial brother previously disapproved. I promise you, the day you officially inherit the position of White Tiger Duke and firmly secure the command of the Western Legion, that will be the day I, Shu Juju, as a princess of the Star Luo Empire, adorned in a phoenix coronet and embroidered robes, with the imperial family's blessings and supreme glory, grandly marry you and become the mistress of your duke's mansion. Isn't this the greatest benefit?" Her breath was like orchids, her eyes filled with confident light, as if she already saw Dai Yuang overwhelmed by this immense surprise, completely becoming her subordinate. The fragrant tea aroma still lingered at his nostrils, but Dai Yuang's inner world had already stirred with entirely different ripples. Shu Juju's words, laced with temptation and condescension, were like stones dropped into a deep pool, yet they failed to create the expected ripples in his heart. Instead, they allowed him to see the icy rock of ambition at the bottom of the pool. If he were the impulsive youth of the past, his heart would likely be pounding, his face flushed, dizzy from this sudden favor, eager to confess his feelings, pledge allegiance, and offer his entire duke's mansion and even his soul, just to earn a smile from the princess. But the current Dai Yuang's soul had long since transformed. Shu Juju's beauty was merely superficial in his eyes, pleasant to behold, but far less alluring than absolute power and supreme authority. A honey trap. His face remained as still as an ancient well. Yuang decided to counter-scheme. A thought flashed like lightning through his mind, instantly illuminating a deeper and grander Tao. Shu Juju wanted to use him as a puppet, leveraging him to control the Duke's mansion, and in turn, restrain the Western Legion, consolidating imperial power. Why couldn't he, in turn, exploit this seemingly alluring trap? Star Luo Empire, Shu family. A cold plan rapidly took shape in his mind. If, one day in the future, the direct heirs of the Star Luo imperial family Shu, including the esteemed Emperor Your Majesty and even this beautiful princess, were to fall one after another due to various accidents. At that time, as the legitimate husband of the empire's only princess, Shu Juju, and outwardly possessing the bloodline of the White Tiger Dai family, the founders of the Star Luo Empire 10,000 years ago, wouldn't he become the most rightful heir to the empire by legal principle? The Star Luo Empire itself originated from the Dai family. This would not be usurpation, to some extent, it would even be setting things right. At that time, factions loyal to the current imperial family might struggle in the imperial court, but those forces hidden in the shadows of history, who always remembered the former masters and hoped for the Dai family to regain control, wouldn't they all be usable by him? The combination of righteous cause and strength would generate unimaginable power. His spirit, the evil shadow demonic tiger, was the king of beasts, destined to rule. The golden adamant evil warding body he cultivated was the grand and domineering Tao of an emperor, requiring the luck of the world to nurture his invincible physique. His fate reversal heavenly demon pill spirit could even mass produce titled Douluo loyal to him, forging a terrifying force of absolute loyalty. With such talent and ability, if he were merely content with a duke's position, content to stay in one corner, wouldn't that be a waste of heaven-defying opportunity and a betrayal of his own ambition? He had a strong premonition, deep within him, that his path to God position was not merely about arduous cultivation and accumulation, it was inevitably intertwined with this mortal world and the position of supreme ruler. The only thing to be wary of was Tang San in the God realm, who seemed to always look down on Douluo and loved to stir up trouble on the continent. But as his thoughts reached this point, Dai Yuang's mind suddenly echoed the promise made by that mysterious and grand voice when he descended to this world. Within 5 years, Tang San could not directly interfere with this world's affairs. As if he had taken a calming pill, Dai Yuang's last trace of doubt vanished. 5 years might not be long. But for him, this was already a golden time window, sufficient for his schemes. Since that was the case, why not go all out? Why not make a big gamble? To sweep across the 6 directions, engulf the 8 wastes, unify the world, and assault that supreme God position. By then, with his foundation established and the general trend on his side, and his God body condensed, even if the sea god himself arrived, what would he have to fear? He would have enough power and confidence to contend with him. Thousands of thoughts, yet they occurred in the blink of an eye. In the depths of Dai Yuang's gaze towards Shu Juju, a flicker of ambition, cold to the extreme yet as fervent as magma, flashed and vanished, too quickly for the confident princess to catch. He accepted this game of chess. And if he was going to play, he would play for even higher stakes. However, the one calling the shots in this game would no longer be this self-satisfied princess, Your Highness. Even the most beautiful and dazzling princess on the chessboard was merely a pawn that could be discarded at any time. Thinking of this, in the deepest part of his eyes, he deliberately revealed an extremely faint trace of panic at his sudden exposure, followed by a surge of suppressed ecstasy. Then his Adam's apple bobbed slightly, as if he swallowed with great difficulty, his voice deliberately slowed, carrying a barely perceptible, slightly trembling quality born of extreme desire. Each word was like carefully measured bait. Princess, Your Highness, you truly mean it. That tone, that demeanor, perfectly replicated a lovesick fool who had suddenly received his long-desired object, portraying the uncontrollable excitement and disbelieving longing with utmost precision. Seeing this, Shu Juju's smile, indicating everything was under control, deepened and became more alluring, and her last shred of doubt vanished. See, he still can't escape my grasp. She seemed to already envision the beautiful blueprint of the future. By controlling Dai Yuang, she would firmly hold Star Luo's most elite legion and most influential duke's mansion in the imperial family's hands. She had no idea that the promise she had so casually made had, with her own hands, opened not a shortcut to consolidated power, but a Pandora's box so deep it could devour herself and even the entire Star Luo Shu imperial family. What would be released from the box was a ravenous, ambitious tiger, intent on devouring the world. Chapter 76, Their Plan to Become Famous Throughout the World. Dai Yuang's words, "Your Highness, is that true?" filled with just the right amount of excitement and longing, were like the sweetest nectar, precisely watering the flower of control in Shu Juju's heart. The smile on her lips instantly bloomed even more radiantly, and her eyes sparkled with the confident glow of having everything under control. Naturally, it's true, Shu Juju's voice was gentle. I, Shu Juju, have never gone back on my word. However, she changed the subject, leaning back slightly, resuming the dignified and strategic posture of a royal princess. Since you and I have reached a consensus, then helping you quickly establish yourself and build prestige is the top priority. After all, a powerful and renowned collaborator aligns with both our interests, doesn't it? Dai Yuang sneered inwardly, but on his face, he showed a timely expression of wanting to hear more. Shu Juju had clearly planned everything in advance, speaking eloquently. Right now, there's an excellent opportunity for you to return to the public eye in the most dazzling way, the All-Continent Advanced Spirit Master Academy tournament. You were originally a Shrek Academy student, with outstanding strength. In the core disciple selection competition, you directly defeated Shu Sanshi of the Xuanming sect and should have secured a spot in the reserve team. Unfortunately, you were ambushed by a villain and regrettably left the field. Many in the academy regret this matter for you. She cleverly characterized Dai Waban's sneak attack as an ambush by a villain, which both catered to Dai Yuang's rightful indignation and paved the way for her subsequent proposal. Currently, the Shrek team is facing difficulties. Both Dai Yuang and Dai Waban are severely injured and difficult to heal, their combat strength greatly diminished. The main team is almost defunct, barely supported by the children in the reserve team. They are in dire need of strong reinforcements right now. Shu Juju's eyes gleamed with shrewdness. And you, at this moment, happen to be in Star Luo City. With your strength, if you could join the Shrek team, it would be like sending charcoal in snowy weather. The tournament rules already allow for personnel changes and additions due to injuries or other reasons. Your return to the team is reasonable, logical, and compliant. She looked at Dai Yuang, her tone carrying a hint of inducement and certainty. I have already paved the way for you. As she spoke, she lightly clapped her hands, her voice particularly clear in the quiet side hall. The moment her applause fell, a blurry red figure appeared silently by the tea table like a Gui Mei, its aura so restrained it was almost non-existent. Only when the figure solidified did one realize it was an elderly woman in a dark red robe with a head full of silver hair. Her face was kind, but her eyes were gentle and profound, as if they could see through people's hearts. Dai Yuang's heart slightly tightened. The way this person appeared, even he couldn't fully trace her movements. Her strength was unfathomable, undoubtedly a titled Douluo-level powerhouse. He recognized her, or rather, guessed her identity. Star Luo Empire's Nebula Douluo Manyi, Shu Juju's personal guardian, with the Nebula fan spirit. Your Highness, Manyi bowed slightly, her voice hoarse but respectful. Grandma Manyi, how did things go? Shu Juju asked with a gentle smile, her tone intimate. Reporting to your Highness, this old woman has followed orders and gone to the Shrek team's lodging to speak with their leading teacher, Zhou Yi, Manyi reported calmly, her gaze subtly sweeping over Dai Yuang with a hint of scrutiny. Zhou Yi was very pleased, almost ecstatic, upon learning that young Master Dai Yuang had arrived in Star Luo City and was willing to return to the team. She has agreed and said she would immediately report to the Academy's higher-ups to handle the relevant player replacement registration procedures. As for the tournament organizing committee, our side will explain the situation, and there should be no obstacles. This tournament was originally hosted by the Star Luo Empire. As long as the rules weren't too outrageous, they could do whatever they wanted. In fact, in the original work, Shrek's Vice Dean Kai Mayer also thought the same way, to find some geniuses from Shrek's inner court to replace the roster and have them participate instead of the reserve team children. but Muan refused, wanting to use the tournament to temper Huo Yuhao and others. Dai Yuang's eyes flickered. This Shu Juju's actions were astonishingly fast. She had already sent a titled Douluo to personally lay the groundwork before he even agreed. This decisiveness and calculation truly befitted someone raised by the imperial family. She never even considered that he would refuse, a confidence stemming from her understanding of a simp. Shu Juju nodded in satisfaction, looking at Dai Yuang, her smile deepening. You see, Yuang, I have already set the stage for you. Now, whether you can seize this opportunity and make a name for yourself depends on your performance. She paused, her tone seemingly casual but in fact containing a hint of admonition and encouragement. Speaking of which, if you join the Shrek team and encounter our star Luo National Academy, you wouldn't hold back, would you? Perhaps you might even personally eliminate our empire's academy. Dai Yuang met her gaze and said frankly, if we truly meet on the field, I will naturally go all out. I think that is also respect for the opponent. Well said. Shu Juju was not annoyed, instead, she clapped her hands and chuckled lightly. That's the spirit I want from you. If you have the ability, even if you truly defeat my star Luo National Academy, then it means we were inferior. I, Shu Juju, have always been able to accept defeat. But you must remember. Her voice suddenly deepened, taking on a hint of seriousness, your performance in the tournament must be spectacular, strong enough. You must let the Empire's nobles, the military, and everyone see your value, see your potential and strength far exceeding Dai Yuang and Dai Waban. Otherwise, even if my imperial family intends to support you, without corresponding prestige and strength to back it up, everything will be a castle in the air. This continent, after all, values strength above all. I understand. Dai Yuang responded briefly, his heart as clear as a mirror. This was both an opportunity and a test. Shu Juju needed to see his utility. Very good. Shu Juju was very satisfied with Dai Yuang's understanding. She gestured to Manyi beside her. Nebula Douluo Manyi understood, and with a flash of light in her hand, a jade box emanating a faint chill appeared in her hand. The moment the jade box opened, a pure and cold dark energy permeated the air, seemingly lowering the temperature in the hall by several degrees. Inside the jade box, a skull spirit bone lay quietly, as black as ink, as if it could absorb all light. Mysterious patterns were naturally engraved on the bone, and faint mental force fluctuations emanated from it. Yuang, since you are the one I have chosen, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. Shu Juju's voice was seductive. This spirit bone is one of the treasures in my imperial family's vault, originating from a 50,000-year-old phantom demon, named the Dark Dominion Skull. Not only is it an extremely rare head spirit bone, but it is also a top-tier dark attribute, a perfect match for your evil shadow demonic tiger spirit. It can greatly enhance your mental force and has a powerful amplification effect on your dark attribute spirit abilities. A 50,000-year-old head spirit bone. Even Dai Yuang couldn't help but show a hint of genuine surprise in his eyes. This was indeed a grand gesture. Shu Juju was truly willing to spend a fortune to win him over. The value of this spirit bone was in no way inferior to the previous ice giant torso bone. However, just as Dai Yuang was about to reach out and take it, Manyi flipped her wrist, closed the jade box, and re-isolated the alluring spirit bone aura. Chapter 77, Mutual Schemes. Dai Yuang paused, then looked at Shu Juju and asked, Your Highness, what does this mean? Your Highness smiled sweetly, a hint of cunning in her beautiful eyes. Don't be so impatient, Yuang. How can such a precious treasure be given away so easily? This spirit bone will be one of the prizes for the ultimate champion of this competition. She leaned forward, very close, lowering her voice to a whisper, her breath like orchids, as if sharing a sweet secret. Consider it a small challenge and gift I've prepared in advance for my future husband. If you can lead the Shrek team to the very end and personally claim the championship, this spirit bone will be yours. At that time, I will personally hand it to you. Beauty, power, and a supreme treasure. Shu Juju lavishly painted an extremely enticing picture, attempting to completely pique Dai Yuang's appetite and ambition. Dai Yuang sneered inwardly, drawing cakes to appease hunger, empty promises. He was all too familiar with this tactic. First, give him a tangible but unreachable goal to drive him to work his hardest for her. This princess's art of controlling people was indeed skillful. However, his expression perfectly showed a mix of surprise, desire, and fighting spirit. He glanced deeply at the jade box, then looked at Shu Juju with burning eyes. A champion's prize. That sounds very interesting. Your Highness truly knows how to motivate people. He didn't show any dissatisfaction, instead, it seemed as if his competitive spirit had been ignited. In that case, Your Highness, if there's nothing else, Yuang will take his leave. I need to quickly meet up with the Shrek team and familiarize myself with the situation. Dai Yuang proactively offered to depart. Go on. Shu Juju nodded with satisfaction. I look forward to your heroic performance on the field. Dai Yuang said no more. After a slight bow, he turned and left, his back tall and steady. It wasn't until Dai Yuang's figure completely disappeared beyond the palace gates that the bright smile on Shu Juju's face gradually receded, transforming into a calm, scrutinizing expression. She elegantly sat back in the soft cushioned chair, her fingertips gently tracing the rim of the white jade teacup Dai Yuang had just used, her gaze unfathomable. Grandma Mani. She spoke softly, her voice devoid of the tenderness she had shown Dai Yuang, leaving only the calm and calculating tone of a superior. How do you think he compares to his past self? Xingyan Douluo Mani's figure reappeared silently like Gui Mei. Her aged face was unperturbed, but shrewd light flickered in her cloudy eyes. Replying to Your Highness, this young man has changed significantly. Her voice was hoarse but every word was clear. His chi is condensed and restrained. Although his spirit power fluctuations are deliberately suppressed, this old woman can feel the profoundness of his foundation, far exceeding a spirit elder, and even faintly giving this old woman a hint of danger. When faced with a 50,000-year spirit bone, though there was joy, there was no greed, he was unusually restrained. He is like a completely different person from the impetuous and impulsive youth in this old woman's memory, whose eyes only held Your Highness. Yes, like a completely different person. Shu Juju's lips curved into an intriguing smile. It seems Shrek Academy is indeed a place that can transform a person, or perhaps we previously underestimated this Dai family illegitimate son. He actually possesses strong potential, and it was only because he focused his attention solely on me that this potential was neglected. Your Highness, do you truly intend to bestow such a precious spirit bone upon him? Mani confirmed again. Even for her, a 50,000-year head spirit bone was no ordinary item. Shu Juju picked up her now slightly cooled tea, her gaze falling on the swirling tea, her tone calm yet carrying an undeniable resolve. Naturally, it is true. But in this world, there is no free lunch, nor are there unearned generous gifts. If he can truly meet my expectations, shine brightly in this competition, and demonstrate a value sufficient to crush Dai Yuang and Dai Waban, a value sufficient for the imperial family to suppress all dissent and fully support his ascension, then my entire future will be his. Why would I begrudge a mere spirit bone? Her investments were always judged by their return rate. Dai Yuang's value would determine her investment cost. Mani was silent for a moment, a hint of understanding flashing in her aged eyes, then asked, what if he ultimately fails to meet your requirements? Or what if he develops disloyalty in the future, unwilling to be controlled by the imperial family, or even gives up halfway? Upon hearing this, Shu Juju gently sipped the cold tea. The icy liquid sliding down her throat imbued her words with a touch of chill. Fails to meet requirements. Then he won't even have the qualifications to touch this spirit bone. It will merely serve as a prize to motivate others and remain in the imperial family's treasury. She set down the teacup with a crisp clink. As for developing disloyalty, or giving up halfway, Shu Juju raised her eyes to look at Mani. There was no warmth in her beautiful eyes now, only the coldness and cruelty of a politician. Grandma Mani, spirit bones are not one-time consumables. Even if one has absorbed it, can it not be taken back? Her light words carried a chilling implication. An absorbed spirit bone, especially a head spirit bone intimately connected to the skull, how could it be taken back? There was only one answer: kill the absorber. Only after their death could the spirit bone be re-extracted. In Shu Juju's logic, this transaction was never equal from the start. If Dai Yuang demonstrated value beyond imagination, she could grant him marriage, power, and resources. But if he failed to meet expectations, or tried to escape control, then his very existence would lose its value. At that point, recovering the investment and completely eliminating an unstable factor would be the most reasonable choice. She was never a love-struck princess, she was Your Highness Juju of the Star Luo Empire. Every step she took concerned the empire's authority and the imperial family's interests. Dai Yuang could be a convenient sharp weapon, or he could be a failed investment that needed to be recovered and disposed of. Walking out of the grand gates of the Star Luo Imperial Palace, Dai Yuang looked back at the magnificent palace complex. Inside, this Princess Juju was deeply cunning, shrewd in her methods, excellent at drawing up grand plans, and knew how to use both carrots and sticks to drive people's hearts. First, she forced him into the game with a fait accompli, then used a 50,000-year head spirit bone as bait to make him work for the imperial family, ultimately even intending to completely control him, person and bone alike. After such a combination of moves, the youth he once was would probably have been filled with gratitude and fervent passion, rushing to shed his blood for Your Highness. What a pity. Dai Yuang chuckled inwardly, shaking his head. What you offer is not what I truly desire. And the bait you used to fish, in my opinion, might be better suited to feed another, more obedient blade. Chapter 78 Yuang and Snow Empress, the next sharp blade. That 50,000-year-old dark dominion skull, with its excellent attributes and high age, was undoubtedly a coveted treasure for ordinary dark attributed spirit masters. But for him, it was not a necessity. His path, the cultivation of the golden adamant evil warding body, the potential of the fate reversal heavenly demon pill, and even the external spirit bone ice fire lotus wings, were all clearly planned. Although this skull was good, it did not meet his requirements. More importantly, how could Dai Yuang easily accept gifts from others, especially those with obvious controlling implications? However, the appearance of this spirit bone was like a key, instantly opening his mind and making him think of an excellent candidate. Due to the nourishment of the vast life force from the gold of living beings, the fate reversal heavenly demon pill in his spiritual sea was gathering power at an unprecedented speed. The formation time of the second, yin-yang reversal fate lotus seed pill, was much faster than expected, almost within reach. Before, he had been pondering who should receive this second heaven-defying medicinal pill to maximize its value. The requirements were nothing more than decent aptitude, resilient heart nature, easy to control, and preferably harboring strong obsession or hatred, to ensure loyalty and drive after taking the pill. Lingya was a successful example. His hatred combined with his soul engineer talent promised a bright future. And now, another figure appeared in Dai Yuang's mind. A girl who was equally lonely and helpless, with a tragic background, struggling in the abyss of despair, her heart filled with endless hatred and resentment. Her spirit was precisely of the dark attribute. That dark dominion skull seemed to be tailor-made for her. If she could take the yin-yang reversal fate lotus seed pill, break through to titled Douluo in one fell swoop, and then perfectly absorb this 50,000-year-old supreme dark skull. Dai Yuang could almost imagine what a sharp, deadly, and completely loyal dark blade would be forged for him. Your Highness, Princess, Dai Yuang looked in the direction of the palace, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes. You painstakingly tried to use this spirit bone to tie me down, but little did you know, it will eventually create the most loyal vanguard under me, and perhaps in the future, even become a sharp blade piercing your Star Luo imperial family. I will not decline this generous gift, and I will make it realize a value far beyond your imagination. It seems that this princess Your Highness will lose both the wife and the army. Yuang, how can you deceive a girl's feelings like this? Snow Empress laughed. What's there to be unable to do? Besides you, I can use any woman in this world, Dai Yuang said. Snow Empress was slightly stunned. Besides, me. I didn't expect that I would be quite special in your heart, did I? Dai Yuang teased, of course you're special. You and I are one body, two souls. Even if I wanted to use you, I couldn't deceive you. Upon hearing this, Snow Empress's face immediately darkened. You dead straight man, can't you say something nicer? The reason he didn't use her was simply because he couldn't use himself, which was too direct. Haha, just kidding. Dai Yuang said cheerfully, Snow Empress, just like when you actively helped me bear most of the pain when I was absorbing the 100,000-year spirit ring, although I know that part of the reason was that if I died, you would also die, your intention to help me was real. Similarly, while I don't use you because I can't deceive you, my genuine intention not to deceive you from the bottom of my heart is also real. You're quite glib, and I don't know how much of what you say is true. Snow Empress smiled slightly and burrowed deep into Dai Yuang's soul. Even the king of the extreme north had quite thin skin. Dai Yuang smiled, no longer lingering, and turned to walk towards the hotel where the Shrek team was staying. Since he had promised to join the team, he had to play the part. Moreover, the competition itself was a good stage, both to lull Shu Juju into a false sense of security and to observe if there were any other worthy targets for investment. He would have to wait a while to find that tragic dark-attributed girl. Star Luo City was so big, there were always some corners where the sun didn't shine, perhaps hiding other pearls covered in dust, waiting for him to discover, to save, and then, to bring into his grasp. Subsequently, Dai Yuang arrived at the Starlight Hotel where the Shrek group was staying. As soon as he entered the Shrek group's conference room, he was met by Huo Yuhao's call, full of genuine joy, brother, you're here. The young man quickly stepped forward, his face beaming with a sincere smile. Apparently, the Zhouyi had already informed everyone of Dai Yuang's impending return to the team. Except for Zhu Lu, who leaned against the wall with a somewhat awkward expression, and the gloomy figure in the corner beside her, Bei Bei, Zhang Nanan, Xiao Xiao, and even He Keitu all showed varying degrees of welcome on their faces. For the Shrek team, which was currently short on personnel and struggling, Dai Yuang's addition was undoubtedly a timely help. They had all personally witnessed how Dai Yuang, when he was still a spirit elder, had used his powerful and exquisite palm techniques to directly defeat Shu Sanqi, whose defense was astonishing. His actual combat power far exceeded his spirit power rank, and he was precisely the strong offensive new force the team urgently needed. Dai Yuang quickly put on an appropriate expression of concern and emotion, greeting Huo Yuhao with a gentle voice loud enough for everyone to hear, Yuhao, I've heard everything. I didn't expect you all to encounter such things after leaving the academy. You've truly worked hard during this time. He glanced at Bei Bei, He Keitu, and the others, nodding slightly in greeting, putting on a full display of attitude. He also saw Shu Sanqi, who had originally been eliminated. Seeing his dusty appearance, he probably guessed that Shrek had recalled him overnight. There was no other way. Shrek's current situation was even worse than in the original story, and Zhouyi didn't know that Dai Yuang would come at first, so it wasn't strange that she made an extra preparation. Dai Waban was crippled, and Zhu Lu's value lay in her spirit fusion skill with Dai Waban. Although she was still on the team, her value had greatly decreased. The necessary 7 participants were not even complete, so they could only immediately recall Shu Sanqi. He, like Dai Yuang, was a new force. He just hoped Ling Ya wouldn't be too excited to see him. He probably wouldn't. Ling Ya's goal was the entire Xuanming sect, and he wouldn't expose himself too early for a mere Shu Sanqi. Although Dai Yuang didn't care about their lives or deaths, including Huo Yuhao, their fates had nothing to do with him. But he still had to show what needed to be shown on the surface. After all, what he needed to display more often was his hypocritical side. As for the evil side, unless the opponent was about to die immediately, he should hide it. Huo Yuhao was clearly extremely moved, nodding vigorously, for the glory of Shrek, we can endure any hardship. Now with your addition, brother, my confidence is even stronger. However, at this moment, a cold voice full of unwillingness splashed like cold water, breaking the slightly warm atmosphere. HMPH, what help can adding another spirit elder be to the battle? Everyone looked over. The speaker was Dai Waban, who was curled up in the corner's shadow. His face was pale, but his eyes, like those of a wounded beast, glared fiercely and enviously at Dai Yuang. Zhu Lu clung to him, her face full of worry. Dai Yuang raised an eyebrow slightly, somewhat surprised that Dai Waban was still on the team and hadn't withdrawn due to severe injuries. But after a brief thought, he understood. Dai Waban's main damage was to his future potential, with no external injuries. His current spirit power rank was still there, and his Hell-White Tiger fusion skill with Zulu was still a usable card, albeit barely. At least on the surface, he still had over 30 ranks of spirit power, and when he used the spirit fusion skill with Zulu, he could defeat most spirit ancestors, and even face some weaker spirit kings. It wasn't impossible to fight. For Shrek, which was on the verge of despair, this was also an indispensable fighting force. And Dai Waban himself, after learning that his future was ruined, probably had the thought of going all out one last time, at least to prove to his father, who was watching, that he was not completely useless. Facing this bitter questioning, Dai Yuang merely smiled slightly, his tone flat but carrying undeniable power. Spirit Elder. Before he finished speaking, a deep, dark aura suddenly spread out from him. The light in the room seemed to be instantly swallowed, becoming pitch black. Immediately after, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black spirit rings spiraled up from beneath his feet. That deep black 10,000-year spirit ring, in this dark environment, emitted a terrifyingly vast energy fluctuation. Spirit Ancestor. A 10,000-year 4th ring. Exclamations rose one after another. Bei Bei, Hiketu, Xiao Xiao, and others widened their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. Zhou Yi even stood up abruptly, her face filled with shock. Spirit Ancestor. A 10,000-year spirit ring. Yuang, how did you do it? When you left the academy a little over a month ago, you were only around rank 33. Dai Yuang calmly retracted his spirit, and the room returned to brightness. He had already prepared his explanation. And an appropriate hint of luck appeared on his face. Teacher Zhou, I've been training outside during this time. By chance, I accidentally obtained and consumed a peculiar medicinal herb, and my spirit power then surged. A mortal-grade medicinal herb. Bei Bei, with his extensive knowledge, immediately thought of something and exclaimed, could it be the kind of heaven-defying immortal-grade medicinal herb that Ancestor Tang San and the others consumed 10,000 years ago? No wonder. No wonder your spirit power surged, and you could even absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring across ranks. Yuang, your luck, it truly makes others envious. His tone was full of admiration and a hint of undisguised envy. Chapter 79, Dai Yuang joins the team, New Blood. Everyone connected the dots, realizing that the immortal-grade medicinal herb was within Yuang's expectations. His cultivation technique could only conceal his spirit power, not his spirit rings, so he had already prepared an excuse. In the early days, it wasn't unheard of for the first-generation Shrek 7 devils to advance 5, 6, or even 7 ranks in a single day, and they relied on immortal-grade medicinal herbs. This event is recorded in Shrek's history books, and everyone knows about it. However, Dai Yuang's plan also had a flaw. Having obtained the immortal-grade medicinal herb, his potential was limitless. If he also displayed exceptionally strong combat abilities in this competition, helping Shrek win the championship, Shrek might not let him go when he later processed his outer court graduation. They might try every means to pull him into the inner court. But it didn't matter. For this situation, Dai Yuang already had a plan. He would definitely be able to leave Shrek. Moreover, in the future, it was likely that he and Shrek would eventually be enemies, not friends. Because no one with ambitions to rule the world would truly tolerate the existence of a terrifying and uncontrollable state, within their sphere of influence. Immortal-grade medicinal herb. Dai Waban, who was standing nearby, heard these words and his body trembled violently. His face turned even paler, his tightly bitten lower lip almost bleeding, and his clenched fists were white at the knuckles from excessive force. Boundless jealousy and resentment gnawed at his heart like venomous snakes. Why are both my elder brother and I crippled, yet he can obtain such a heaven-defying opportunity? Why him? The extreme psychological disparity almost made him lose control on the spot. Fortunately, Zulu, who was beside him, held him tightly. Zhou Yi, on the other hand, was both surprised and delighted. She was surprised that an immortal-grade medicinal herb had reappeared in the world, and delighted that Dai Yuang's strength had made a qualitative leap. When he was a spirit elder, he could suppress a spirit ancestor. Now that he was a spirit ancestor with a 10,000-year spirit ring, his true combat power could probably rival an ordinary spirit king. For them, who were about to face the strong enemy Zhengtian Academy, this was undoubtedly a godsend. This is great. This is truly great, Zhou Yi exclaimed, repeating the word, great, twice. We'll immediately reorganize the combat meeting. Yuang, you've come at just the right time. In the time that followed, Zhou Yi quickly gathered everyone to redeploy tactics against their next formidable opponent, Zhengtian Academy, which possessed 3 spirit kings. Dai Yuang's inclusion greatly enriched their tactical options. He himself could single-handedly contain or even confront one spirit king, Bei Bei and Shu Sanxi could jointly handle another, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong's spirit fusion skill, the power of Hao Dong, could serve as a trump card for victory, supplemented by He Keitu's long-range soul engineer firepower support and Huo Yuhao's spirit detection sharing for overall field control. The scales of victory seemed to be tipping towards Shrek. As long as they won this match, Ling Luokan, who was recovering from serious injuries, could return to the team. Zhou Yi seemed to already see the dawn of the team overcoming its difficulties. After the combat meeting, everyone returned to their rooms to rest and adjust. Huo Yuhao quietly approached Dai Yuang, lowering his voice, and asked with a hint of curiosity and concern, "Brother, I heard that your return to the team this time was facilitated by Princess Shu Juju's recommendation. You and she." The young man's eyes held a hint of gossip and happiness for his elder brother. Dai Yuang glanced at him, a smile appearing on his face that fit his former simp persona and the idea of, after suffering, joy comes. He gently patted Huo Yuhao's shoulder and said in a tone of someone who had finally achieved his wish after enduring countless hardships, "I guess this is what they call sincerity can move even stone." He naturally wouldn't reveal the truth of the calculations and exchanges of interests between him and Shu Juju. Let this beautiful misunderstanding continue. This disguise was beneficial to him and had no drawbacks. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao indeed showed a knowing and congratulatory smile, nodding vigorously, "Brother, congratulations." In his simple mind, his elder brother had finally won the princess's heart, which was naturally a great thing. Dai Yuang smiled, saying nothing more, his gaze turning to the night view of Star Luo City outside the window. In his deep eyes, a calculating glint flashed and disappeared. The stage was set, now it was his turn to perform. The next day, the third round of the round-robin tournament, Shrek Academy vs Zhengtian Academy, was undoubtedly one of the most significant matchups since the start of the competition, and the atmosphere was unprecedentedly enthusiastic. In the waiting area, the expressions of the Shrek team members were more solemn than ever before. Zhengtian Academy was the first truly formidable opponent they had encountered. This long-standing academy from the Tianyun Empire was renowned for its pure, traditional spirit master cultivation path. They strongly rejected the soul engineer system. The academy didn't even have a soul tool department, pouring all its resources into spirit master cultivation. This extreme choice resulted in their team members having exceptionally high average spirit power ranks, second only to Shrek and the major imperial academies among all competition teams, and not to be underestimated. Their captain, Yi Wuking, was even more famous. He was about 20 years old and extremely handsome, comparable to Wang Dong in their team. But even more striking was his formidable strength. His spirit, Golden Leaf, was a rank 58 attack system battle spirit king, a genius who had already made a name for himself in the previous competition, and this year he was the backbone of the team. The crucial moment to determine the match format arrived. The reserve team captain, Bei Bei, took a deep breath and stepped forward to draw lots on behalf of Shrek. The glowing orb stopped flashing, and the result appeared. The referee announced loudly, "Shrek Academy vs Zhengtian Academy, the drawn match format is 2-2-3 battle method. 2 2-on-2 matches will be held first, followed by 1 3-on-3 match. A best-of-3 system will be used. If one side wins both of the first 2 matches, the third match will be cancelled." This result made Zhou Yi's heart sink slightly. What she most hoped for was a team battle. Only with a 7-person team battle could Huo Yuhao's miraculous spirit detection sharing ability be maximized for perfect team coordination. The 2-2-3 battle method had greater variables and tested the individual strength of the contestants and the instantaneous cooperation between duos and trios more. Fortunately, during yesterday's tactical meeting, they had already simulated and analyzed various possibilities, including the 2-2-3 battle method. According to intelligence, Zhengtian Academy had 3 spirit kings, the strongest, rank 58 Yi Wuking, the weakest, rank 52 Tang Zhaolei, and another of intermediate strength, Yu Mengdi, who possessed an angel spirit. Yi Wuking, as the captain and strongest point, was highly likely to anchor the final 3-on-3 match to secure victory in the decisive round. And to gain an early advantage and try to win the first match to make an initial impact, the second-ranked angel spirit king Yu Mengdi would likely participate in the first 2-on-2 match. Based on this judgment, Zhou Yi made a bold decision on the spot. In the original story for this match, Shrek sent out Shu Sanxi and Zhang Nanan, saving Bei Bei for the last match. But due to Dai Yuang's arrival, she changed her tactics, sending Bei Bei out early, partnered with Shu Sanxi, and entrusting the final anchoring role to Dai Yuang. Her sharp gaze swept over her team members, and she decisively ordered, for the first match, Bei Bei, Shu Sanxi, you're up. Their opponents were strong, so they had to give it their all. Bei Bei and Shu Sanxi, one was recognized as the strongest offense in the outer court, the other the strongest defense. They had partnered for many years, had the highest level of understanding, and could unleash the most formidable combined combat power of spear and shield. Zhou Yi hoped that with the powerful impact of this golden duo, they could directly confront the spirit king Yu Mengdi, who was likely to participate, and strive to secure an initial victory, laying the foundation for the entire team's triumph. Chapter 80, Offense-Defense Combination vs Angel Spirit King. Following Zhou Yi's command, Bei Bei and Shu Sanxi exchanged glances, seeing battle intent and determination in each other's eyes. They nodded heavily and walked towards the massive arena with firm steps. All eyes focused as the strong showdown between Shrek Academy and Zhengtian Academy began, with the first clash on the verge of erupting. On the arena, the atmosphere instantly tightened, like a fully drawn bowstring. Shu Sanxi and Bei Bei stood side by side, their sharp gazes locked onto their opponents. Zhengtian Academy's chosen combination was, as predicted before the match, Yu Mengdi, and a male student with an ordinary appearance but a rather robust physique. In the Shrek waiting area, Zhou Yi whispered, "It's Yu Mengdi, as expected. She's one of Zhengtian Academy's 3 spirit kings, ranking second in cultivation within the team, only behind Yi Wuking. Sending her as the first combatant allows them to seize the initiative with a spirit king's strength while preserving their strongest combat power. Zhengtian Academy's strategy is very shrewd." Huo Yuhao's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt upon hearing this. Teacher Zhou, her spirit power rank seems to be a bit lower than senior sister Ling's. He remembered Ling Luokan was a rank 55 control system battle spirit king. Zhou Yi's gaze was fixed on the figure on the stage radiating a sacred aura, her tone solemn. Her rank is indeed slightly inferior, but her spirit is extremely special and powerful. Just then, the referee's arm swung down suddenly. Match begins. Boom. 4 powerful spirit power fluctuations erupted instantly, and 4 spirits simultaneously possessed their users. Yang Yifan, the ordinary-looking male student from Zhengtian Academy, had a black light flash in his hand, and a dagger, about 1 foot and 2 inches long, entirely dark except for its cold gleaming edge, quietly appeared. In stark contrast to his burly physique, his aura became elusive, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He was clearly an agility attack system battle spirit master, with 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings pulsating around the dagger in his hand. However, everyone's attention, including the countless spectators in the stands, was almost immediately drawn to his teammate beside him. Buzz. A strange hum sounded, and dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from Yu Mengdi's body, making her appear like a goddess descended upon the world. A pair of immaculate white wings, yet flowing with a molten gold-like radiance, unfurled behind her. Their wingspan was nearly 3 meters, and a sacred, majestic, and noble aura swept forth, even causing some lower-ranked spirit masters near the arena to feel a tremor in their hearts and an urge to prostrate themselves in worship. Even more astonishingly, a golden light flashed again in her hands, and 2 radiant golden longswords, entirely composed of pure spirit power, materialized in her left and right hands. The sword bodies shimmered, containing astonishing energy. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, 5 perfectly matched spirit rings rose from beneath her feet, encircling her sacred body, proclaiming her powerful spirit king-level strength. Angel spirit. Huo Yuhao exclaimed in shock, his eyes filled with awe. He finally understood why Zhou Yi regarded the opponent so highly. Who on the Douluo continent didn't know the legend that had circulated for 10,000 years? Among the 4 divinities in the earth-shattering, dual gods battled dual gods. 10,000 years ago, one was Qian Runshui, the god of angels. Although Yu Mengdi only had 2 wings behind her, far from comparable to the legendary seraphim god, the angel spirit itself represented top-tier talent, powerful sacred attributes, and terrifying combat power. This was undoubtedly one of the continent's top-tier spirits. Dai Yuang looked at this angel spirit, and his evil shadow demonic tiger seemed to tremble slightly, but it quickly calmed down. Sacred attributes and evil attributes are absolutely opposing existences, but Yu Mengdi's angel's sacred power seemed insufficient and did not make Dai Yuang feel any apprehension. Dai Yuang instinctively thought of another angel. If it were her, what would happen if her evil shadow demonic tiger encountered her one day? Facing such a formidable enemy, Bei Bei and Shu Sanqi also unleashed their powers without reservation. Bei Bei's body was engulfed in flashing lightning, his right arm instantly covered in blue-purple dragon scales, becoming thick and ferocious, with electric snakes coiling and crackling. Shu Sanqi let out a low roar, and his iconic massive tortoise-shell shield slammed down in front of him. Water ripples flowed across the shield's surface, and a profound black halo emitted a steady and heavy defensive aura. Beneath their feet, both had 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings shining brightly. Despite their opponent being a spirit king with a top-tier spirit, Zhou Yi, looking at the perfectly coordinated, offense-defense integrated twin stars of the outer court on the stage, still showed a hint of confidence. Don't worry, Bei Bei and Sanqi won't lose. She had ample faith in the resilience and strength of this combination. On the arena, the battle erupted the moment the referee's words fell. Yu Mengdi didn't hesitate in the slightest. Her wings behind her suddenly flapped, and her figure transformed into a golden streak of light, directly rushing towards the 2 Shrek members. The 2 golden light swords in her hands were raised high, her first spirit ring shone, sacred energy fluctuated violently, and she slashed them out in a cross. 2 incomparably sharp golden light blades tore through the air, emitting a piercing whistle. First spirit ability, sacred twin swords. I'll handle it, Shu Sanqi roared, taking a mighty step forward. The Xuanming shield slammed heavily onto the ground, its surface radiating a profound black light, and a wave-like halo rapidly circulated, forming a solid barrier. Boom! The golden light blades fiercely struck the Xuanming shield, erupting in a deafening roar. Intense shockwaves spread out. Shu Sanqi grunted, his shield-holding arm trembling slightly, and his feet even slid back an inch. A Spirit King-level attack, especially from the top-tier angel spirit, possesses far greater power than ordinary attacks. The instant Shu Sanqi withstood this blow, a ghostly black shadow silently appeared behind and to his side. Yang Yifan moved. He utilized the opening created by Yu Mengdi's powerful attack, like a venomous snake in the dark night, silently stabbing his dark dagger at a blind spot in Shu Sanqi's defense, at a tricky and ruthless angle, aiming directly for his vital waist and abdomen. An agility attack system Spirit Master's sneak attack is fast, precise, and ruthless. Careful, Bei Bei shouted urgently, lightning crackling around him, attempting to intercept. But Shu Sanqi seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. In the nick of time, the Xuanming shield suddenly bumped back at an incredibly small angle. Bang! The edge of the shield precisely knocked away the dagger's thrust, emitting a crisp collision sound. However, with his attention diverted to defending his flank, a momentary gap appeared in his frontal defense. A flaw. Yu Mengdi, with her extremely rich combat experience, her golden eyes flashed. Her second spirit ring lit up, and one of the light swords in her hand drew across, directly striking the opening Shu Sanqi exposed due to his block. Second spirit ability, Sacred Radiance Cross Slash. At the same time, she, holding the other light sword, pressed down again, her sacred aura surging, forcing Shu Sanqi to fully deal with the front. In this critical moment, a dragon roar exploded. Roar. Bei Bei's right arm, wreathed in violent blue-purple lightning, punched out with thunderous force. A thick, snake-like bolt of lightning roared as it collided with the flying cross. Rumble. Lightning and holy light wildly intertwined and annihilated each other, and the explosive air currents lifted all the dust on the arena. Chapter 81. One win, one loss. In just a few short rounds at the start, Shrek Academy found themselves completely on the defensive. Yu Mengdi, relying on her powerful spirit king rank strength and the top-tier quality of her angel martial soul, exerted immense pressure with her frontal assaults. Yang Yifan, on the other hand, was like a persistent maggot, constantly moving and seeking opportunities. Each sneak attack precisely struck Shu Sanqi and Bei Bei's breathing gaps or moments of defensive transition, forcing the two to divert a large amount of energy to cope, making the situation perilous. Shu Sanqi's Xuanming shield was wielded impenetrably, blocking, parrying, and shocking, displaying his defensive skills to their fullest. Sweat was already visible on his forehead, and his breathing had become heavier. Although Bei Bei's lightning attacks were ferocious, they were often weakened and dispersed by Yu Mengdi's holy light swords, making it difficult to form an effective continuous offensive. This won't do. Bei Bei roared, a bolt of lightning forcing back Yang Yifan, who was attempting another sneak attack. Damn it, this fly is too annoying. Shu Sanqi gritted his teeth, once again deflecting Yu Mengdi's sword slash with his shield, his tiger's mouth tingling. However, with each block of Yang Yifan's bizarre and tricky dagger sneak attacks, Shu Sanqi's eyes grew brighter. He was already extremely skilled in defense, possessing an extraordinary perception of attack trajectories and rhythms. Although Yang Yifan's speed was fast and his attack angles were strange, after several attempts, Shu Sanqi had already vaguely grasped some of his habits and the precursors to his spirit ability activations. Third spirit ability, Angel's Blessing. This is a state spirit ability of the angel martial soul, capable of doubling the attack power of her next strike. Yu Mengdi's heavy slash forced Shu Sanqi's center of gravity to shift slightly backward. It was precisely in this subtle moment, as old strength faded and new strength had yet to form, that the black shadow arrived as expected, its dagger thrusting directly at the vulnerability exposed by Shu Sanqi's lower body due to his block. But this time, a sharp glint suddenly flashed in Shu Sanqi's eyes. Now, Xuanming shock. He did not attempt to completely dodge or block, but instead furiously poured all his spirit power into the Xuanming tortoise-shell shield. On the massive shield, the flowing ripples of light suddenly became deep and viscous. In the center of the shield, a blurry and ancient phantom seemed to flash by, and an aura far thicker and more ancient than before burst forth. It was no longer a simple Xuanming shield, but one imbued with a trace of the ancient divine beast's solemn will. The Xuanming shield had semi-awakened, becoming the black tortoise shield. His spirit had not fully awakened, and he could only achieve a temporary awakening through such an outburst. Therefore, that awakened strike had to hit. Relying on his prediction, Shu Sanqi adjusted the shield's angle by a hair's breadth. He didn't block head-on, but rather tilted it. Clang! The tip of the dagger precisely struck the slanted edge of the shield. A hint of smug satisfaction had just risen in Yang Yifan's heart, but his expression instantly changed drastically. He felt as if his dagger had plunged into a boundless, heavy, yet powerfully rebounding quagmire of a vast sea. All the impact and penetrating force were completely absorbed and contained by that incredibly strange shield. "Get out!" Shu Sanqi roared, and the shield suddenly vibrated. An irresistible, vast, and heavy shockwave force suddenly rebounded along the dagger, and Yang Yifan only felt a tremendous surge of power violently crashing into his body. His qian blood instantly churned and surged backward, his entire arm throbbing and numb, the dagger almost slipping from his grasp. He himself was like being struck head-on by an ancient beast, completely unable to control his body. His feet left the ground, and he flew backward like a kite with a broken string, drawing a parabola and crashing heavily outside the arena. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. Zhengtian Academy's agility attack system spirit ancestor was actually cleared out of the arena by Shu Sanqi in such a manner, relying on defensive counter-shock. The situation instantly reversed, 2 against 1. "Well done, Sanqi." Bei Bei's spirits lifted, and he roared. With his teammate having dealt with the annoying attacker, he could finally fight without reservation. Zhou Yi also nodded secretly. It was not in vain that she specifically called Xu Sanqi back. Although he lost to Dai Yuang in the qualifiers, his combat power was still very outstanding among those of the same rank. Facing Yu Mengdi, whose expression had drastically changed, a determined look flashed in Bei Bei's eyes. He took a deep breath, and the light holy dragon bloodline within him burned furiously to an unprecedented degree. The lightning all over his body suddenly turned a brilliant white gold, and the originally blue-purple dragon scales were covered with a layer of noble and sacred halo. Although brief, at this moment, his spirit underwent a qualitative change under the excitation of his bloodline power. Light Holy Dragon, 5th Spirit Ability, Angel Consecration / Yu Mengdi felt a powerful threat and unhesitatingly activated her strongest spirit ability. Golden light burst forth around her, her sacred aura climbed again, and her two light swords merged into one, transforming into a massive holy light judgment sword, giving her all. Overlord Thunder Prison. Bei Bei roared, the lightning infused with the power of the light holy dragon transformed into a devastating white gold sea of thunder, sweeping towards Yu Mengdi like an overwhelming tide. Yu Mengdi shrieked, her holy sword dancing wildly, slicing through bolts of lightning. Sacred light and white gold lightning clashed and annihilated each other furiously, with an incessant series of explosions. But she was, after all, fighting 2 against 1. As she fully resisted Bei Bei's earth-shattering blow, Xu Sanqi moved. He threw the massive black tortoise shield like a mountain, carrying a heavy force that suppressed everything, sealing off all her dodging space. In front, the light thunder prison bombarded relentlessly, and to the side, the black tortoise shield crashed violently. Yu Mengdi desperately shattered a wave of lightning and pushed away the black tortoise shield, but her own spirit power instantly plummeted to rock bottom, and a slight gap appeared in her defense. A subtle yet incredibly condensed white gold lightning bolt, like a nimble snake, passed through the defensive gap, precisely hitting her shoulder. Ah! Yu Mengdi groaned in pain, her whole body went numb, her sacred aura instantly disintegrated, and the angel wings behind her became illusory. She stumbled back more than 10 steps before barely steadying herself, her face pale, having already lost the strength to fight again. The referee quickly stepped forward, checked the situation, and loudly announced, "First match, 2-on-2, Shrek Academy wins." The entire venue was silent at first, then erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. No one expected that, facing a spirit king with an angel martial soul, Shrek Academy would actually reverse the situation and win in such a tenacious and spectacular manner. The strongest offense and defense combination of the outer court truly lived up to its reputation. Xu Sanqi and Bei Bei returned to their team and received praise from everyone. Dai Yuang also nodded secretly. After the awakening of their spirits, the two were indeed formidable. The reason he was able to easily defeat Xu Sanqi back then was because he interrupted Xu Sanqi's awakening before it completed, otherwise, he wouldn't have won so easily. Now, he was even more eager for the second awakening of his evil shadow demonic tiger. He hoped that after the evil shadow demonic tiger awakened, it would possess power surpassing that of the black tortoise shield and the light holy dragon. Shrek Academy successfully won the first match. For the second match, Zhou Yi sent out Dai Waban and Zhu Lu, hoping that their spirit fusion ability could contend with Tang Zhaolei, the second spirit king. Tang Zhaolei was the weakest of Zhengtian Academy's 3 spirit kings, and her spirit rings were not optimal, being 2 yellow and 3 purple. When Dai Waban and Zhu Lu's Hell White Tiger appeared, they indeed fought evenly with the opponent for a while. However, their spirit power was ultimately inferior to the opponent's, and they didn't have Bei Bei's explosive power. The consumption of a spirit fusion ability was far greater than that of ordinary spirit abilities. After fighting for a quarter of an hour, they finally lost due to exhaustion of spirit power. Dai Waban walked off the stage with a face full of unwillingness. If it weren't for his power having decreased so much due to being sacrificed by an evil soul master, he might not have lost. Now, his father was watching from the stands, and he had actually embarrassed himself in front of his father, which was the most unacceptable thing for him. Chapter 82, Dai Yuang appears, 4th 10,000-year spirit ring. The unexpected defeat of Dai Waban and Zhu Lu pushed Shrek Academy to the brink. A record of 1 win and 1 loss meant that this final 3-on-3 match would directly determine the outcome of the entire competition, leaving no room for retreat. As Zhengtian Academy's captain, Yi Wuking, slowly stood up and walked towards the arena, an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire Shrek waiting area. His face was handsome yet cold, his eyes indifferent, as if he cared about nothing around him. Only the powerful spirit power fluctuations subtly circulated around his body, showcasing his absolute strength as a rank 58 Spirit King. Behind him followed 2 teammates. To his left was a tall, slender man with sinister eyes named Shangguan Kan, a rank 46 Control System Battle Spirit Ancestor, whose spirit was the rather rare soul-snatching Bell, specializing in mental interference and control. To his right was a woman with a fiery figure and a hint of arrogance between her brows, named Yanner, also rank 46, but an attack system battle spirit ancestor, whose spirit was pure fireball, specializing in long-range violent attacks. A top-tier spirit king for offense, a mysterious controller, and a violent long-range attacker. This combination, integrating offense and control, was indeed excellent. In contrast, Shrek's 3-person lineup, sent out by Zhou Yi, seemed to outsiders almost like a desperate gamble. Huo Yuhao, a rank 28 Spirit Grandmaster, Wang Dong, a rank 30+ Spirit Elder, and Dai Yuang, a Spirit Ancestor whose apparent cultivation was only rank 43. Even Dai Yuang, the highest rank, had spirit power far lower than the opponent's auxiliary control Spirit Ancestor Shangguan Kan, not to mention compared to Yi Wuking's despair-inducing Spirit King level cultivation. The enormous rank gap led almost 99% of the people in the stands to believe the outcome was already decided. A relaxed atmosphere permeated Zhengtian Academy's resting area, as if victory was already in their grasp. On the main platform, Star Luo Princess Shu Juju's lips curved into a playful smile, her slender fingers gently tapping the railing, her beautiful eyes fixed on Dai Yuang without blinking. "Come on, Dai Yuang, let me see your true capabilities, see if this spirit bone of mine was worth the investment," she murmured, full of anticipation and scrutiny. In another excellent vantage point, White Tiger Duke Dai Hao sat upright, his majestic gaze also fixed on the arena. He had just witnessed the defeat of his legitimate son, Dai Waban, and felt a sense of disappointment. Now, seeing this illegitimate son, whom he had never paid much attention to, enter the stage, his brow furrowed slightly, carrying a hint of imperceptible inquiry and a faint glimmer of expectation that even he himself hadn't realized. He wanted to see what other capabilities this son possessed, besides his reputation for deep affection. Final match, 3-on-3. Both teams, prepare. The referee's voice broke the stagnant atmosphere. The 6 individuals stood on the arena, facing each other. Release your spirits. At the referee's command, the glow of spirit rings instantly illuminated the entire arena. On Zhengtian Academy's side, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, 5 optimally configured spirit rings quietly revolved beneath Yi Wuking's feet. A golden flash in his hand, and a golden leaf, thin as a cicada's wing, with sharp edges and metallic luster, appeared out of thin air, rotating elegantly between his fingertips, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Before Shangguan Kan, an ancient bronze bell, emitting a faint glow, floated, with 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings moving up and down around it. Yanner let out a delicate shout, holding up 2 scorching orange fireballs in her hands. Waves of heat rushed forth, and similarly, 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings shone. A powerful spirit power pressure surged towards the 3 Shrek members like a tide. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong activated their spirits simultaneously. Huo Yuhao's 2 spirit rings rose from beneath his feet, his spiritual eye flickered, and spiritual detection sharing instantly connected their 3 allies. Wang Dong, like a true goddess of light butterfly descending, spread his magnificent wings, and 1 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings glowed, illuminating his incomparably handsome face. However, the most astonishing sight was Dai Yuang, standing in front of them. Profound darkness spread from him as its center, as if instantly devouring the light. Immediately after, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, 4 spirit rings, rose defiantly from beneath his feet. That deep and profoundly energetic black 10,000-year spirit ring instantly captured all eyes in the entire arena. A 10,000-year fourth ring. Hiss, is Shrek producing another monster? Shrek actually has such a trump card. This person didn't appear in the previous matches, he must be their secret weapon. The stands instantly erupted, with gasps and incredulous discussions rising like a tsunami. In the VIP section, Shujuju's beautiful eyes instantly lit up, her fingers tapping the railing abruptly stopping, and the playful smile on her face turned into genuine surprise and delight. He's actually become a spirit ancestor, and he even possesses a 10,000-year spirit ring. Good, what a Dai Yuang. You really didn't disappoint me. The preview of the first substantial return on her investment filled her heart. Even White Tiger Duke Dai Hao, whose expression had remained calm, now suddenly sat upright, his majestic tiger eyes fixed on that anomalous black spirit ring on the son he had never valued. Surprise, doubt, and an extremely complex emotion flashed quickly in his eyes. Did this illegitimate son actually possess such talent and strength? Across the arena, Yi Wuking, who had always been expressionless, finally showed a subtle ripple in his cold eyes. His gaze, for the first time, truly and seriously fell upon Dai Yuang. Shangguan Can and Yaner's relaxed and arrogant expressions also instantly vanished, replaced by immense solemnity. The rank gap was still enormous, but Dai Yuang's extraordinary 10,000-year fourth spirit ring, like a giant rock thrown into a calm lake, instantly shattered everyone's predictions for this match. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong felt the steady and powerful aura coming from behind them, and their hearts settled. Dai Yuang slowly raised his head, the phantom of the evil shadow demonic tiger faintly appearing behind him, exuding the ferocity and majesty of the king of beasts. He calmly looked at the strongest opponent, Yi Wuking. Match, begin. The referee's voice was like the igniting fuse of a powder keg. Zhengtian Academy's three reacted extremely quickly, with a clear strategy. Shangguan Can immediately shook his soul-snatching bell, his first spirit ring flickering, and a piercing bell sound accompanied by invisible mental fluctuations spread out. First spirit ability, Soul Quake. He aimed to interfere with Shrek's three members' spirit ability release and mental concentration. Yaner let out a delicate shout, raising her hands, and her third spirit ring lit up, an enormous purple flame orb, burning with eerie purple flames, rapidly condensed, its scorching heat distorting the air at the edge of the arena, targeting Shrek's formation. And the strongest, Yi Wuking, his eyes coldly fixed on Dai Yuang, the cicada-wing thin golden leaf at his fingertips hummed, his first spirit ring flickered slightly, and the leaf blade was already ready, capable of launching a thunderous strike at any moment. Chapter 83, Crushing Victory, Dai Yuang's Strength. Just as Zhengtian Academy's three members were about to unleash a torrential assault, a faint golden light imperceptibly flickered in Huo Yuhao's eyes. Front left 3, bell, front, fireball, front right 2, golden leaf preparing to advance. Mental detection sharing perfectly synchronized the detailed battlefield situation, subtle signs of the opponent's spirit power flow, and even predictions of muscle exertion, to Dai Yuang and Wang Dong. Shangguan Can's soul-shaking ripple, which would have been extremely troublesome for spirit masters of the same rank, was weakened to the extreme in front of Dai Yuang's powerful mental force, which had been tempered by the Snow Empress and the gold of living beings, causing him almost no effective interference. Dai Yuang moved. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only a deep, gloomy darkness that suddenly erupted around him. His fourth spirit ability, Dark Special Zone. In an instant, an absolute dark force field with a diameter of tens of meters descended, like a giant black bowl inverted, completely enveloping the three Shrek members and Yi Wuking, who was charging at the forefront. Light was completely devoured, vision was completely deprived, and Shangguan Can's soul-capturing bell ripples, upon entering this area, seemed to fall into a muddy sea, their effect plummeting by 80%. Even more terrifyingly, the faint auxiliary enhancement effects on Yi Wuking and Yaner instantly dissipated, and their spirit power recovery speed also became extremely slow. What? The moment Yi Wuking rushed into the darkness, his vision turned completely black, his five senses were severely interfered with, and even his spirit power perception became blurred. His initial assault, which he was certain to succeed with, instantly lost its target, and his movements involuntarily paused. In this fleeting moment, Dai Yuang's figure disappeared from his original spot-like way. Mei, his third spirit ability, Shadow Surge, was quietly activated, instantly doubling his strength, speed, and attack power. His first spirit ability, Demonic Tiger Body, was simultaneously activated, further increasing his physical functions by 50%. He did not directly attack the strongest Yuhao, but instead, using the cover of the Dark Special Zone and Huo Yuhao's precise guidance, he bypassed Yuhao like a hunter in the dark, with a speed almost like teleportation, and charged straight towards the back. Shangguan felt a chilling dread instantly descend. He desperately shook his soul-capturing bell. His second and third spirit abilities, Soul's Demise and Soul Stab, were just about to activate when a tiger claw, wreathed in pitch-black shadows and with sharp, menacing claws, had already pierced through the darkness and accurately struck the main body of the soul-capturing bell. Evil Shadow Soul-Splitting Claw. With a mental force impact. Clang! A piercing cracking sound rang out. Shangguan was struck heavily, his spirit was damaged, and his sea of consciousness felt as if a cold needle had been brutally plunged into it. The intense pain made him let out a scream, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, and his entire body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. He was already unconscious in midair, and the soul-capturing bell in his hand dimmed, covered in cracks. One strike, just one strike, and the opponent's auxiliary control core was crippled. As the dark special zone gradually dissipated, the arena returned to brightness. The entire process was as fast as lightning. Many spectators hadn't even realized what had happened until Shangguan fell to the ground. Yaner's purple flame ball had only just been shot out, but it had lost its target and flew aimlessly to the corner of the arena, where it exploded. Yuhao, having escaped the darkness, just happened to see Shangguan being instantly killed with one blow. For the first time, a look of shock and anger appeared on his handsome face. Bastard! Yuhao roared, his left arm suddenly swelled, his meridians bulging, shining with dazzling golden light. His entire left hand seemed to be cast from pure gold. His fourth spirit ability, Golden Left Hand. He shot forward, his golden left hand carrying a terrifying force that tore through the air, striking directly at Dai Yuang's back, intending to severely injure him on the spot. However, Dai Yuang seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, not even looking. His footwork changed subtly, and his body twisted lightly like Gui Mei, narrowly avoiding the ferocious blow. At the same time, he struck out with a backhand palm. This palm seemed light and effortless, but its edge was wreathed in extreme cold and a highly condensed shadow energy. This was the Emperor's palm, great cold without snow. Although it was not cast by the Snow Empress herself, and Dai Yuang's execution felt completely different from hers, the trace of the Snow Empress's understanding and control of ice it contained was still far beyond ordinary ice attribute spirit abilities. Even without consuming the Snow Soul Condensing Ice Pill, Dai Yuang, possessing the Snow Empress's 100,000-year spirit ring and the Ice Lotus power of the Ice Fire Twin Lotus, could not possibly have no ice attribute within him. Clap. With a soft sound, Dai Yuang's palm precisely landed on the side of Yuhao golden left hand's wrist. Yuhao only felt a bone-chilling cold, yet strangely penetrating, force instantly seep into his golden left hand, which was as hard as refined gold. The spirit power circulation in his entire arm abruptly stalled, and that indomitable power was actually subtly deflected and guided away by this light palm strike, hitting empty air and blasting a large pit in the arena floor. How is this possible? Yuhao was horrified. How could his golden left hand, with its terrifying power, be neutralized in such a clever way by his opponent? Before he could recover, Dai Yuang's attacks came like a storm. The evil shadow soul-splitting claw, carrying a soul-tearing chill, frantically clawed, each strike precisely landing on the power conversion nodes or weak points of the golden left hand. In his shadow surge state, his speed and strength completely suppressed Yuhao, who had a higher spirit power rank. Yuhao could only block with difficulty using his golden left hand, being beaten back step by step, golden light scattering, looking utterly disheveled. His golden leaf spirit was skilled in mid to long range attacks and bursts. Once he was grappled by an opponent like Dai Yuang, who was proficient in close quarters combat, had exquisite palm techniques, and possessed terrifying power amplification, he was completely unable to leverage his advantages. Yanner. Yi Wuking shouted anxiously. Yanner, in the distance, finally recovered from her shock, her fourth spirit ring flickering wildly. Her fourth spirit ability, Flame Cage. Several giant flame chains erupted from the ground, coiling towards Dai Yuang, intending to trap him and buy time for Yi Wuking. However, Dai Yuang was not without teammates. Wang Dong had been poised and ready. Butterfly God's Light. Brilliant Butterfly God's Light, like a golden meteor shower, accurately bombarded the flame chains. Light and fire furiously collided and annihilated each other, forcefully intercepting Yanner's fourth spirit ability. I am your opponent. Wang Dong spread the wings of his radiant goddess butterfly, blocking Yanner's path. Although his rank was slightly lower, a top-tier spirit had a certain suppressive effect on ordinary high-level spirits, and with Huo Yuhao's mental detection sharing assistance, he did not fall behind in the slightest for a short period. At this moment, a cold glint flashed in Dai Yuang's eyes, and he no longer entangled with Yi Wuking. It's time to end this. He took a deep breath, his internal spirit power circulating wildly according to the golden adamant evil warding body's root, and a ferocious, vicious beast-like aura suddenly erupted. He retreated half a step, drew his right palm to his waist, and within his palm, shadow, extreme cold, and the ultimate rigid and strong golden adamant force furiously compressed and condensed. Yi Wuking felt a deadly threat and frantically activated his spirit power. His pitch-black fifth spirit ring finally lit up, his fifth spirit ability, Dance of the Golden Leaf. Countless golden light spots floated out from his body, transforming into thousands of sharp golden leaves, rotating rapidly like a golden storm, intending to shred everything in front of him. This was his strongest area of effect spirit ability, with terrifying power. Roar. Just as the golden storm was about to fully form, Dai Yuang let out a tiger's roar. His right palm, drawn to his waist, thrust out suddenly. There was no grand display of power, only a palm print, condensed to the extreme, with shadows seemingly flowing within it and its surface covered by a layer of faint golden protective aura, flew out silently and imprinted itself into the center of the raging golden leaf storm. A simplified version of Great Cold without snow plus golden adamant evil warding body's internal chi plus shadow surges extreme compression. Huff. As if a hot knife cutting through butter, the golden leaf storm, which seemed capable of shredding everything, was forcefully pierced through by that condensed palm print. The palm print's momentum was undiminished, and before all the golden leaves could close in and counterattack, it accurately imprinted itself on Yi Wuking's chest. Crack! A clear sound of bones breaking rang out. Yi Wuking's spirit power defense shattered like paper. His entire body was like being directly hit by a siege hammer. His eyes bulged, a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments sprayed out, his body arched backward, and he flew backward, crashing heavily on the edge of the arena. The dance of the golden leaf instantly disintegrated, and he was completely unconscious. On the other side, Wang Dong, with Huo Yuhao's assistance, seized the moment when Yanner's mind was severely shaken by Yi Wuking's defeat. His butterfly god slash erupted, 108 light blades combining to strike, finally breaking through her defense and knocking her off the arena. The entire venue was silent. You could hear a pin drop. In just a few minutes, from the descent of darkness to the complete annihilation of the three, Shrek Academy, 1. A combination of rank 28, rank 32, and rank 43 had crushingly defeated a combination led by a rank 58 Spirit King and 2 rank 46 Spirit Ancestors. Chapter 84, Dai Hao and Dai Yuang, Father and Son's First Meeting. Inside the venue, everyone's gaze was focused on the black-haired young man who slowly withdrew his hand, his surrounding shadows and cold chi gradually dissipating. His expression remained calm, as if he had only done a trivial thing. We won. We won. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong excitedly high-fived, their gazes towards Dai Yuang filled with admiration and shock. In the VIP section, Shu Juju suddenly stood up, her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance. Her gaze was no longer mere scrutiny and utilization, but filled with undisguised astonishment and praise, even carrying a hint of fervor. Good, this is a true genius. In the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy's waiting area, Xiao Hongqian, who had been watching with his arms crossed and an arrogant expression, now had a completely darkened face, his fingers unconsciously tightening. Dai Yuang's domineering and exquisite fighting style, and his absolute strength that allowed him to crush opponents beyond his rank, made him feel an unprecedented immense pressure. Beside him, Meng Hongqian clutched her hands to her chest, stars practically in her eyes. So handsome, so strong and handsome. It turns out this person I saw before was Shrek's secret weapon. Even White Tiger Duke Dai Hao, who had been sitting steadily on the main stage, was speechless for a long time. He merely gazed with a complicated expression at the dazzling illegitimate son on the arena, his heart turbulent. For the first time, he truly began to re-examine this son he had ignored for many years. Dai Yuang, almost single-handedly, controlled the overall situation, crushed powerful enemies, and truly became famous in one battle. The Shrek group walked back to their hotel, the commotion of the ended competition gradually left behind them. Although they had experienced a tough battle, they ultimately secured a thrilling victory, especially Dai Yuang's crushing performance in the last match, which greatly boosted the team's morale. Except for Dai Waban, who was gloomy due to the defeat, and Zhu Lu, who silently accompanied him, everyone else was relaxed and joyful. Since Yuhao barely exerted any effort in this match, he didn't reveal the aura of the Ice Empress on him. This naturally prevented him from being targeted by the Star Luo Empire's protector Douluo, Cheng Gang, thus sparing Cheng Gang a beating. Moreover, with this victory, the main team member Ling Luokan could finally return to the team after recovering from her injuries. With a Spirit King-level strong controller in their ranks, the subsequent matches would undoubtedly be much easier. However, this relaxed and pleasant atmosphere instantly solidified when a figure abruptly appeared in front of them on the road. The newcomer was tall and upright, dressed in well-tailored casual clothes, yet he still couldn't conceal the battle-hardened aura of iron and blood and the unspoken majesty that commanded respect. His golden hair was loose, and his face was rugged, as if carved by a knife and axe. Seeing this person, Yuhao's body stiffened abruptly, his arm trembling uncontrollably. His fists instantly clenched, his nails almost digging into his palms. In his spiritual eyes, extremely complex emotions churned: resentment, grievance, anger. It was him, his biological father, the man who gave him life but caused his mother a lifetime of sorrow, and who never acknowledged her even until her death, White Tiger Duke, Dai Hao. Dai Hao's gaze calmly swept over everyone, pausing briefly on the pale-faced Dai Waban, but not lingering. Finally, it landed on Dai Yuang in the crowd. Seeing his father, Dai Waban subconsciously took a step forward, just about to greet him, Fa. His greeting was cut short by Dai Hao's calm words, "Yuang, long time no see." Dai Hao's voice was steady, without much emotion, yet it made everyone present's hearts skip a beat. The Duke had actually come. Specifically for Dai Yuang. Dai Yuang raised an eyebrow. He truly hadn't expected Dai Hao to come find him personally, and he hadn't even recognized him at first glance. Hearing Dai Hao's words, he subconsciously muttered, "It has been a long time. In fact, I'd like to say, nice to meet you. Who are you, big brother?" These were his true feelings. Having transmigrated, this was indeed his first meeting. Hearing this, Dai Hao frowned slightly, seemingly displeased. When did you learn to joke? In his impression, this illegitimate son had always been timid and submissive in front of him, not daring to even breathe loudly. Joke. Dai Yuang chuckled, his tone carrying a hint of imperceptible sarcasm. You talk as if you know me well. How many times a year do you come home? The words I've spoken to you these past few years probably don't add up to more than 10 sentences, right? He accurately exposed the paper-thin, indifferent father-son relationship between the original owner and his father. Dai Hao was choked by these words, his eyes deepening as he re-examined this son who seemed to have been reborn. The Dai Yuang before him had calm eyes, a humble yet not subservient demeanor, and even a hint of distant scrutiny. Where was any trace of his former timid and lowly self? He remained silent for a moment, then spoke, "Indeed. Since we usually communicate so little, then today, we father and son will have a good talk." He then turned to Teacher Zhou, the team leader, his tone regaining the Duke's authority and politeness. Teacher Zhou, I'll take my son for a night to catch up on family matters. That should be fine, right? Teacher Zhou quickly replied, of course, it's fine, Duke. Please do as you wish. You are Yuang's father, I have nothing to worry about. Tomorrow's opponent wasn't strong, and with Ling Luoqan's return, Dai Yuang's temporary absence wouldn't be a big problem. Dai Hao nodded, then looked at Dai Yuang, his tone brooking no refusal. Yuang, come home with me today. After speaking, he turned around, as if just remembering something, and looked back at Dai Wabin, adding, Wabin, make more time to go home and accompany your mother. She's been in very poor health lately. Although his tone remained calm, when he mentioned his wife, it carried a hint of imperceptible heaviness. Yes, father. Dai Wabin replied with a grim expression. His father had completely ignored him throughout, his gaze and words entirely focused on Dai Yuang, which made him feel immense humiliation and jealousy. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao's heart trembled, and then a cold sense of satisfaction surged within him. That malicious woman, the culprit who killed his mother, now had both her son's futures ruined, and she herself was plagued by illness. It was truly retribution. It was just that she'd better not die too quickly. If possible, Huo Yuhao still hoped to personally kill that woman, and then force Dai Hao to kneel and apologize before his mother's grave. In that case, everyone, I'll take my leave now. See you tomorrow. Dai Yuang bid farewell to everyone with a normal expression, as if he were just going to do an ordinary thing. He stepped beside Dai Hao, and the two, one in front and one half a step behind, walked silently towards the White Tiger Duke's mansion, which symbolized the highest authority of the Star Luo Empire. The journey was silent. An awkward and distant silence permeated between the two. Dai Hao walked in front, his figure tall and upright like a mountain. Dai Yuang followed half a step behind, his posture relaxed yet carrying a sense of independence that was out of place with his surroundings. Until they arrived at the magnificent and heavily guarded Duke's mansion. Chapter 85, Enraging the Duchess and Confronting Dai Hao. The Duke's return to the Duke's mansion naturally startled everyone inside. The housekeepers and servants rushed out to greet him. Even more surprisingly, the Duchess Zhu Man, who had been bedridden with illness for a long time, also forced herself to come to the front hall, supported by her maidservants. Her face was pale, and her expression carried signs of illness and an irrepressible gloom. But when she saw Dai Yuang following closely behind Dai Hao, a flash of shock and an almost imperceptible shadow crossed her weak, sickly face. She never expected that the person her husband had specially brought back today would be this illegitimate son whom she had never paid any attention to. Standing slightly further behind the Duchess was a middle-aged beautiful woman with a gentle demeanor and exquisite appearance, as well as a young man who looked slightly younger than Huo Yuhao, his eyes filled with curiosity and timidity. They were none other than Dai Yuang's former body's birth mother, Bai Wanning, and his younger brother, Dai Luoli. Husband, you've returned. Duchess Zhu Man forced herself to be cheerful, revealing a faint smile. Greetings, husband. Bai Wanning, however, immediately stepped forward, respectfully bowing and greeting him, keeping her posture extremely humble. The gap in status between the main wife and the concubine was fully reflected in this single greeting. Dai Hao frowned slightly upon seeing his wife come out while ill. Man, you are unwell. You didn't need to come out to greet me personally. Rest is what's important. He then looked at Bai Wanning, his tone softening slightly. Wanning, thank you for taking care of Man during this time. The Duchess's full name was Zhu Man, a direct descendant of the Zhu family. Although Dai Yuang's birth mother, Bai Wanning, also came from nobility, she was only from a minor noble family. She was always cautious and meticulous in the Duke's mansion, and for years had been responsible for looking after the Duchess's daily life. During the time the Duchess had been sick, Bai Wanning had been busy taking care of everything. Even so, she was still constantly subjected to difficulties by the jealous Duchess. However, generally speaking, her status was much higher than that of Huo Yuhao's maidservant mother. The Duchess's treatment of Bai Wanning was generally limited to a bad attitude and making things difficult in household matters, but she would not excessively beat, scold, or persecute her. Bai Wanning quickly lowered her head and said, "Husband, you overstate the matter. Showing filial respect to elder sister is my duty as a concubine, I dare not speak of hardship." Dai Hao nodded, then turned his gaze to Dai Yuang behind him, his tone carrying a trace of parental authority. "Yuang, since you rarely return, why haven't you paid your respects to your legitimate mother and your birth mother?" Dai Yuang took a step forward, his gaze first falling upon the gentle woman, and he called out in a calm tone, "Mother." Although his soul was no longer the original owner's, he had occupied everything belonging to that simp, and the karma remained. Facing this gentle birth mother who had given the original body life, addressing her was acceptable. When Bai Wanning saw her son, her eyes immediately filled with concern and joy. "Yuang, you must have worked hard outside. I heard you returned to Star Luo City a while ago. Why haven't you come home to visit?" Her words carried a mother's longing and a hint of slight reproach. "I was busy with some trivial matters outside and couldn't get away," Dai Yuang explained simply. However, these words drew a sharp, cold laugh from the Duchess nearby, a laugh that was sickly yet undeniably harsh. "Heh, what important trivial matters could an illegitimate son possibly be busy with? Returning to the city without first coming home to pay respects to his parents, and after returning, only acknowledging his birth mother but not his legitimate mother. Does he have any respect for hierarchy and seniority? Truly a prime example of unfilial behavior." She was seizing the opportunity to criticize, accusing Dai Yuang of only greeting his birth mother, Bai Wanning, while ignoring her, the legitimate mother with higher status, deeming it disrespect and unfilial behavior. Dai Yuang turned his eyes toward her, his gaze calm and steady, but the words he spoke were like knives piercing straight into her heart. "I am indeed busy with quite a few things, such as cleaning up the messes left behind by certain people. A certain person's two precious sons have both become half-crippled, resulting in Shrek Academy having no one capable to use. I could only reluctantly represent Shrek in battle to wipe their asses. In today's match, unfortunately, that crippled son of a certain person lost again, while I won." Duchess Zhu Man's face instantly turned from white to green with anger. Her breathing became rapid, and her fingers trembled as she pointed at Dai Yuang, her chest heaving violently. Dai Yuang and Dai Waban being severely injured and crippled was the greatest pain and sensitive spot in her heart. Having this ruthlessly exposed by Dai Yuang in front of everyone felt worse than being killed. "Stop with your, Dai Yuang interrupted her unceremoniously, his tone icy. "If you're sick, lie down properly. If you're not dead, save some breath for yourself, lest when you enter hell later, you can't even finish the last stretch of the Yellow Springs Road and end up having your soul flying away and spirit scattering halfway. That would be a pity." These words were utterly vicious, practically cursing her to an early death and eternal damnation right in front of Dai Hao. "Yuang, that's enough. Don't be rude." Dai Hao's face darkened, and he shouted sternly. He knew Dai Yuang had a poor relationship with his legitimate mother, but he never expected him to dare to publicly contradict her in such a harsh and vicious manner. Dai Yuang merely glanced indifferently at Dai Hao, as if he hadn't heard the reprimand. He waved his hand, his tone casual, like he was dismissing someone unimportant. "Stop dawdling here too. Didn't you call me back to have a good talk? Fine, let's talk then. I'll wait for you in the study. Hurry up and come over." Having said that, he ignored the trembling Duchess and the ashen-faced Dai Hao, turned around, and walked straight toward the Duke's mansion study, as if he were the true master of the place. This scene left all the servants present, the two wives, and the young man Dai Luoli dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Was this still the Dai Yuang who had been obscure and even somewhat timid inside the Duke's mansion, and was known outside as the Juju Princess's simp? It was as if he had become a completely different person. So powerful, so arrogant, daring even to publicly contradict the Duke and the Duchess. Dai Luoli's eyes were shining brightly. His small fists quietly clenched as he looked at his older brother's retreating figure, full of admiration. Big brother was so cool. It was the first time he had ever seen anyone dare to speak like this to their authoritative father and the always high and mighty legitimate mother. "Husband, look at him. He actually dared to curse me like that, and be so rude." Duchess Zhu Man finally caught her breath, pointing in the direction Dai Yuang had left. Her voice was sharp, and she was trembling with rage, almost fainting if not for the support of her maidservants. The pain of her two sons being crippled, combined with the humiliation of today, pushed her hatred for Dai Yuang to its peak. Dai Hao's expression was also extremely unpleasant, but he took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger. Dai Yuang's performance in today's competition was too astonishing, a 10,000-year fourth ring, crushing Yi Wuking. Earth-shattering changes had occurred in this son, hiding a huge secret. Now was not the time to fuss over these formalities. He waved his hand, his tone carrying a trace of weariness. Enough, man. Go back to your room and rest. Your health is important. I have my own way of handling this matter. I will properly discipline him later. He originally intended to say, admonish, but recalling Dai Yuang's attitude just now, he temporarily changed it to, discipline. Seeing that her husband seemed intent on letting the matter go lightly, Zhu Man felt even more venomous inside. However, she knew Dai Hao's temper well and dared not openly defy him again. She could only swallow her anger, allowing the maid-servants to support her. She shot a hateful glare at Bai Wanning before turning and heading back to the inner courtyard. But in her heart, she had already sworn a deadly oath: this little beast absolutely could not be allowed to live. Her sons were crippled, so he shouldn't expect an easy life either. Sooner or later, she would ensure he died without a burial place. Lest he surpass her two sons in the future. It must be said that Dai Waban's prejudiced and vicious personality was truly inherited from his mother. Dai Hao rubbed his temples, glanced at the worried Bai Wanning and the timid Dai Luoli, and sighed. Wanning, take Luoli away. Yes, husband. Bai Wanning looked worriedly toward the study, bowed respectfully, and led the frequently looking back Dai Luoli away. The front hall finally fell silent. Dai Hao stood in place, silent for a moment, organizing the emotions and thoughts that Dai Yuang had disrupted. Only then did he take heavy steps and walk toward the study. Chapter 86, Dai Hao's Thoughts. Yuang points directly to the heart. Dai Hao pushed open the heavy redwood door, and the sight that greeted his eyes made him pause slightly, his brows instinctively furrowing. He saw that Dai Yuang was brazenly sitting in the main seat, which symbolized the duke's authority, holding a steaming cup of fragrant tea in a relaxed posture. Upon seeing him enter, he merely raised his eyes, a half-smile curling on his lips. You've arrived. These three light words lacked any of the reverence and deference a junior should show an elder. Instead, they carried a sense of equality, or perhaps an implicit, detached casualness. The corner of Dai Hao's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. This posture, this tone, who exactly is the father here? For a moment, he even felt the absurd illusion that he was coming to report to a superior. He forcefully suppressed the strange discomfort in his heart, walked to the guest chair opposite the desk, and sat down, his gaze, sharp as lightning, fixed on the son who seemed completely transformed, and he said in a deep voice, "You have changed a lot." Oh. Dai Yuang took a sip of tea, looking like he was willing to hear more. Although I didn't talk much with you before, I wasn't completely ignorant of you. Dai Hao's voice was steady but held scrutiny. You were infatuated with Princess Shu Juju to the point of nearly losing yourself. Your spirit cultivate progress was slow and disappointing. You were often bullied by Hua Bin in the mansion, and your personality was somewhat timid. But the current you. He paused, his eyes sharp. Calm, decisive, powerful, and even arrogant. Ha ha. Dai Yuang chuckled softly, setting down the teacup and lightly tapping the desktop with his fingertip. It's truly rare to hear praise for me, a concubine-born son, coming from your mouth. I thought your eyes were forever fixed only on your two precious legitimate sons. Dai Hao's expression remained unchanged as he continued, I know you don't particularly like Yuang and Hua Bin. Stop. Dai Yuang raised a hand to interrupt, his tone suddenly turning cold, carrying undisguised disgust. Let me correct you, I don't dislike them, I despise them. Duke, you are away constantly. Do you know how jealous your high and mighty legal wife is? Her sons have perfectly inherited her virtues. Dai Yuang is fine, he just puts on the airs of an elder brother, occasionally lecturing me verbally to show his superiority. As for Dai Waban, He sneered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. In all these years, have you ever seen the humiliation and bullying that he and his mother inflicted on my mother and me, both openly and secretly? Have you ever intervened even slightly? My younger brother Luo Li's timid personality is largely attributable to Dai Waban's torment. Although the original body truly bore all this, since he had taken on this identity and this karma, he naturally had to bear the responsibility. Dai Hao fell silent for a moment, a trace of complexity flashing across his face, but it was quickly replaced by solemnity. I am stationed year-round in the Western military camp, bearing the heavy responsibility of the Empire's border defense. Regarding trivial household matters, I truly lack the means to clone myself. He tried to steer the conversation back on track. No matter how much you hate Yuang and Hua Bin, they are still your blood brothers. Furthermore, they have both already paid the price. Yuang's palm was corrupted by evil poison, his meridians completely destroyed, making recovery virtually impossible. The tiger palm is one of the strongest offensive forms of my white tiger spirit, and the loss of his hand is a huge blow to him. Hua Bin's soul origin suffered heavy damage, his potential is lost, and he will likely find it difficult to achieve major achievement in this life. His tone carried a hint of imperceptible grief and regret. So, Dai Yuang leaned slightly forward, his gaze sharp as a knife, directly tearing away the veil of pretense. Now you remember me, the concubine-born son you previously looked down upon. The future heir of the White Tiger Duke's mansion cannot possibly be two cripples, can it? Duke. Such blunt, even rebellious words caused Dai Hao's face to sink, but he did not immediately flare up. He simply watched Dai Yuang with a deeper gaze. I merely want to give you an opportunity. Seeing your recent performance, your talent, strength, and willpower have all pleased me greatly. Therefore, I am indeed considering officially making you one of the candidates for heir. His tone shifted, becoming extremely serious. However, before that, there is one thing I must confirm. Not long ago, did you go to see Princess Shujuju? What did she say to you? Hearing this, the playful smile reappeared on Dai Yuang's face. He countered, what would Princess Shujuju say to me? With your wisdom, Duke, can't you guess? Dai Hao sighed deeply, as if he had aged several years in an instant. Leaning back against the chair, he said slowly, did she use herself as a bargaining chip, promising to marry you in the future, in exchange for you becoming her puppet, helping her, or rather, the imperial family, to eventually control my White Tiger Duke's mansion, and even the Western Army Group? Yes, Dai Yuang admitted frankly. That is indeed the case. An exchange of interests, quite fair. Yuang. Dai Hao's voice suddenly rose, carrying the urgency of anger at his lack of ambition. Since you are so perceptive and know this is her scheme, why would you still agree? Have you truly been so bewitched by her that you love her to the point of being unable to distinguish right from wrong and willingly being used? This was what he worried about most. If his son was capable but his mind was swayed by emotion, he would still be unfit for great responsibility. Don't be impatient, Duke. Dai Yuang's tone remained relaxed, even slightly mocking. Before I answer you, let me ask you a question. Are you, or rather, is our Dai family planning a rebellion right now? Nonsense. Dai Hao slammed the table and suddenly stood up, turning to look at the portrait of their ancestor, Dai Mubai, one of the original Shrek 7 devils, hanging on the wall. His voice was deep and filled with righteousness. My Dai family has been loyal for generations, and guarding the Star Luo Empire is our mission. The Shu family has governed the empire for many years, keeping the country peaceful and the people secure. If we rebel now, wouldn't that plunge the nation into war and the common people into suffering? My Dai family would become eternal sinners. I, Dai Hao, will never commit such disloyal and unjust acts. He paused, his tone softening slightly, yet carrying a hint of unspeakable complexity. But, Dai Yuang interjected, his voice steady but carrying the power to pierce through everything. The thought of reclaiming the ancestral throne has never truly been extinguished in the Dai family bloodline, has it? We are not rebelling now simply because the time is not right. The country is currently peaceful, and the people support the Shu family. But what if one day the world changes? Either a powerful external enemy invades, or the Shu family produces an utterly incompetent emperor, leading to the destruction of the nation and the suffering of the populace. At that time, if my Dai family raises the banner of justice, restores order, and reclaims the throne that originally belonged to us, it would be following the will of heaven and the desire of the people, making it perfectly legitimate. And one of the most crucial supports for all of this is the Western Army Group, these 500,000 iron-blooded, elite soldiers who are absolutely loyal to the Dai family. Therefore, this military power must never be lost, especially not into the hands of the Shu family, who constantly guards against and suspects us. Chapter 87, A Tyrant. Dai Hao spun around abruptly, his face etched with shock and disbelief. He stared intently at Dai Yuang, as if truly seeing his son for the first time. This profound analysis of the Dai family's hidden motives and the intricate situation could never have come from a mere illegitimate son who only knew how to be infatuated with a princess. This level of intellect, this foresight. The scrutiny in his eyes finally transformed into an incredibly complex admiration. He slowly sat back in his chair, his voice much lower. So, even if you see it so clearly, you still intend to agree to Shu Juju. This was his final confirmation. Dai Yuang's answer would influence all his subsequent decisions. I said, why wouldn't I agree to such a powerful ally? Dai Yuang's smile remained unchanged, but a cold and cunning glint suddenly flashed in his deep eyes. But why is your thinking always so linear? Why can you only imagine me as Shu Juju's simp, destined to be used and manipulated by her? He lowered his voice, each word seemingly carrying a cold weight. Why can't it be that I, in turn, use this simp identity to make her and the imperial family behind her believe that I can be controlled, thereby willingly providing me with resources and paving the Tao? And I, in turn, exploit all of this. Dai Hao's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils contracting sharply, and an inexplicable chill shot up his spine. He looked at the cold smile on his son's face, a mix of mockery and ambition, and a startling and terrifying thought struck him like lightning. What do you mean? His voice even carried a tremor he hadn't noticed himself. Heh. Dai Yuang chuckled softly, stood up, and straightened his seamless robes. All right, our conversation ends here today. I know you haven't made a final decision on the air yet. It doesn't matter, you can continue to reserve your decision. Anyway, one day, reality will help you make the most correct choice. He no longer spared a glance for Dai Hao, who was plunged into immense shock. He walked straight to the door, opened it, and stepped out, his movements fluid and natural, without a hint of hesitation. The study door gently closed, separating inside from outside. Dai Hao sat rigidly in his chair alone, unable to recover for a long time. Only his heavy breathing and the subtle crackling of burning sandalwood remained in the study. Moonlight streamed in through the window, illuminating the shocked and puzzled expression on his face. Only now did he somewhat understand that he had not only underestimated his son's intelligence and strength but had completely underestimated his cunning, ambition, and ruthlessness. This fellow was by no means a simple lucky person. He might become a tyrant. A terrifying existence capable of thoroughly stirring up the waters of the Star Luo Empire, and perhaps even overturning everything. Dai Yuang returned to the room, familiar yet strange in the memories of the original body. The furnishings were simple, even somewhat bleak, completely different from what he had experienced in the hotel during this period. Since his transmigration, this was the first time he had truly returned to rest in this so-called family. After a quick wash, he had just laid down when he heard the door being pushed open ever so slightly. A small head timidly peeked in, and those clear eyes appeared exceptionally bright in the darkness. Brother. Dai Luoli's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, carrying the child's unique sweetness and a hint of imperceptible dependence and timidity. Dai Yuang sat up, beckoned towards the door, and softened his tone considerably. Luo Li, come in. There's no need to be so formal with me. Granted permission, Dai Luoli tiptoed in, carefully closing the door. He walked to the bed, looked at Dai Yuang, and his large eyes instantly sparkled with undisguised admiration. The previous timidity was replaced by excitement. Hee, brother, you were so handsome today. It's my first time seeing big sister-in-law so angry that her face turned ugly and she couldn't speak. You're amazing. Seeing his younger brother like this, Dai Yuang's heart stirred slightly. He patted the edge of the bed, motioning for Dai Luoli to sit down. Luoli. He looked at his brother's excited little face and asked calmly, "Let me ask you a question, do you like this family? Do you like this duke's mansion?" The excitement on Dai Luoli's face quickly faded, replaced by a gloom and grievance unbefitting his age. He shook his head vigorously and whispered, "No, I don't like it at all. Everyone here, except mother and a few old servants, seems not to like us." After Aunt Yun died, Aunt Yun's son also disappeared. Big sister-in-law couldn't bully Aunt Yun anymore, so she found more ways to bully me and mother. She always made things difficult for us where father couldn't see, cut down our allowances, and let other servants give us dirty looks. As he spoke, his voice became choked, clearly having suffered much grievance over the years. Dai Yuang listened quietly. He reached out and ruffled his brother's soft hair, then continued to ask, "What about White Tiger Duke? How do you view him?" Dai Yuang could call the original body's mother, but he couldn't bring himself to call Dai Hao, father. At the mention of Dai Hao, a different kind of light shone in Dai Luoli's eyes, a complex emotion mixed with awe, admiration, and longing. Father is a great hero." His tone became firm. "He is the Grand Marshal of the Star Luo Empire, guarding the western border of the empire, and has defeated many bad people. Mother told me that father is away all year to defend the empire and protect thousands of families like ours. I also want to become a great general like father in the future and protect the empire." Dai Yuang listened to his brother's childish yet incredibly sincere words, and for a moment, he was speechless. Dai Hao, as a husband and father, was utterly a failure. He neglected his legal wife, ignored his concubine, and didn't even know that Huo Yuner had given birth to Huo Yuhao for him. His lack of concern for his children led to numerous internal family conflicts. However, his iron-blooded charm as a soldier and his heroic aura of defending the empire were enough to make those unaware of the internal situation, and even his own children, worship him almost blindly. This charm was almost comparable to that of the romantic and passionate Prince Duan in a certain literary work, who made many women devoted to him. While Duchess Zuman was certainly jealous and vicious, the fervent passion and possessiveness in her gaze towards Dai Hao undoubtedly stemmed from deep love. It was precisely because she deeply loved this man that she could not tolerate any trace of other women in his heart, even if it was just responsibility or a hint of old affection. And his birth mother, Bai Wanning, despite enduring years of oppression and harassment from the legal wife, remained without resentment in her heart, diligently fulfilling her duties. She even educated her son to view Dai Hao as a towering hero, willingly sacrificing herself in this deep mansion. And there was Huo Yuner, who had long since passed away, whose last thoughts were also of this man. Dai Hao might not have been a good husband or father, but his personal charisma and achievements as a soldier and commander directly overshadowed his significant shortcomings in the family. Dai Yuang was silent for a moment, looking at his younger brother, who was full of admiration for his father yet had suffered countless grievances in the family's power struggles. A decision had already formed in his heart. He reached out and solemnly placed his hand on Dai Luoli's somewhat thin shoulder, looking into his eyes, and said each word clearly and distinctly, "All right, Luoli, your words, your brother has remembered. Don't worry, I won't let go of anyone who has bullied you and mother. That high and mighty duchess, I will make her repay tenfold what she inflicted upon us, and she will not die a good death." His tone was calm, yet it carried a chilling coldness and determination, as if stating a predetermined fact about to happen. "And you," Dai Yuang's tone softened slightly, carrying a hint of encouragement, "your wish to become a great general like him and defend the empire, your brother has also remembered." In Dai Yuang's heart, this also served as a way to settle a karma for the original host, whom he had devoured, regarding this wronged younger brother and gentle mother. Moreover, Dai Luoli might also be someone he could use in the future. As long as he wholeheartedly assisted him and did not harbor any disloyal intentions, he could help him achieve his desires. In the future, he could use the lotus seed pill to fulfill his ideals, while also controlling everything about him. Chapter 88, Schemes Against the Duke's Mansion. The night was as dark as ink. Deep within the duke's mansion, after Luo Li was coaxed to sleep, only Yuang remained in the room. The candlelight flickered, reflecting his calm yet unfathomable eyes. "Ling Ya," he said faintly to the air. Before his voice faded, a blurry figure, as if merging with the shadows, silently appeared. He knelt on one knee, his posture extremely respectful. It was the titled Douluo, Ling Ya. "Young lord." His voice was extremely low, yet clearly audible. With his cultivation as a titled Douluo, he moved freely within the duke's mansion. Even the strongest Yuhao was currently only a spirit Douluo, completely unable to detect his presence. "That woman, the Duchess," Yuang said in a flat tone, as if discussing a trivial matter, "her 2 sons are crippled, she will never let it go. She will definitely vent her anger on Luo Li and me. For now, Yuhao is still in the mansion, so she wouldn't dare to do anything openly. But Yuhao holds a military post, and guarding the Mingdu mountain range is his primary duty. He will leave sooner or later. Once he leaves, that's when the viper will bare its fangs." A cold glint flashed in Ling Ya's eyes. "Young lord, do you need your subordinate to eliminate this hidden danger beforehand?" For him, assassinating a pampered duchess was as easy as turning his hand. Although the duchess also possessed the powerful strength of a spirit Douluo, she was gravely ill and did not have much time left. "Not yet," Yuang waved his hand. "Just wait for her to make the first move. Once she acts, I want you to appear at the opportune moment, save Luo Li and Mother, and create the illusion that they have already been killed, making everyone believe they are dead. Arrange for them to temporarily leave the duke's mansion and hide in a safe place for a while." A cold arc curved at the corner of his mouth. "This way, I will have no worries, and I can also use this opportunity to openly raise the banner of avenging my mother and brother, and challenge the Zhu family of Star Luo. Yes, your subordinate understands. I will handle it flawlessly." Ling Ya's heart tightened, feeling even more awe for his young lord's ruthlessness and cunning. "There's another matter." Yuang changed the subject, taking out 3 glowing spirit bones from his storage spirit tool, the 30,000-year left arm bone obtained from that unlucky 9th rank soul engineer, the 1,000-year left arm bone one from Dai Waban, and the 10,000-year head spirit bone. "I originally asked you to secretly bid on the Tyrant Tiger soul refining blade. But now the plan has changed. Since I have already appeared as a Shrek main team member, I can bid for this blade myself. Your mission has changed." He pushed the 3 spirit bones towards Ling Ya. "Tomorrow night's top-tier auction is said to have many good items, and the competition will certainly be fierce. Prices might soar to over 10 million gold coins. Our current funds may not be enough. You will hand these 3 spirit bones to the auction house to be auctioned off, first to acquire a large amount of cash for unforeseen needs. Then, he took out the deification platform, which he had obtained from the 9th rank soul engineer and had an extremely complex structure. And this, it can be auctioned together. You should have already memorized the core formation structure and principles within it, right? In the original work, the deification platform sealed the Snow Empress embryo and sold for 150 million gold coins. This price was primarily due to the embryo inside, but let's not forget that the deification platform itself was a 9th rank sealing type spirit tool, definitely something of value. For example, Shrek currently has no 9th rank spirit tools, nor any 9th rank soul engineers. They would certainly hope to obtain a 9th rank spirit tool to study thoroughly. Replying to young lord, your subordinate has memorized every detail without error. The Grandmaster's notes also contain detailed information on the making of the deification platform. Although your subordinate's current spirit tool level is not yet sufficient to replicate it, with time, I will certainly overcome it. Ling Ya replied confidently and respectfully. Very good. Yuang nodded in satisfaction. Since it has no practical value, let's also convert this deification platform into funds. A complete 9th rank spirit tool, especially a sealing type spirit tool with special functions, will surely interest many people, for example, those forces eager to possess and study 9th rank spirit tools but lacking the means. He hinted at Shrek Academy. Yes, your subordinate will go and do it now. Ling Ya solemnly put away the spirit bones and the deification platform. Go. After tomorrow's competition, it will be the auction. You can directly contact the Starlight Auction House. You can reveal your identity as a titled Douluo to gain attention and convenience, but temporarily do not expose your relationship with me, Yuang instructed. As you command. Ling Ya's figure flickered, blending into the shadows like a ghost, disappearing without a trace. Silence returned to the room. Yuang sat cross-legged on the bed. He did not go to sleep but instead circulated the golden adamant evil warding body cultivation technique, entering deep meditation. His cultivation technique allowed him to replace sleep with meditation. For him, meditation was the best rest, and it also allowed him to seize every moment to improve his strength. No matter what earth-shattering plans he had for the future, his own powerful strength would always be the foundation of everything. The next morning, at dawn, a faint light appeared. Yuang ended his meditation, feeling refreshed. He did not go to bid farewell to Dai Hao or his legitimate mother. He only went to Bai Wanning's residence, simply informing her that he needed to continue participating in the competition. Amidst Bai Wanning's concerned and reluctant admonitions, he left this cold and calculating duke's mansion. In fact, he knew that whether he went to today's competition or not, the outcome was already decided. Their opponent, Chengning Academy, was the universally acknowledged weak team of this competition. They could dance, but not fight. It was sheer luck that they made it into the round-robin stage. The highest cultivation of their entire team was only Spirit Ancestor, without even a single Spirit King. As expected, the competition draw results showed a team battle mode. Zhou Yi even only sent 2 people, the main team member Ling Luokan, a level 55 control system Spirit King who had just recovered from injuries and returned to the team, and the level 28 Huo Yuhao. With Huo Yuhao's ultimate ice assistance, Ling Luokan's ice radiance ring instantly annihilated the entire Chengning Academy team. The entire audience was in an uproar. Initially, everyone thought Shrek was at the end of its rope after losing most of its main team members. But yesterday, Yuang completely crushed the level 58 Yi Wuking, and today, Ling Luokan instantly wiped out an entire team with one move. Indeed, Shrek was still Shrek, not to be trifled with. The Shrek team won easily and was about to leave the competition venue when a beautiful and capable woman in an auction house uniform, a female auctioneer named Qingya, approached with a smile. "Hello, teachers and students of Shrek Academy. I am Qingya, an auctioneer from the Starlight Auction House." The woman curtsied gracefully, her smile appropriate. "By command of Her Highness Princess Juju of our empire, I have specially come to present you with invitations to tonight's top-tier auction." She respectfully offered several exquisitely made, gold-embossed invitations adorned with tiny gems. Zhou Yi took the invitations, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "Thank you, auctioneer Qingya. Does tonight's auction actually require Her Highness Princess Juju to personally preside? Is there some extraordinary treasure?" Qingya maintained her professional smile and gently shook her head. Her Highness Princess only commanded this servant to deliver the invitations and to inform everyone not to miss the opportunity to become stronger. As for the specific auction items, this servant's status is low, and I truly have no way of knowing. This servant still needs to deliver invitations to other academies, so I shall take my leave first. After speaking, she bowed again and turned to leave gracefully. As expected, she then walked towards the resting areas of other top academies, such as the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, the Douling Empire Academy, and the Heaven Soul Empire Academy. Clearly, tonight's auction, personally hosted by the Princess of the Star Luo Empire, was of an extremely high standard, intended to gather the continent's most elite forces and geniuses. The scale of this auction was much larger than previous ones. Chapter 89, The Ice Void Douluo appears for the first time and auctions spirit bones. The central main hall of the Starlight Auction House was brightly lit, filled with beautiful clothes and elegant people. Tonight's massive auction, personally hosted by Shu Juju, the princess of the Star Luo Empire, had attracted the attention of top powers from all corners of the continent. The atmosphere was exceptionally solemn and expectant even before the auction began. Just over an hour before the auction started, auctioneer Qingya was making her final preparations when a middle-aged man approached her. He wore an unremarkable gray robe, had an ordinary face, but possessed sharp eyes. When the man calmly stated that he wished to commission the auction of 3 spirit bones, even the experienced Qingya was so shocked she nearly lost her composure. 3 spirit bones. This was enough to cause a sensation anywhere, a supreme treasure that could drive countless spirit masters mad. Even the champion reward for the current tournament was merely 3 spirit bones. Qingya dared not neglect the matter, nor did she have the authority to handle such an important commission, so she immediately reported it to the true person in charge backstage, Princess Shujuju. Inside an elegant reception room, Shujuju met the mysterious consignor. She noticed a rank 5 soul engineer badge pinned to his lapel, a rank that Lingya had recently gone to upgrade. Shujuju estimated his age to be around 40. Reaching rank 5 indicated decent talent, but it didn't seem sufficient to account for the wealth required to possess 3 spirit bones. "Sir, are you the one commissioning the auction of 3 spirit bones?" Shujuju maintained the elegance and reserve of a princess, her gaze filled with scrutiny. "May I ask your name, sir? And the source of these spirit bones?" She needed to confirm whether the spirit bones had a clean origin to avoid bringing trouble to the auction house. "Ice Void." Ling Ya's voice was hoarse and calm. "Ice Void. Is that your name?" Shujuju found the name somewhat peculiar, it sounded more like a codename. "No." Lingya raised his eyes, his gaze calm and unwavering. "It is my title." Before his voice faded, a vast and immense spirit power pressure quietly awoke like a dormant volcano, yet it was precisely controlled within an extremely small radius. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, a total of 9 spirit rings rose sequentially from beneath his feet. A titled Douluo. Shujuju's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed, and the elegant smile on her face was instantly replaced by shock. She immediately stood up, bowed slightly, and her tone became extremely solemn. "So it is your Excellency Ice Void who has graced us with your presence. I apologize for my lapse in etiquette, and I hope your Excellency will not take offense." A storm raged in Shujuju's heart, an unfamiliar title Douluo. Although her status as an empire princess was supremely noble, she still had to maintain proper etiquette when facing a titled Douluo. However, she felt she had never heard of the title, Ice Void, before. Lingya calmly withdrew his spirit rings and pressure, his voice remaining steady. "Your Highness the Princess, there is no need for excessive courtesy. I have cultivated in seclusion in the extreme Northland for many years and only recently achieved a breakthrough. I have not yet joined any nation, so it is normal that my name is not well known and your Highness is unaware of me. As for these 3 spirit bones," he pointed to the 3 iridescent bones on the table, "their source is absolutely legitimate and will not bring any future disputes to your nation's auction house. I can guarantee that. Besides these, there is also this." Lingya then took out the rank 9 spirit tool, the deification platform. Shujuju was also a soul engineer, and upon seeing this item, she was greatly astonished. Could this be? That's right, the rank 9 spirit tool deification platform. It is a treasure I obtained by chance. After researching it for some time, I gained nothing from it. Since it is useless to me, I might as well sell it along with the spirit bones. I hope your esteemed auction house can assist me. Thoughts raced through Shujuju's mind. A newly advanced, unaffiliated titled Douluo who could also produce a rank 9 spirit tool. This was a strategic force highly attractive to any nation. The smile on her face became more sincere and enthusiastic. "In that case, your Excellency can rest assured and leave it to me. Your Excellency, please follow me. A top-tier VIP seat has been reserved for you." She personally led the way, saying, "According to auction house rules, we charge 15% of the final price as commission. However, it is my great honor to make the acquaintance of your Excellency today, so I will take the liberty of reducing that by 5%, charging only 10%, as a token of my sincerity." She made no attempt to conceal her intention to recruit him. Lingya nodded noncommittally, appearing indifferent to the gesture, and followed Qingya's guidance to his VIP seat. Soon after, the Shrek Academy contingent also arrived at the auction house. Dai Waban and Zulu were absent, as their injuries were not yet healed and their spirit power was severely depleted. They had both fought to the point of exhaustion that day and could not recover quickly. Dai Yuang had specifically seized upon the fact that the two of them could not attend to have Lingya auction the spirit bones. After all, if Dai Waban were present, he would immediately recognize the spirit bones Lingya was auctioning as the very ones he had lost to Dai Yuang, thereby deducing that Dai Yuang and Lingya had some kind of relationship. The auction officially began. Shu Juju personally walked onto the auction stage, radiant in formal attire. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Starlight Auction House's top-tier auction. I am today's auctioneer, Shu Juju. Her elegant voice was broadcast throughout the venue via a sound-amplifying spirit tool. Below the stage, Zhou Yi whispered, Princess Shu Juju is personally hosting it. It seems the items up for auction tonight are definitely extraordinary. After briefly introducing the rules of the auction, Shu Juju wasted no time and immediately presented the first item. When the covering red silk was unveiled, the entire venue immediately gasped, 2 spirit bones. One was a left arm bone radiating a deep yellow light, and the other was a skull bone shimmering with illusory radiance. Esteemed guests, tonight's first lot consists of 2 spirit bones of exceptional quality. Shu Juju's voice was alluring. One is a left arm bone originating from a 5,000-year cultivation black-armored rhinoceros. The black-armored rhinoceros is docile, but its defense is astonishing. When enraged, its defense is comparable to a 10,000-year spirit beast. This spirit bone can greatly enhance the defensive capabilities of a defense-type spirit master. The other piece is a skull bone originating from a 10,000-year illusion charming fox. The illusion charming fox is incredibly cunning, specializing in mental attacks and creating illusions that are indistinguishable from reality. This skull bone is the preferred choice for mental-type spirit masters, or for spirit masters who need to enhance their mental force and resist illusions. Shu Juju was very clever. She had divided the 3 spirit bones into 2 lots for auction. If the 1,000-year left arm bone were auctioned separately, the price might not be very high. If all 3 were sold together, the value would be diminished because 2 of them were the same repeating part, the left arm bone. Therefore, she bundled the 10,000-year skull bone with the 1,000-year left arm bone. This not only increased the price but also attracted more people since they were different parts. After all, the attendees did not know that there was another left arm spirit bone among the upcoming lots. These 2 spirit bones are being auctioned as a set. The starting price is 2 million gold coin. Each bid increment must not be less than 100,000 gold coin. The appraisers at the Starlight Auction House were indeed professional, accurately determining the spirit bones, age and source spirit beast in a very short time. There was a commotion on the Shrek side. Ma Xiaotao's eyes shone. 2 spirit bones right at the start. And one of them is a 10,000-year skull bone. Teacher Zhou, should we make a move? Although Zhou Yi was tempted, she calmly shook her head. This left arm bone focuses on defense, and the skull bone focuses on mental illusions. The compatibility with our current team isn't the highest, only Yuhao is somewhat suitable for that 10,000-year skull bone. Furthermore, this type of combined auction will inevitably inflate the price. Tonight's auction has just begun, and there will definitely be better items later. We must use our funds strategically. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, suppressing their urge to bid. Chapter 90, Dai Yuang, the 10 millionaire. Just as Zhou Yi had expected, the first round of bidding was fiercely competitive. In the end, these 2 spirit bones were successfully bought at the high price of 4,500,000 gold coins by Zhang Peng, the representative of the wealthy Imperial Sky Academy of the Heaven Soul Empire. In reality, this slightly exceeded the total value of the 2 spirit bones. The 10,000-year illusion charming fox skull would not exceed 3 million gold coins in market value, and the 1,000-year left arm bone was worth at most a few 100,000. However, because different parts were auctioned together, the overall value increased. If all 6 major parts were auctioned together, they would certainly be inflated to a sky-high price. The auction began with a climax, completely igniting everyone's enthusiasm and filling them with greater anticipation for the upcoming lots. Meanwhile, Dai Yuang's capital reserves instantly became abundant. On the auction stage, Shu Juju smiled sweetly, extremely satisfied with the high price fetched by the first item. She clapped her hands lightly, and 2 attendants immediately carried up a new auction item. It was a long blade with a mighty and domineering appearance. The blade exhibited a dull metallic luster, with energy faintly visible flowing within. Embedded in the hilt was an amber crystal radiating a fierce, aggressive aura. The entire blade exuded a sense of heavy and dangerous power. Congratulations to the distinguished guest who successfully won that pair of precious composite spirit bones for 4,500,000 gold coins. Shujuju's voice drew everyone's attention back. Now, for our second item, the Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Saber. She pointed to the long blade and introduced it. This blade was crafted by an 8th rank soul engineer. Although it ranks as an 8th rank spirit tool, its ingenious design lies in the fact that it does not impose strict requirements on the user's spirit power rank. Generally speaking, a spirit ancestor rank spirit master can initially wield it, and its power will increase as their strength rises. It perfectly suits the needs of attack system battle spirit masters. The interior of the blade is fused with the spirit bone essence produced by a 10,000-year Tyrant Tiger spirit beast, giving it an inherently powerful strength amplification effect. When swung, the power is multiplied, enough to easily tear through defensive spirit tools or protective aura of the same rank. Even more precious is that it contains a powerful active attack spirit ability, Tyrant Tiger Destruction Slash. Once activated, it can unleash a gigantic blade light containing destructive power, with astonishing might. The starting price is 1 million gold coins. Each bid increment must not be less than 50,000 gold coins. The second item appeared, and it was exactly the Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Saber that Yuang had always wanted. Although the Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Saber was formidable, it wasn't a universal panacea like a spirit bone, which most people could absorb. For example, many experts with tool spirits still preferred to use their own spirit in combat, and the Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Saber might not be as handy as their own spirit. Furthermore, food system, support system, and agility attack system spirit masters could not utilize the Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Saber very well because of its considerable weight, so their desire for this treasure was lukewarm. Therefore, this item was actually suitable for only one type of person: attack system battle spirit masters with powerful beast spirits. This restriction greatly reduced the number of contenders. Dai Yuang seized the opportunity and immediately made a bid, 1,200,000. As soon as this price was announced, it immediately deterred many bidders who were initially interested but had limited budgets. Although a few people subsequently raised the bid, when Dai Yuang steadily pushed the price to 1,500,000 gold coins, the venue fell completely silent. Shu Juju surveyed the room, and after confirming that no one else was bidding, she smiled and brought down the hammer. 1,500,000 gold coins, third call, sold. Congratulations to this distinguished guest. This Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Saber is now yours. On Shrek's side, Zhou nodded and said to Dai Yuang, "This blade contains a tiger-type spirit bone, which is indeed highly compatible with your spirit. With it, your frontal assault capability should be able to advance another step." Dai Yuang smiled slightly and said confidently, "Naturally, my judgment is never wrong." The auction continued. Shu Juju was well versed in the art of auctioneering and did not continuously introduce spirit bones, but interspersed them with other treasures to maintain freshness. After several more precious ores, medicinal materials, and a 7th rank spirit tool were sold, the atmosphere in the venue was once again heightened. The next item is also a spirit bone. Shu Juju's voice carried a hint of excitement. On the tray carried by the attendant, a left arm bone came into view. It was entirely ice blue, shaped like a curved bow, covered with fine, sharp protrusions, and radiated an intense, chilling aura. "This is the 30,000-year Ice Arrow Boar left arm spirit bone," Shu Juju introduced in detail. The Ice Arrow Boar is no ordinary spirit beast. It is massive, covered in ice blue, rigid fur and sharp spikes that seem to be condensed from solid ice. Its most powerful ability is the perfect combination of its ice attribute spirit power and its own spikes, allowing it to fire immensely powerful ice arrows with a strong freezing effect for long-range hunting. This left arm bone perfectly inherits the characteristics of the Ice Arrow Boar. Absorbing it, a spirit master will highly likely gain powerful ice attribute long-range attack capabilities, or extremely strong ice attribute enchanted piercing effects. For Ice Attribute Spirit Masters, especially Control System Ice Spirit Masters who wish to compensate for a lack of offensive methods and enhance explosive power, its value is immeasurable. These words instantly ignited the enthusiasm in two locations, the Shrek Academy Rest Area and the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineer Academy Rest Area. On Shrek's side, Ling Luokan's breathing quickened slightly. As a control system spirit king, her control over ice was unquestionable, but the lack of powerful offensive methods had always been her weakness. This spirit bone was practically tailor-made for her. Over at the Sun Moon Academy, Meng Hongchen's beautiful eyes also lit up. Her vermilion ice toad spirit excelled at guiding poison through ice, making it insidious and hard to guard against, but she also lacked direct and powerful ice attribute physical attack methods. This spirit bone could not only compensate for her weakness but might even allow her to fuse her potent toxins with the spirit bone's ice arrow attacks, creating even more terrifying variations. The starting price is 3 million gold coins. Each bid increment must not be less than 100,000 gold coins. Shu Juju announced. 3,100,000. Ling Luokan spoke immediately, her voice carrying a hint of urgency. 3,300,000. Meng Hongchen was not to be outdone, her voice clear and crisp. 3,500,000. Ling Luokan gritted her teeth. 3,800,000. Xiao Hongchen lazily bid on behalf of his younger sister, appearing extremely wealthy. 4 million. Zhou Yi stepped in, representing Shrek Academy. 4,500,000. The Sun Moon Academy side responded without hesitation. The price soared like a rocket, quickly breaking the 5 million mark and continuing to rise. Both major academies were clearly determined to acquire this spirit bone, and the bidding was exceptionally fierce. Finally, when the price reached 6 million gold coins, Zhou Yi sighed helplessly and shook her head. Shrek Academy's funds could not compare to the Imperial Soul Engineer Academy, which was backed by the entire Sun Moon Empire. It wasn't that they had run out of money, but this price had already exceeded their psychological limit. There might be more expensive and better items later, and they could not spend the majority of their funds on this 30,000-year spirit bone. After that, Shrek would have no competitive edge. 6 million gold coins, third call, sold. Congratulations to the distinguished guest. Shu Juju brought down the hammer. Xiao Hongchen showed a smug smile on his face and cast a provocative glance toward Shrek's direction. Dai Yuang, however, sat on the side, quietly calculating in his mind. The purchase of the Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Saber cost 1.5 million. His personal funds still had about 1.5 million remaining. But the 4.5 million obtained from the previous 2 Spirit Bones auction, plus the 6 million fetched by the Ice Arrow Boar Left Arm Spirit Bone, minus the 10% commission, meant his total funds had reached 1.5 million plus 4.05 million plus 5.4 million equals 10.95 million gold coins. And this didn't even account for the grand finale item, the 9th rank spirit tool, the deification platform. Tisk tisk, in the blink of an eye, I'm also a millionaire with a net worth of 10 million, Dai Yuang chuckled inwardly, extremely satisfied with the results of the auction tonight. Ample funds would be a crucial guarantee for all his subsequent plans.